Hello everyone. In this video I'm going to be looking at some of Alek Minassian's mental health reports and offering my insights, commentary, and analysis of their conclusions and the challenges related to autism that he faced. This video is going to be looking at reports prepared by the defense experts, and the reports prepared by the Crown experts will be discussed in a later video. If you want to see any of these reports yourself, they are publicly available and I've provided a link in the description. If you're not familiar with this case, Alek Minassian was the perpetrator of the Toronto van attack, a vehicle ramming attack in Canada that killed 11 people in 2018. Minassian told the police that he did his attack because he was part of a group called incels, an online group of male virgins who believe that they can never have sex due to the unfair nature of human beings and society, some of whom have perpetrated their own mass murders, specifically targeting women. Minassian later claimed that he had made this up in order to become infamous and that he wasn't really an incel, and the extent to which incel ideas motivated his attack remains a subject of debate. He had a very lengthy trial in which his legal team tried to claim that he was not criminally responsible, or NCR, because his autism prevented him from knowing that what he did was wrong. They ended up not succeeding and he was sentenced to life in prison, but in the process numerous mental health reports were prepared and they spent a lot of time looking at his life and how autism might have played a role in why he did what he did. Now, you might look at this and think, okay, the trial is over and all this stuff was already debated in court, so why go over all of it again? Well, as someone with autism, I think there were a lot of issues related to autism that Minassian had that both the court and even the doctors assessing him had trouble understanding, and which people in general don't understand that well and which are worth talking about. And although Minassian received help for autism when he was a kid, there were other forms of help he could have gotten that I think might have stopped him from doing the van attack, so I'm going to talk about that too. And while people with autism in general aren't more likely than anyone else to commit violence, they are overrepresented among mass shooters and among incels, and people still don't really understand why that is. So, as someone who has autism and who had many of the same challenges and social issues, I figured I'd toss my hat into the ring and offer my own opinion about what was going on with Minassian. It's also a fascinating case, one without precedent in the Canadian justice system. There are a lot of strange things in these reports that didn't get much airtime when the trial was underway, so if you're someone who likes reading about unusual legal cases, this is certainly one of them. And lastly, before I begin, YouTube strikes a lot of videos related to incels and mass murder, so I have to give you a disclaimer so they won't do that here. This video is for educational and research purposes and is not in any way an endorsement of Alek Minassian's beliefs or actions. I do not support what Alek Minassian did in any way, and neither should anyone else. Mass murder is bad and misogyny is bad. Don't be a mass murderer or a misogynist. Okay. So there are a lot of reports that I'll be going over. The defense initially hired a forensic psychiatrist named John Bradford to assess Alek Minassian, who consulted 3 other experts while preparing his report: Mamak, Rebecca Chauhan, and Thomas Horn. Their findings were integrated into Bradford's report, and he then sent it to 2 people. The first person he sent it to was Alexander Westphal, another expert for the defense who prepared his own assessment and used Bradford's notes to help him do that. Westphal believed that Alek Minassian should be not criminally responsible because of his autism. The second person he sent it to was Scott Woodside, a forensic psychiatrist hired by the Crown. Dr. Woodside consulted with 2 other people, Percy Wright and Angélie Boudreau, and integrated their findings into his own report. Woodside believed that Alek Minassian should not be found not criminally responsible and that autism didn't prevent him from understanding that what he did was wrong. This video is going to be going over the reports prepared by all the defense experts, and I'll be going over them all in the order in which they were prepared. The reports for Woodside, Wright, and Boudreau will be covered in the next video. I was hoping this would just be one video, but that would have made it too long. Normally I script all of my analysis videos, but this is going to be an unscripted stream type thing where I go through all the reports and talk about what I think. And although I certainly have my biases and my own perspective on the question of Minassian's guilt, I don't think he was NCR, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just an autistic dude in his basement who knows a lot of random stuff and who makes YouTube videos, and I hope the reports and what I have to say about them will be interesting to you, even if you end up thinking that I'm an idiot. As always, I welcome all comments and criticism. Okay, so this is Dr. Bradford's report. Dr. Bradford was retained by the defense to do an assessment of Alek Minassian, which meant that his lawyer was hoping it would be favorable to him. So you can see it's sent to his lawyer, Boris Patensky, some stuff about his charges. The assessment was done between July 30th, 2018 and September 28th, 2018. So it took about 2 months, and it was a few months after his attack. So relatively soon. Dr. Bradford also consulted with a few other mental health professionals, Mamak, a senior psychologist, Rebecca Chauhan, a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and Thomas Horn, a forensic social worker. So what Bradford did was he appended their reports to this report and kind of goes over them a little bit. So what I'll do is I'll go through Bradford's report, and when I get to their reports, I'll jump to the original version of their reports, which are also in this file, which happen to look nicer than the way he has them in here. So we're going to do a bit of bouncing around, but it'll be fine. So you can see Bradford also met with Minassian's parents. This is some stuff about background information he's gotten, confidentiality warning, sources of information. So this is actually kind of interesting when they do mental health assessments on serious offenders. They're very thorough. They often try to get as much as they can to try and figure out what's going on. So we've got health records from when he was a kid and going all the way back. So this will be kind of interesting. There's a lot of stuff in here about how Minassian was identified as having autism and what kind of help he got and the challenges he faced. And I think that's an interesting thing to talk about and go over. Circumstances of index offenses. I'm assuming you all already know what he did. Okay, here we go. Personal and development history. Born in 92. Okay, so developmental milestones were met as expected with the exception of speech. So this is often one of the first things that helps parents realize their children have autism. At the time they're around, 2 or 3, they'll notice they're not as developed as they should be. They're not talking in full sentences when they should be. Their vocabulary isn't quite as good. And so his mother said that he did not talk in full sentences until around 3.5 years old. Minassian received speech therapy due to significant receptive and expressive concerns. So that's often the first sign. Another weird thing that kids with autism will often do at that age is they'll line up their toys or arrange them in geometric patterns and have kind of odd ways of playing. And even then, people can often notice that their social skills aren't as developed as they should be. Like they'll have a hard time making eye contact. They'll have a hard time reading social cues and things like that. So fairly independent, but lacking in social skills. In kindergarten, he required one-to-one support to help with social interactions and with his tendency to run from the classroom, which continued between ages of 4 and 6. He would also dart from home and run in random directions, so extra monitoring was necessary. So when I was a kid, I actually did stuff like that. And I'm not sure why. I mean, obviously, I don't remember, but I think it might have been a social skills issue, like, not understanding that, if you're in a classroom or something like that, you're supposed to stay in the classroom and, can't just leave when you feel like it. Or if you're playing a game with other kids, you have to follow the rules and can't just, randomly run away if you see something cool or you're interested in something. So maybe that was it. Anyway, when he was 5 years old, Mr. Minassian was assessed by a team at the Pediatric Development Assessment Clinic in Markham-Stouffville Hospital due to a number of concerns. A working diagnosis of pervasive developmental disorder was provided by Dr. O'Leary at that clinic on December 9th, 1997. So that's actually kind of interesting. When children get diagnosed with autism now, they'll just be diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder regardless of how serious their level of impairment is, because, autism's a spectrum. And that's kind of how people see it now. That change was made to the DSM in 2013. But before that, autism was kind of split into 2 categories. There was just autism, which is kind of more associated with being low functioning, intellectual impairments as well as social ones. And that was viewed as a type of pervasive developmental disorder, which was what Alek Minassian was diagnosed with. But the other part of that was Asperger's syndrome, which was a more high functioning version of autism where there isn't necessarily intellectual impairments. In fact, they may be above average intelligence, but there's still some of the social skills and processing issues that are associated with autism. And, Minassian was later determined to have Asperger's syndrome. And so the thing with that is that Asperger's syndrome wasn't added to the DSM until 1994, which was 3 years before Minassian was diagnosed. And so back then a lot of clinicians really didn't know much about Asperger's syndrome or what to look for, what the symptoms were, and that kind of thing. So what would often happen was they would be just diagnosed with autism, which was a type of pervasive developmental disorder, or they would be diagnosed with something called pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified. So basically, like, we know something's wrong, but we don't really know what it is. And so one of the issues with both those things was that kids with Asperger's syndrome often wouldn't get the help that they needed. And there wasn't really that much support in place at that time, relative to now. But as we'll see later, Alek Minassian actually did get a decent amount of support at that time. So Minassian's parents said he was a socially awkward child and he was especially uncomfortable around members of the opposite sex. At restaurants, his parents would need to order for him if the server was a woman. So that's kind of interesting and possibly the beginnings of his issues with women that he later had. There isn't really an age range here. So was he 14? Was he 6. Like, not, I'm not sure, and it doesn't really say why that is, but that's interesting. So some stuff about the few friends he had when he was a kid. He had one remaining friend of several years when he entered college, but they did not see each other often, and Mr. Minassian made no new friends at school. So he had like a couple friends growing up, but by the time he went to college, he got more isolated, and that probably didn't help. Probably played a role in making his problems worse. There were no reports of physical or sexual abuse, neglect, or exposure to family violence. According to his parents, Mr. Minassian has always had a gentle and non-confrontational nature. So that's interesting, because if you watch his interrogation video, you watch him being arrested by the police, and even if you watch that parody video, or not parody, I should say, I made a parody, but that ad he made for college glass phones, it was an infomercial. You can kind of get the sense that that's what he's, like, very, very polite, very, very calm. He's not like your typical antisocial criminal who's like, F this, F that, F everybody, I'll do whatever I want. So the Toronto van attack kind of seemed out of character for him in that sense. Like, he didn't come across as a violent person or someone who liked breaking rules. But, as they say, it's often the quiet ones you want to watch out for, right? Okay, so this next part's interesting. So kids with autism often have sensory issues because their brains can have a harder time processing certain stimuli. So people with autism might have a hard time dealing with bright lights or loud noises or certain textures, and that can often manifest in weird behaviors, like they won't wear clothes that have certain textures, or they won't eat certain foods, or they'll be kind of afraid of things that seem random to other people. But the stuff we're going to see here kind of seems more like OCD type things. So while Mr. Minassian was growing up, he engaged in several odd behaviors which seemed compulsive, and also had some odd fixations. For example, when lying down in bed, he tended to spit on the wall for several years with no clear reason for it. Between the ages of 6 and 9, he did not like holes in his bread and would cut it in small pieces to get rid of the holes. For several years, he also had an aversion to certain reflective surfaces, and at mealtimes he would ensure that everyone's spoons were facing down. This was similar to his anxiety around encountering parallel mirrors, which project a theoretically infinite number of images of the objects between them. Apparently, he had a phobia of being trapped between parallel mirrors and washrooms, for example. In these cases, he would avert his eyes to prevent seeing this phenomenon. So those phobias can be part of OCD, I should say. He's afraid that if he looks at a parallel mirror, he'll be somehow trapped in it. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know. I was fascinated by parallel mirrors when I was a kid. You go into a bathroom with 2 of them, and it's like, holy crap, there's a whole bunch of me. They go on forever. This is really cool. This is kind of looking more like OCD here. According to his parents, when he was 23 years old, Mr. Minassian spent excessive amounts of time playing video games at home, such as the game RuneScape. At one point, he moved his computer into his bedroom so the screen could not be seen from the door, apparently to decrease his family's scrutiny. According to his parents, he lost his first job in part because of his continued video game playing and surfing the web on work time. According to Minassian, he explained that he completed the work that was assigned to him very quickly and was not given other work, and therefore entertained himself by playing video games. At the same time, he never advised his supervisors that he had rapidly completed the work assigned. Yeah, so Minassian never lived anywhere other than at his parents' home, and it appears he was doing some isolating behaviors here. The getting fired from work thing kind of seems like a social issue, like he finishes all of his work and doesn't know that he should go and ask his boss for more work, so he just plays video games instead, and didn't know that he shouldn't do that. So maybe that was an autism thing. Education and employment history. So we're going into more detail about his autism and issues there. So he attended an Armenian preschool and then a private Montessori school for junior kindergarten, went on to senior kindergarten. He had difficulty following class expectations and social norms, and had difficulty socializing. He often ignored instructions and would frequently run out of the classroom and have to be brought back. When he was in grade 1, he attended the Giant Steps program through York Region, which provides specialized supports for students on the autistic spectrum with the goal of full integration back into the regular classroom. It took several more years than expected before he was fully integrated at 16th Avenue Public School in Richmond Hill. Okay, so yeah, he did get help for autism in grade 1, and so one kind of Thing I wasn't sure about was whether his pervasive development disorder was autism or whether it was the not otherwise specified version where it's like we don't know what's going on. But if he's getting support for autism, then that suggests that it was in fact autism that he was actually diagnosed with there. Throughout school up until grade 12, he required extra support through the special education program. He always did well in math and sciences, but he struggled in classes like history or English that required him to extract information and express himself in his own words. So people with Asperger's syndrome, they can have above average intelligence, and they're often good at very specific things, often, math or science or, things that, are very much about, rules and systems and systematizing and that kind of thing. And some of them, not all of them, aren't quite so good at, history or English or things that kind of require more, subjective interpretations and things that don't have a right or wrong answer. And so the reason I bring this up is because you can kind of see these weaknesses in Alek Minassian's police interrogation, when he's talking about, incels and all the related things he's looking at the internet. He's very encyclopedic about it. He's like, this is what this is what that is. And you don't really get the sense that he's kind of internalized this stuff, that he's, extracted information from it and been like, well, what does this mean? How do I feel about this? How does this relate to me? How does this relate to society? Which is, the extracting information and expressing himself in his own words. So he's not so great at that. It's one thing his parents said is that it's like he was giving a presentation. It's like, these are the facts. This is what this is what that is. And as a lot of people pointed out, his knowledge of incel stuff is actually quite superficial. If you talk to actual incels, which I've done a decent amount since I first started looking into this stuff. They actually have done this stuff. They've looked at all these ideas and been like, well, what does this mean to me? What does this mean about my journey and all that kind of stuff? But not so much in his police interview. So here we can kind of see the strengths and weaknesses he had that kind of played a role in the story he told when the police arrested him, I think. Okay. Mr. Minassian was accepted into the computer security program at Seneca York campus in 2012. He received accommodation from the disability office. They recommended that he take 3 rather than 5 courses per term, as he would not have the supports he had in secondary school. Yeah, so this is a common thing for people with disabilities when they go to college. They can take a reduced course load, which they normally couldn't do. But yeah, no other supports. That's unfortunate. You hear of ballooning administrative costs in college. University. Like, you think they could add stuff like that, but I guess not. Mr. Minassian accepted a full-time job at Too Good Financial Services in his field in 2016, despite being 2 credits short for graduation. He was not highly motivated and put in minimal effort into this job. He was dismissed after the first 6 months of employment in October 2016 because of performance issues. So not playing video games this time. He just doesn't really care. At this point, he appeared to concentrate on physical fitness and decided to join the Canadian Armed Forces to become a non-commissioned member and was accepted as a recruit in 2017. He voluntarily discharged himself after 2 weeks of basic training in Quebec because he could not keep up with the pace of training. So the fact that Alek Minassian tried to join the military was interesting to a lot of people, because this was also something that other Canadian mass shooters had been interested in. Marc Lepine, the guy who shot up l'École Polytechnique, wanted to join the army. I believe Kim Veer-Gill, the Dawson College shooter, actually did try to join the army, but wasn't quite cut out for it. He wanted to kill people and be cool, and he kind of thought it would be like a video game, and it wasn't. And that's interesting to me personally, because I've met people who were in the army, and people usually have different reasons for wanting to join. Family history of service. People who are very patriotic. People who want a decent job and see the world and don't really have that many other opportunities necessarily. So those are some common reasons. But one thing I've been hearing for a few years now is that the military now gets these recruits who think that they're going to be good at being in the military because they're really good at playing first-person shooter games like Call of Duty. And they think being in the army is going to be like that. Which is kind of scary, but basic training usually fries them. They think it's all going to be cool stuff, then they have to work hard and be disciplined and do what they're told to do, and aren't necessarily good at that. And the recruitment ads kind of play into that too, obviously. You see the commercials and it's like, yeah, join the army, you can do all this cool stuff, jump out of a helicopter, charge a terrorist compound, and basic training isn't like that. So that could have been what was going on here. What I found interesting was that he signed up to be an infantryman, and it's like, you're a smart guy, you went to college, what the hell are you being an infantryman for? Be an officer, get some cool job. But that might have been part of the whole I want to go out and kill people thing. He wants to shoot people instead of sitting at a computer behind the sidelines, or flying the drone or something. Well, maybe he would have liked flying the drone, I don't know. Yeah, so that was interesting. If you remember in that Facebook post, he also posted his Canadian Forces ID number, Private Recruit Minassian. Well, it's like, well, you're not a recruit anymore. You discharged yourself. Yeah, not a good thing for people with autism to try and do necessarily. If you have issues reading social skills or understanding social situations, do you want to be in the military? Maybe not so much. Okay. But he went back to college. He completed all the requirements for his computer science degree a few weeks before the incident before the court. He was scheduled to start a new job in a software company as a programmer, earning approximately $70,000 per year, 7 days after the index offense. So this is one thing that when I first read about this attack, I was like, what the hell, because here was a guy, he graduated college, he was going to have, a nice $70K a year job. Like, his life was just taking off, and instead he's like, screw that, I want to kill people. Like, plenty of people graduate college and are unemployed, and they're just like, I got tens of thousands of dollars in debt. What the heck did I do all that for? This sucks. But things were looking up for this guy, and yet he's like, no, I want to do a van attack. So we're gonna see why later. But that was interesting to me. Mr. Minassian has never had an intimate partner and has no children or dependents. No surprise. No criminal record. No surprise there. That kind of makes these guys hard to identify a lot of the time. Cause they're not on anybody's radar, no criminal record, keep to themselves, and all of a sudden, boom, they went out and shot a bunch of people. Okay, so more about his history. So we've got the pervasive developmental disorder, autism spectrum disorder. So it was that in 1997. He was also diagnosed with Tourette's syndrome in 2008 and followed by a pediatrician, Dr. Gerald Friedman, between 2008 and 2012. He received pharmacological treatment, including clonidine, in 2010 and 2012, and was tried on Abilify 2.5 milligrams twice daily in 2011. The Abilify was discontinued when he became too sedated. Yeah, so clonidine, I'm guessing, is an anticonvulsant. Abilify is interesting. That's actually an antipsychotic. They'll use that to treat psychotic disorders like schizophrenia, bipolar, that sort of thing. So this might seem kind of scary, but 2.5 milligrams is actually a low dose, like too low to be clinically effective for a psychotic disorder. And so another thing Abilify can be used for is to enhance the effects of antidepressants or other medications like anticonvulsants. Not a biochemist, so I don't understand the pharmacology of it, but that's what it's used for. But one of the side effects of antipsychotics is sedation. If you see schizophrenic people who are hopped up on antipsychotics, they'll often kind of shuffle around, look kind of zombified, and that's why. So the Abilify was discontinued when he became too sedated. So even that little dose was too much for him. It seemed. Minassian denied ever smoking, drinking, or using street drugs or other substances. So that goes back to the whole kind of, straight-laced sort of person he was, 25 years old when he did his attack and had never tried smoking or drinking or using street drugs, at least as far as he claims. But, he could have lied about that, I suppose. But, it also speaks to his isolation, too, because if you're around other kids, you're more likely to get into those kinds of things, Oh, hey, look what I got. Try some. Yeah. No history of brain injuries or seizures. No one in his family had a history of mental health concerns or substance abuse issues. So it's, not an issue of growing up in an unstable home or having something genetically passed on to him, as far as we know. So they completed the diagnosis when he was 5. At this time in school, he needed an adult support worker present with him at all times. So that kind of speaks to him being more low functioning, when I was a kid in kindergarten, I didn't need a support worker or anything like that. I needed help with my autism, obviously, but so if he needed a social worker at all times, then there was a lot of issues there. Mr. Minassian accompanied her son to the appointment. She reported the long-standing concerns about his poor language skills and impairment in social skills, particularly with his peer group. So that could be something that really screws people with autism, because you get to kindergarten, you don't really know how to socialize or play with other kids. And so what can happen is, the kid with autism will be rejected by all the other kids because, like, oh, he's weird, he doesn't know how to play, he's no fun. And then because he's rejected, he doesn't develop the social skills he needs. And then, and so basically he'll just continuously get rejected because the social skills aren't there. He doesn't build them because he gets rejected. And then it kind of can become this vicious cycle. And so, one thing people will often say about people with autism is that they're often childlike. And I think that's kind of one of the reasons why, it's like they missed out on a lot of that progression of, peer development and, building relationships and that kind of thing. I mean, Minassian had some friends, but yeah, that is an issue. It's noted that he had an interest in computers where he had developed excellent skills. Yeah, so 5 years old, fascinated by computers. Reminds me of myself. Okay, so more about the Tourette's here. Dr. Friedman, in a letter dated December 20th, 2010, so when Minassian was 18, reported his diagnosis with that of Tourette's syndrome and Asperger's syndrome, and had also been treating him with clonidine to control his abnormal movements or tics. The clonidine dosage was 0.1 milligrams 4 times daily. He also reported that the abnormal movements were complex motor tics as well as vocal tics. At this time, he reported that Mr. Minassian continued to have both the motor and vocal tics. Dr. Friedman reported the family was assisting him with the management of the tics. It was noted that he required extra time for many ordinary daily activities as a result of the tics. So if you don't know what Tourette's is, it causes involuntary movements or speech. So the involuntary movements are motor tics, involuntary speech or vocal tics. And so that can be a range of different things. The motor tics can be, jerking your body suddenly or, moving your hand suddenly and not really having any control over it. So when people think of Tourette's, they usually think of the vocal tics, and one of the stereotypical presentations of this is people who involuntarily swear. So, you might have someone who's walking down the street and all of a sudden it's like, fuck, 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 or something like that. So, I mean, it can be that, but that's actually quite rare. They're often just like random sounds or weird things that don't make sense. And that can be quite embarrassing, and probably didn't do Minassian any favors, we already had issues socializing, and if he's just, uttering random stuff and can't control it in public, that probably was quite embarrassing and made things worse. Motor tics can be quite debilitating too. If you're trying to, do stuff, particularly something that requires, fine motor skills, and all of a sudden your hand jerks, the thing can fly out of your hand, or you can drop something or hurt yourself or whatever. And so, more about the Abilify being too sedating. So here we have some blank sections. I'm guessing these were redacted. So one of the things I tried to figure out when skimming through all these reports is why certain things got redacted and certain things didn't. There were certain forms of personal information that got redacted, but there were other things that seemed like they could be kind of embarrassing to him that also got redacted. I don't know. Like sometimes it seems like there's a rhyme or reason to it. Sometimes it doesn't. Or you just have big blank sections like this, and it's like, I wonder what was in there. I guess we'll never know. Okay, so we've moved on to reports from Minassian's family doctor. Dr. Birnbaum was the family physician for Mr. Alek Minassian. In her record, she noted that he had a diagnosis of beta thalassemia minor. So I actually I Googled that, and it seems to be kind of similar to anemia. If you have the major version, there can be some nasty effects to it. But the minor version is either asymptomatic, you don't have any symptoms, or they're relatively minor. I think it was like headaches and a few other things. Yeah, so it's unlikely that this particular disease played a role in the van attack or any of his other issues. Okay. Right, more of his treatment history. Okay, so in a visit on December 4th, 2017, she saw him just after he dropped out of the military. Prior to this, he had been receiving clonidine 0.1 milligrams 4 times a day and 0.5 milligrams PO taken at night. He was also receiving aripiprazole, Abilify, 0.5 milligrams taken twice a day. So you can see that they lowered the dosage. It was 2.5 milligrams before, now it's 1 milligram. Probably because of the sedation. At the time she saw him, he had discontinued the medication. At this time, it was noted that the motor tics had improved, and he was able, through concentration, to control abnormal movements. She noted in the interview that he made no eye contact. During her examination, she did not observe any tics. So people with Tourette's can often learn to, manage or control their tics to some degree. And you'll notice in the police interrogation video, he didn't really seem to have any tics. He wasn't jerking around or just blurting out weird stuff or anything like that. So it seems that, a combination of self-control and the medication helped him out. Another interesting thing here is if you remember the video of him being booked where they asked him if he had any illnesses, and he was like, "I'm a murdering piece of shit." And it's like, well, we can see from here he actually had multiple illnesses. He just didn't disclose them. She also noted that he had not seen Dr. Friedman since 2011 and was not under the care of anybody else for his motor tics. Okay, more stuff about his pregnancy. Nothing really interesting there. His milestones were normal for physical milestones. However, he had a speech delay and only started talking at 3.5 years. So that can happen with people with autism too. They'll just be mute for a few years, well past the point when most other babies have started talking. At 14 months of age, he would stand in front of a wall and try and hit his head on the wall. As a result of this, he had to be constantly watched. This behavior lasted less than 6 months. As already outlined, in kindergarten, he showed behavioral abnormalities, which led to a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder at age 5. Okay, more about that, more about the Giant Steps program. Despite this, at age 7, he had a good memory and was able to do 2-digit arithmetic in his head. As Minassian was growing up, he tended to be involved in daydreaming. Often this would happen, he would have a smile on his face. At times he was observed talking to himself. He also had symptoms of obsessive-compulsive disorder related to the washroom. Okay. A lot of it is just kind of repeating the stuff before. Generally at school, he was mostly a B-level student with some A's as well as some C's. My understanding is that throughout school, up until the end of grade 12, he had extra support through the special education program, which we saw earlier. Special education kids often get bullied. It depends what school you go to. If you go to a nicer one, that's less likely to happen. But still, if you need the extra help, you need the extra help. But you also get that label, unfortunately. Special education teacher said he was a gentle person and non-confrontational. Still going over that same stuff. In Seneca College, he worked with students on various projects, but none of them became close friends. He continued to meet with his friend from high school on occasion. He was uncomfortable and shy in social situations. This was particularly in the presence of girls and later on women. For example, he could not tolerate being served by a female waitress in a restaurant. So this looks like something that started at least when he was a teenager and continued into adulthood, if they're phrasing it this way. When I was a kid, I had a hard time talking to female waitresses myself, but that's because I thought they were cute and I got all nervous and stuff. So I'm guessing this wasn't the same reason. Okay, same stuff from before. According to Minassian's parents, they were not aware of any family history of autism. They advised that there may have been some relatives who suffered from depression or mood swings. Okay, more about him hitting his head on the wall. Never liked to be complimented. He would engage in daydreaming, including when he was an adult. This would include talking to himself, but not in a particularly loud way or that it was clear what he was saying. So that's probably another thing that messed him up. If you're not a little kid and you're, a teen or an adult and you're just walking around talking to yourself, that's also going to make people think you're weird. So we got that. We've got Tourette's. We've got autism. Not a good combination. When he was 5 and 6 years of age, he would not go to the washroom unless he was told, and this seemed to have some obsessive-compulsive component to it. So obsessed with following the rules to the point where he's willing to be uncomfortable until, he does things the right way. Could possibly speak to that, into wanting to fit in, wanting to conform, that kind of thing. At approximately 8 years of age, for a period of less than 6 months, at bedtime, he would occasionally say, "I don't want to die." According to his parents, it wasn't so much that he was afraid or felt unsafe, but appeared to be referring to being mortal and wondering what would happen when he or his family died. The concern seemed to be related to separation from his family. So if you're wondering why they keep saying for a period of less than 6 months, in the DSM, the cutoff for determining if you have a certain disorder is often 6 months. So it's like, well, if it's been lasting longer than 6 months, or you have this disorder, and if it's less than 6 months, you don't. So they keep repeating this, and I suspect that's why. But I don't want to die. So if you've got like an 8-year-old who spends, 6 months every night contemplating his own mortality, you've got an anxious kid, maybe a bit of an obsessive one. He also had problems making eye contact with convex surfaces, for example, a spoon. As a result of this, during lunch or dinner, he would go around the table and turn all of the spoons to ensure the spoons were facing down. This behavior lasted a few years. So the convex surface of a spoon, they like distort your face and your body and stuff. I guess he was bothered by that. He was also uncomfortable with certain images on television, mostly related to famine, starvation, or surgery, and would change the channel. Anything to do with birth, even if it was not explicit, was also not tolerated by him. So it's looking like he was squeamish, which kind of begs the question of why he committed mass murder, and that would also maybe be one of the reasons that he chose to use a van instead of a gun or something like that. Because if you're using a gun, it's kind of impersonal, but you still have to get reasonably close to people and shoot them and watch them scream and die and deal with the aftermath of what you did. But if you're in a van, you're just driving along, you hit somebody, they go flying or go under the van, and then that's it. You don't see it anymore. So it's more impersonal. It's a lot more quick, and you don't really have to deal with the aftermath of what you did as much. So maybe that's a reason. I don't know. It's certainly interesting. You wouldn't think of a mass murderer being squeamish, but this is when he was a kid, so maybe he got over that later. Okay, so we've gotten into Mamak's assessment, and so we can see what Mamak did was she assessed his intelligence, some of his impairments, as well as this is the personality assessment inventory, PAI, anger disorders scale, Paulus deception scale, which kind of measures the extent to which you're going to deceive other people to make yourself look better or worse than you are. So we're going to jump to that now. Okay, so this is Mamak's report. Some stuff about the referral. I'm told that a report will be sent to Bradford. You can stop at any time, but will you? No. Okay. Yes, here are all the tests I just mentioned. Index offenses. Okay. Yeah, so there's some interesting stuff about why he did what he did here. When questioned about his behavior, Mr. Minassian admitted that he had been planning the attack for some time. He offered that around that time he had received a job offer and was worried about failing and getting fired. He related that he secured the van rental about a week after receiving the job offer in late March, early April 2018. According to Mr. Minassian, he chose April 23, 2018 to execute his plan only because he had a college assignment due the day before. So when I first heard about that, I thought that's really weird. It's like, well, I'm worried about failing at my job, so I should just go kill people and destroy my whole life, seems like kind of a trivial reason to do that. But, if you're someone who's spent his whole life being, just crippled by anxiety and failing at everything socially and otherwise, it could have been the straw that broke the camel's back. I got the $70K job lined up for me, but, just going to fail at that too, and yeah, choosing that day because he had a college assignment due the day before, like you're gonna die. Like who cares? But yeah, we'll get into that later. When questioned about the use of a van for the attack, Mr. Minassian offered that he developed the idea through media reports outlining similar incidents. He noted it is hard to get a gun in Canada. On further questioning, Mr. Minassian offered that he never questioned why he was doing it or whether it was a bad idea, just nervous about going through with it. He related that it was his intention to kill people and to die himself. He added that it was his intention to gain media attention. He wanted to be on the internet and have people comment about him. During these discussions about the index offenses, it was clear that it did not matter to him whether he was receiving negative or positive attention. He desired notoriety. During one session, he stated, "I'm curious about what people are saying about me. I would be excited to see what people are saying, even if it is negative." Yeah. So the thing about it being hard to get a gun in Canada, like unless you have a criminal record or, a history of serious mental health issues, it's not really, you have to do a training course and fill out some paperwork, and government might just randomly just deny your application because they feel like it. But so I'd be interested in knowing why he thinks that, because if he did like even a cursory amount of research, he would have realized he could do that, but I guess it's good he didn't. He openly saying, I wanted to get attention. I wanted to be famous. I don't care whether it's positive or negative. And so that's one thing that often drives these people. It's you spent your whole life being a nobody. Nobody cares about you. Nobody pays attention to you. And here's a way to get everybody to pay attention to you. But it's kind of paradoxical in a sense because they expected to be killed. So it's like you're not going to be around to see all the attention people give you. But you kind of just wanted it in principle. I'd like people to pay attention to me. So this kind of line of argument was one of the things that made the judge not name him in her decision because he just wanted attention. I'm not giving it to him, but my perspective is on that is we kind of need to name them to figure out what's going on with them and how to stop other people from ending up like them. And it's also the Streisand effect. You don't name somebody, people are going to get more curious and they'll start looking for information, and maybe they'll find information from people that aren't quite as nice as the mainstream media. I don't know. There are differing perspectives on that, but I'm generally not in favor of it. According to Mr. Minassian, his interest in mass murders was initially tweaked in or around 2009, so he would have been 17. At that time, according to him, he started looking at Wikipedia reports and biographies of men who had engaged in mass murders, including Chris Harper Mercer, the Columbine shooters, Adam Lanza, and Elliot Rodger. Mr. Minassian openly stated that he related to Elliot Rodger, stating that he, Mr. Rodger, also had difficulty making friends, was lonely, and had a hard time with girls. He admitted that he read Mr. Rodger's manifesto several times and watched his online videos, which outlined his anger towards women and jealousy towards men. According to Mr. Minassian, he came to espouse similar negative opinions and beliefs about women and men. I like how they keep calling him Mr. Rogers. It's like, not the nice Mr. Rogers. He's the bad Mr. Rogers. Yeah, so looks like his interest in mass shooters went back a long time. Mr. Minassian indicated that his interest in reading about individuals who had committed mass murders was on and off between 2009 and 2016. He offered that during that time, he occasionally looked up articles and watched videos. According to him, he became obsessed with the idea and spent a lot of time reading about and watching videos posted by those who had committed mass murders. He had a particular interest in Elliot Rodger. He noted that his interest lessened in 2017 and then became more pronounced in 2018. In his view, in early 2018, he began to fixate on this particular type of perpetrator. He offered that it was not unusual for him to fixate on certain subjects given his diagnosis of autism. Yeah, so one thing people with autism can often have is a special interest. It'll be, one subject that they're, really interested in and they can become hyperfixated on for, days, months, years, just like one thing that they want to know everything about and can take up their whole life, And it's often something very specific, like, you can have a person with Asperger's whose special interest is, World War II aircraft, and they'll know everything there is to know about World War II aircraft and spend hours researching World War II aircraft and have World War II aircraft models. And, they could talk to you for hours about World War II aircraft, and they'll think that is the coolest conversation ever, and not necessarily so much for everybody else. But usually they're things that are harmless, so it's like, okay, this guy really likes World War II airplanes. It's not really a big deal. It's weird, but whatever. But, if your special interest is mass shootings, then, well, maybe not so much. Like, it is possible for a person with autism to have a special interest in something that's bad. But, in all honesty, given the number of videos I've made about mass shootings, I've become convinced that that's become one of my special interests. Yeah, I'm coming at it from the angle of, well, let's understand these people. Let's figure out what made them tick, and then maybe we can learn how to prevent more people from doing the same thing. And whereas, Alek Minassian has a special interest, and it's like, I want to do that. So one might be inclined to think that, his autism kind of spurred that on, but like, we both have autism, we both have the same special interest. Why is there a difference? Well, I think it's because he's a bad person and I'm not. And that's not an autism thing, right? So I thought that was kind of worth commenting on. But 2009, 2016, so 7 years he's on and off fascinated by mass shootings. So either that was a prolonged academic interest or, he was just mad and he would read that to make himself feel better. And like if that was the case, then, 7 years, that's a long time to be ruminating and, thinking about doing this kind of thing. It goes to show that his life probably wasn't going all that well in that time period. Mr. Minassian acknowledged that the idea of the massacre came from the manifesto and videos of Elliot Rodger. Consequently decided that using a van would be convenient and efficient. In Mr. Minassian's view, he achieved his goal and was able to achieve the notoriety that drove the behavior. When asked if he would change anything, he offered that if he was able to do it again, he might have tried for a higher kill count and would have taken steps to ensure that he died during the incident. Mr. Minassian discussed his offenses in a rather matter-of-fact manner, showing little emotion. He did not express remorse for his actions. Yeah, so he was very clinical about this, wasn't he? I'm going to use a van because it's more efficient. I want to kill as many people as possible. And even after he's been caught, and it's like, well, if you're hoping that a parole board will let you out eventually, which, they probably won't anyway, but saying stuff like, well, I'd like to kill more people if I did it again, not going to help. So either he wasn't socially savvy enough to know that, or he just doesn't care. I don't know. Okay. One of the only times he showed emotion was when asked if he was afforded the opportunity, would he like to see what was being written about him on the internet. During his conversation, he seemed to brighten and seemed somewhat excited about the possibility of being able to read about himself on the internet. Yeah, so no emotion at all about, killing all the people or, doing all the horrible stuff that he did. But, oh, wow, I'm going to be famous? Cool. Yeah, he has emotion for that. So it's not just a matter of being totally flat and everything. No, he likes the idea of being infamous, but that's kind of it seems. When the undersigned met with him in July and September 2019, there was no change in presentation or his interaction style. So that's a year later. When asked how he viewed his index offenses, indicated he did not spend too much time thinking about the offenses and was focused on moving forward. If you're in a cell by yourself the whole time, I don't really see how you can do that, but okay. When asked about the possible impact that his offenses had on his parents, Mr. Minassian indicated he was unsure how the offenses and the resultant media attention would have impacted his parents or brother. When asked to consider this, he was able to state that they were likely sad and upset. It was clear during these interactions that Mr. Minassian struggles with empathy. While he is able to voice victim empathy when pushed to do so, he can state the victims are likely angry. He does not connect emotionally. So that's an interesting autism thing. For most people, empathy is intuitive. You can understand what other people are thinking or feeling without really having to think that much about it. But people with autism, it's often not. You have to actually think about it. Okay, what's this person feeling? It's not going to automatically happen. So if you're not deliberately trying to think about it, deliberately trying to figure someone out, it'll be an issue for you. So he was able to figure out that they were sad and upset when he thought about it, but it seems that he didn't reflexively realize that. And so that's not necessarily a lost cause if you have autism. If you spend enough time, thinking about what other people are feeling, and you get used to it, it just becomes automatic. It becomes reflexive, and for all intents and purposes, you're like a normal person. You can immediately realize, oh, that person's feeling this way, or that person would feel that way, without really having to think about it because you're just so used to doing all that kind of processing. One other thing I find interesting about this is that he got a lot of help when he was a kid. He was in that Giant Steps program, was in special education classes throughout his schooling, and he still had all these issues. So it could be the case that he was just really low functioning to start off with, and they were only able to do so much, or maybe he just didn't really want to put the work in. I'm not sure, but wherever possible, Mr. Minassian's psychological test results are presented as percentiles. A percentile indicates the percent of a distribution that is equal to or below that score. E.g., a score of the 25th percentile means that the score is equal to or better than 25% of the group. When possible, raw scores from the test were converted to percentiles. Okay, yeah, so if you didn't know what a percentile was, that's what a percentile is. Okay, so the Westphal Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition, is a comprehensive measure of intellectual ability. His full-scale IQ estimate was set to fall in the high average range, 87th percentile. So, so here's a guy who's got a good vocabulary and working memory, but it's a little slow at processing information. That can be an autism thing. I had that issue when I was a kid. It's actually kind of spooky looking at these kinds of scores because they were somewhat similar to mine when I did a kid version of this. There were certain things that I was really good at, but which would take me longer than other people. Yes, we can see that he has good language skills here, but if you look at his nonverbal reasoning skills, visual puzzles, 25th percentile, and spatial perception, perceptual organization skills, 50th percentile, those are a lot lower. And so again, I had that when I was a kid. Autism can cause a range of impairments and things that aren't related to social skills, one of which can be a problem with visual spatial skills. So if you're trying to imagine, shapes in your head and what they look like, or, how to, arrange certain things in the right order, or, just kind of more physical problems like that, those tend to be a lot harder. And it's actually, it kind of throws people off because most people think that if you have a disability, you're just generally impaired in all areas. But, if you have Asperger's syndrome, then you can be absolutely brilliant in some areas and, basically disabled in others, or just below average. People don't really expect that. So like, there isn't really as much empathy necessarily. If someone is, disabled across the board, you immediately know when you see them, and it's like, okay, that person's, disabled. I feel bad for this person. I'm going to treat him nicely. But then, if you have autism, it's like, well, they see you and you kind of seem normal, you seem intelligent, but then you just do weird stuff, and it's like, what's wrong with this guy? Like that same empathy and understanding isn't there. It's unfortunate. The social cognition subtests of the WAIS-4 were also administered to assess Mr. Minassian's ability to process social information. So we have a bunch of different tests here, and I had to look up what they were. Yeah, so he performed at the lower end of the average range for affect naming and prosody, 25th percentile. So what affect naming is in this test is they'll show you a picture of somebody and they'll say, well, what emotion are they expressing? And so prosody, what they'll do there is they'll play voice recordings of people talking, and they'll ask you what they're expressing. And so one of the problems that people with Asperger's often have is that they can interpret language very literally, and they're not quite as good at being able to understand and perceive tone of voice, and how tone of voice can change the meaning of what you're saying, or how, or the way you're speaking, how fast you're speaking, that kind of thing can change the meaning of what you're saying. So he's getting a low score for that, meaning that he probably has this issue. And so it goes on to say he struggled with recognizing the nuance of language, specifically identifying how tones can change the meaning of what is said. Prosody pair matchings, 22nd percentile. So what that test is they'll have a recording of two people talking, and they'll say, what's going on there. So second percentile is kind of almost as low as you can possibly get for that, meaning that he really isn't able to pick up on that. And so that kind of got me thinking, like he, when he was in high school, he was bullied, and he decided to kind of deflect the attention by making silly noises, and he thought that people thought that he was funny, but like they probably didn't. And tone is one of the ways you could kind of pick up on that, because you might have people being like, yeah, Alek, make the funny noises again, yeah, and he'd make them, and they'd be like, oh yeah, that's great, you're so cool, do it again, like I mean, if you're good at identifying tone, if people are being, mean to you, you can kind of pick up on that. It's like, well, the way they're talking, these people aren't nice, but he was bad at this stuff. And so this is a common problem for people with autism. They end up being kind of naive because they can't really pick up on these nuances, and they're often easier to manipulate. So that might have been what was going on with him. But yeah, these are some very low scores, which suggest that he's not really very good at that kind of thing. And so the faces tests here, one issue people with autism can have is with face recognition. I'm actually kind of bad about that. I can meet somebody and then just completely forget what they look like if I'm not paying attention to it. There's actually a term for not being able to recognize faces at all, or being extremely bad at it. It's I remember Chris Chan had it. I forget what it is off the top of my head. It starts with P. But yeah, so it's not that bad in my case, but it is an area where I'm worse than a lot of people. His ability to recall emotions fell in the low average to average range, 17th to 25th percentile. That's another issue too. If you have autism, you're not only bad at recognizing emotions, but your brain just isn't really that good at storing that kind of information. So if you're trying to remember what other people were feeling, or trying to remember what was going on with other people, it's harder. And so we had a low score for that. Yeah, so the repeatable battery for the assessment of neuropsychological status, R-bands, was the next one. So this is kind of more of a memory and processing thing. Relative weakness in his visuospatial constructional skills, with this domain falling the low average range. All the areas measured fell in the average range. Yeah, okay, so again, an issue with visual spatial skills. His performance in the social cognition subtests, however, do suggest that he has difficulty with the nuance of language and is likely to interpret language in a concrete manner. Yeah, so that kind of goes to what I was talking about there. Okay, so Mr. Minassian was administered the Paulus Deception Scale to assess his tendency to answer questionnaires in a socially desirable manner. Yes, this test basically asks you questions about yourself and is able to somehow determine if you're trying to look better than you are or worse than you are. It's kind of interesting. I don't know the internals of how that works, But Mr. Minassian's total PDS score was elevated 91st percentile, high average range, suggested that he may be inclined to present himself in a positive light. When the two subscales of the PDS are examined, he demonstrated an elevation on the impression management scale, 95th percentile, but his self-deceptive enhancement scale, 35th percentile, was not evaluated. The high IM score suggests that Mr. Minassian may be presenting himself in an overly positive light due to situational demands. It does not appear that this is a trait-like tendency as reflected by the average SDE score. So what this is getting into is there are different pathologies behind why people will deceive other people. So you have people who have a distorted view of themselves, and you see themselves as being way better than they are, and so they tell other people that, which the self-deceptive scale speaks to, I'm assuming. And then you have people who don't think highly of themselves, but they want everybody else to, because they want to manipulate people or get people to think a certain thing. And so that would be the impression management part of this. So it isn't that Alek Minassian thinks he's really great and he's telling everybody else that. It's just he's trying to make people think more favorably of him. And so in terms of why, I mean, it could be that, this is someone who's been treated badly his whole life and, wants to try as hard as he can to make people think well of him. But it could also be because he wanted to manipulate all the doctors so they'd think he was crazy and give him his desired NCR defense so he gets to be in a cushy hospital and maybe get out one day. Yeah, there are offenders who go into the system thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna manipulate all the tests. I'm gonna get people to think I'm crazy when I'm not, or I'm gonna get them to think I'm great when I'm actually horrible. And they have tests that can figure that out. They can figure out if you're trying to trick them into thinking you're better than you are. And this test figured that out about him. They do fail in some cases. You may remember Carla Homolka, who had some very favorable test scores, but as they later found out, was actually quite horrible. So these things aren't infallible, but it's not as easy to deceive all the doctors as some people think it is. Okay, so we're getting on to the personality test. Mr. Minassian was administered the Personality Assessment Inventory, PAI, a measure of personality and psychopathology. So it measures your personality and also some less desirable traits you might have that would be of interest to people in a forensic setting. His profile was considered valid, although there was some indication of idiosyncratic responding. Substantively, Mr. Minassian's PI was marked by significant elevations across a number of different scales. The configuration of the clinical scales was indicative of an individual who is unhappy, moody, and is experiencing tension. He described his self-esteem as rather low, and he views himself as ineffectual and powerless to change the direction of his life. He reported experiencing difficulties in his concentration and decision-making. Right, so one of the obvious issues with that is that he's answering this test while he's in jail, in a cell by himself, knowing he's going to be there forever. So that's something that might affect the answer someone gives for this test. It's like, is a normal person going to be unhappy, moody, experiencing tension in that kind of environment? Are they going to have low self-esteem and view themselves as powerless to change the direction of their life? Yeah, probably. So, the way these tests are structured, there's supposed to be general questions about how you are rather than, more situational questions of what are you like now. Like that's what they're supposed to be getting at. But, this is something that I would imagine is going to affect that at least somewhat. Mr. Minassian's responses in the PI indicated that he is experiencing uncomfortable levels of anxiety and tension. Okay, so same stuff as before. He also reported that he is inclined to monitor his environment in an effort to avoid anxiety-provoking situations or triggers, which seems like something he had before, although, if he's... I would say that if he was in jail with other prisoners, it would make sense to do that and to avoid getting jumped because he's Alek Minassian, but he doesn't have to worry about that. The responses indicate he is uncertain about many life issues and feels that he has little sense of direction or purpose at present. Yeah, no shit. No shit. So again, it's kind of what I was mentioning earlier. I would question the validity of this and whether this applied to his life before the attack, his life in general, or, maybe it's mostly just now. Mr. Minassian described low mood not because he was regretful of his actions, but rather because the full extent of his plan had not been executed. His responses did suggest that he has intense and recurrent thoughts of suicide. Of note, it was his plan to die by suicide by cop during the commission of his offenses. Although he did report ongoing thoughts of suicide during my initial meetings with him, these thoughts dissipated over time, and during my most recent meeting, he denied thoughts of suicide and confirmed he had not had such thoughts for some time. Yeah, so full extent of his plan, are they just talking about how he didn't kill himself, or was it like, oh, I'm sad because I wanted to kill more people? It's not really clear here. Regarding the experience of anger, Mr. Minassian described himself as very meek and unassertive. Okay. Yeah, again, that's fitting in with how we saw him, but you remember the Paulus deception scores, and it's like, well, how much can we rely on what he's saying? And then that's another one of the issues here, right? Like, so all these tests are a measure of how he feels about himself, him filling out answers that describe how he feels. And maybe you could sit down and be like, hey, I want to say I'm something I'm not, because they won't hate me as much. I'm not angry. I don't want to kill everybody. No. So, it's worth being mindful of that, I think. In terms of self-concept, Minassian appears to view himself in a rather harsh and negative light. He is prone to be self-critical and pessimistic, dwelling on past failures and lost opportunities. He is consequently very uncomfortable and passive in social situations. He is inclined to take a submissive, withdrawn stance when dealing with others, and has little confidence when interacting with others. Mr. Minassian does acknowledge having long-standing difficulties managing social situations, which is in keeping with the diagnosis of autism. And although he has the support of his parents and brother, Mr. Minassian's responses on the PAI suggest that he feels his level of social support is lower than the average adult. So this is kind of getting back into more historical questions and questions about his interactions with others, which he wouldn't have had in jail because he was basically by himself the whole time. So I would expect this to kind of have more validity with regards to how he was before. Yes, the dwelling on past failures and lost opportunities is kind of a recurring theme, and the judge thought that was salient in why he committed his attack. He was, so the dwelling on past failures and lost opportunities was something that was discussed before, and there are a few researchers who picked up on that, and who viewed himself as being one of those mass shooters who, was angry about past failures and wanted to avenge himself on society and create a new image for himself that wasn't a failure. So this issue with being prone to being self-critical and pessimistic, dwelling on past failures, that is often a problem for people with autism, especially if you don't get help, right? Because what'll happen is you'll socialize with people, things won't go the way you want, you won't know why, you won't succeed, you won't make that friend or get that date, and so your life is going to be like this very long string of frequent or maybe even constant failures where you don't know why they're happening, you don't know how to fix them, and that really messes people up, And, if you don't know why something happened, you're often going to dwell on it and be like, well, why did that happen? You're going to rack your brain. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Why did that happen? And so the kind of experience that, a person with autism is going to have is something that will sort of prime them to be this way. You have all these failures. You don't know why they're happening. You want to know why they're happening. It's not a good thing for people's mental health. And uncomfortable and passive too, if you don't know what's going on, it's going to make you uncomfortable. And passive, you might be worried, I'm going to say the wrong thing like I did those 50,000 other times. So, I'm going to be careful. I'm going to see what's going on and be very calculated about what I say. Little confidence. I mean, if you fail all the time, it's kind of hard to be confident. Submissive, could be related to being bullied or constant failure. So, again, these are common issues for people with autism, and I think it's worth thinking about how they can develop. His level of social support being lower than an average adult. If you just have your family, your average adult is going to have more than that, right? So I don't think that's unreasonable. In terms of treatment motivation, Mr. Minassian's responses suggest his motivation is at par with individuals being seen in a clinical or treatment setting. He endorsed having a positive attitude towards the possibility of personal change, the value of therapy, and the importance of personal responsibility. Well, of course he did. That was my gut reaction to this, and it's like, I want to change, I want to get help, I think responsibility is important, but I'm not sorry for what I did, and in fact, I do it again. These two things aren't really compatible with each other in my view. So, it could be he's looking at this in a more abstract way and hasn't really thought about how it applies to himself or doesn't care. Okay, anger disorders scale. Okay, Mr. Minassian was also administered the anger disorders scale, a measure of dysfunctional anger in adults. His profile was considered valid. The total ADS score was suggestive of mild anger pathology. It appears that Mr. Minassian demonstrates mild problems with rumination and suspiciousness. He is likely to act out in a passive-aggressive or indirect manner and may be impulsive at times. Mr. Minassian's score on the resentment scale did fall in the moderate range, suggesting he is likely to reflect a great deal on his past disappointments. He may blame others for his failure and covets others' successes. He may endorse beliefs that he should have had a better life. Mr. Minassian also demonstrated a moderate score on the brooding subscale, suggesting that he is inclined to hold in his feelings of anger. Individuals with this elevation can also experience symptoms of depression, which is consistent with his PAI profile. Yeah, so this is looking a little bit more, mass shootery, because there are different forms of what they're calling dysfunctional anger. Like you can be, the road rage guy, you get cut off in traffic, fuck you, motherfucker, and you swear at them. And so you have people that will just explode when something bad happens. Then you have people who will kind of, turn inward, they won't like directly confront what's making them mad. They'll just ruminate about it for, hours and hours, days, maybe even longer. Yeah, so the rumination is kind of a factor in a lot of mass shootings. You have people ruminating on some grievance they have for years and years, and they finally are like, screw that, I'm going to do something about it, that stereotype of, kids getting bullied, becoming mass shooters. Like, the kids whose response to being bullied is to smash the bully's head and probably isn't going to be that person, because, they get even. They deal with it immediately. But, to spend, huge amounts of time ruminating over all the bad things that have happened to you, that can... if it builds up for a long time, you can end up with something, a form of explosive anger that's much worse. In the passive aggressive or indirect manner, like, here's someone who's afraid of direct confrontation, so will kind of just come at you a little bit. Blaming others for his failures and coveting others' successes. That Elliot Rodger did that. And again, that could have been salient in why he did his attack. It's everyone else's fault that I failed, and I should be as successful as other people. I should have had a better life. And, moderate score on the brooding subscale, so he's brooding about stuff. So, yeah, so it's kind of looking like he is similar to Elliot Rodger in that respect. Okay, final diagnosis, autism spectrum disorder. No surprises there. So summarizing now. Mr. Minassian accepted responsibility for his offending behavior. It was his position that he was striving to continue the work of his idol, Elliot Rodger, and contribute to the incel rebellion movement. Sounds like a good name for a band. Underlying this, in my view, was a desire to achieve infamy, to be seen and acknowledged in some way. He acknowledged that he had planned out the attack, and he had reserved the van 3 weeks prior to executing his plan. It appears that he chose April 23rd because he had wanted to submit a college paper that was due on April 22nd, 2018. I'd kind of like to know what that college paper was. What was so important that he had to finish it before his attack. So Alek Minassian's statements to the different doctors that interviewed him were contradictory. And here he was saying that, I wanted to contribute to the incel movement and continue Elliot Rodger's work. So he's really going hard on the incel stuff. And then later on he says, I just made it up to be infamous. So he's changing his story, and that was one of the reasons why the judge ultimately didn't really put much faith in what he had to say about himself. Mamak believed that, this was all ultimately underlined by a desire to achieve infamy, whatever his political or social goals were. Okay, so he offered that between 2009 and 2016, he would periodically read or look up articles about the incel movement or related topics. I found this kind of suspicious because the incel movement didn't really exist before Elliot Rodger, and it didn't really pick up traction until a few years after he did what he did, right? Like all the big incel forums didn't exist back then. I think the word incel was around back then, but not many people knew about it. I'm inclined to think this is a typo or something. And I keep calling it the incel movement, it's, you can get into like semantics about whether it should be considered a movement or an organization or something like that. I'm inclined to say that it's not, but that is something a lot of people say. Yeah, so he became more obsessed with Rodger's manifesto in like the year or two prior to his shooting. It could be a result of things getting worse in college and him becoming more bleak about his social situation. Okay, so here we're getting to his empathy, which was a big subject of discussion. Because Mr. Minassian struggles with empathy, he likely did not consider the possible emotional impact that his actions would have on others. His behavior was goal-directed and concrete, with little consideration of how his actions would impact victims, his own family, or the community at large. When I first met with Mr. Minassian, he stated that if he could have done it again, he would have wanted a higher kill count, and he would have made sure that his desire to suicide would have been realized. During more recent meetings, Mr. Minassian has stated that he is no longer focused on the notion of notoriety and does not spend much time thinking about Elliot Rodger, the incel movement, or his own offenses. It was my impression that he continues to have no emotional connection to the offenses or the impact that his conduct has had on others, including his parents. yeah, so the basic overall impression she has is just, well, he wanted to get notoriety and he did, and he didn't really care about anything else, and still doesn't have much insight into that. We'll get more into that with the other reports. Okay, so I'll read you the last paragraph here. Mr. Minassian is a man whose offending behavior appears on the surface to be motivated by a desire for notoriety and infamy. However, he is a young man who is diagnosed with autism. Because of his diagnosis, he has struggled to form and maintain close connections with others, particularly females, despite a desire to do so. Lacking the skills to manage his frustrations and desires, he sought out others online who, in his opinion, mirrored his experience. As is common for those with autism, he developed a fixation or became focused on a particular subject, specifically Elliot Rodger and the Incel Rebellion. Over time, as his fixation grew, he developed a plan to emulate Elliot Rodger, and in doing so, he rented a van and struck down pedestrians as he drove down Yonge Street in Toronto. And consistent with his diagnosis, Mr. Minassian is now, more than a year later, able to compartmentalize his conduct and has no emotional connection to his offenses. Okay. So I don't like it how she seems to be implying that, oh, well, autism made him fixate on that stuff. As I mentioned earlier, I don't think this is a, autism made him do it scenario. And they mentioned earlier he rented the van 3 weeks before his attack. So it's not like he woke up one morning and was like, I'm going to kill people today. Like he planned this stuff sometime in advance. And so you'll notice she's saying he's compartmentalizing his conduct. So like she's not saying that he's incapable of having a connection. She's saying he's compartmentalizing it. He's avoiding thinking about it so he doesn't have to deal with the consequences of what he did. And there are other offenders who will do this. An example of people will often think of as sex offenders. They have all sorts of ways of detaching themselves from the reality of what they did, or telling themselves it wasn't that bad, like, oh, she was asking for it, or oh, the kid had a good time, and all that kind of stuff. And so it's an antisocial behavior, or at the very least an immature one. You're just kind of locking the stuff up in a way in your brain so you don't have to deal with it. And so, she's not outright saying it, but one possible reading of this is that, he's being a bad person by doing that. And it's not necessarily the case that he just isn't capable of having an emotional connection. He just doesn't want to, right? So that's it for Mimi Mamak's report. We're going to jump back to Bradford now. Okay, so we're back to Bradford's report. This is where he's finished quoting Mamak's report. And now we're moving on to Dr. Chauhan, another person he consulted with. I consulted with Dr. Chauhan, and she works in forensic psychiatry and has a subspecialty in child and adolescent psychiatry. She also completed training on autism spectrum disorders. I requested her opinion on Mr. Minassian to assess if he in fact suffers from autism spectrum disorder. This is particularly relevant when there is a previous diagnosis of pervasive development disorder. Yeah, so he wants to make sure the doctors way back when got it right, and this is someone who specialized in autism, so this is going to be her main purpose here. So again, it's quoted here. We're going to jump to Chauhan's report. Okay, so here's Chauhan's report, addressed to Dr. Bradford. Rebecca A. Chauhan. I hope I'm saying that right. Maybe it's Chauhan. If I'm saying your name wrong, Miss Chauhan, I'm very sorry. Okay. Stuff about her qualifications. You can pause and read this stuff if you want to. Purpose of report. Provide a psychiatric assessment pertaining to questions of a possible diagnosis of autism in light of a previous diagnosis of pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified at the age of 5. Okay. So before they were saying it was pervasive development disorder, specifically autism, and now it's pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified, which I mentioned is what they often diagnose people with Asperger's with when they didn't know what it was. So we've got a bit of a contradiction here. I'm not really sure what to think about that, but either way. Okay, confidentiality, sources of information. Okay, so she interviewed him September 18th, 19th, and 27th, 2018. Spoke to his father, mother, and brother, and consulted the guy who diagnosed him with pervasive developmental disorder back in when he was 5. And so she consulted him, but still thought that was what happened. So, I don't know. Okay. Here's what he did. Was living with his parents and older brother in Toronto at the time of his offense. Okay, so he was interviewed for a total of 5 hours. He was assessed in the seclusion area of Mountain 3 Forensic Assessment Unit with nursing staff observing the interaction. So he's in the hole at the hospital with a bunch of people watching him through a mirror, or maybe a camera or something. I don't know. That's not particularly great. It was assessed utilizing the Semi-Structured Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule, 2nd edition, Module 4. Cool. Okay. All right, what about his family history? He described a good relationship with members of his immediate family, including his brother. He denied any particular religious affiliations. He identified as heterosexual and indicates he identifies his gender as male. He has always lived at home other than a short period of time when he joined the military and was away for basic training. Okay, so he indicated that he received the diagnosis of Asperger's syndrome in grade 6 and attended a middle school with a program specific to youth with autism spectrum disorder for grades 7 and 8. Okay, so 7 years later after he got diagnosed with PDD, and they were kind of better at figuring out what Asperger's syndrome, the symptoms of Asperger's syndrome, and clinicians knew more about it. He finally did get that diagnosis. It's important to get it early on as a kid. If you get it when you're an adult, it's a lot harder to access any kind of help or supports. This is about his Tourette's. Discontinued the Abilify after 6 months due to feeling the benefits did not outweigh the burden of the side effects he was experiencing. This is the same kind of stuff that he was talking about before with the mirrors. He denied any particular discomfort or distress with sounds, textures, or taste. So people with autism don't necessarily have any sensory problems. I never had any, actually. So this is more about his phobias. He stated he would have a sensation of something in his mouth that was going to make him sick and felt compelled to expel it immediately. Thus, he would spit repeatedly. He also described a feeling of choking that would lead him to spit, so that's why he was spitting on his wall. He reported that this would occur in the classroom at school and that he would spit on the floor repeatedly throughout the day due to the sensation of something bad being in his mouth and the fear he would become ill. He recalled that he would compulsively clear his throat and would blow his hands repeatedly to get dirt off. He indicated he would compulsively repeat behaviors on the other side of his body in order to maintain symmetry. He reported that he had a repetitive behavior that involved reaching one arm forward, and that he would always feel compelled to repeat this on the other side to keep things symmetrical. Yeah, so if he's doing all this stuff in school, this is someone who's very obviously going to appear disabled and that people aren't going to want to be around. Probably speaks to why he was in spec ed classes and had all that assistance. Again, that probably wreaked havoc on his ability to make friends and socialize with other kids if he's doing all this stuff, Areas of interest. Mr. Minassian indicated he has often spent time reading about astrophysics, outer space, and geology. Pity he didn't stick with them. In secondary school, after the Virginia Polytechnic school shooting, he started reading about mass murders and became interested in the subject. He indicated he would periodically look at Wikipedia for lists of mass murders, and this often occurred in the context of feeling bullied or lonely. So he's mad at what's happening to him, so he's looking at mass shootings to make himself feel better and probably imagining doing it too. Right. He recalled that in high school he was searching Wikipedia regarding mass shootings of interest approximately every 3 months. In addition, he reported that in the context of feeling lonely during his adolescent years, he would fantasize about shooting people every 4 to 5 months. Not infrequent. Yeah, really not a smart thing to say if you want people to NCR you. Like, he got this high score on impression management, but he wasn't able to figure out that if he makes this look like something he was thinking about and possibly planning for years, as opposed to something he just randomly did, and it's going to be less likely for him to get that NCR label. This is an instance where I actually believe what he's saying, because it really doesn't make him look good at all. And the only reason I can think of why he'd mention it is that he either doesn't know any better or doesn't care. Okay, all right, some more about his school history. Okay, kept in touch with his friends from elementary school through Facebook. He described that a friend is someone who you hang out with on personal time. He indicated that his interactions with friends outside of school have typically involved playing video games, and he would also play multiplayer games with strangers online. So I find it noteworthy that his definition of friend wasn't more sophisticated than someone you hang out with. There isn't much about, what, friends are supposed to do, or how friends support each other, or any of that kind of stuff. So this could speak to his friendships being relatively superficial. You played video games with them, but what else did he do? How much of a connection with them did he really have? So that could have been part of what was going on, or maybe he just didn't know how to have a connection with other people. Maybe he never learned how to do that. He described a history of bullying by male youth starting around grade 7 and continuing throughout high school. He indicated that due to his fear of being bullied by his peers, he started speaking in a high-pitched, goofy voice when at school, as he preferred to be laughed at for being silly. He reported that he would tell a male student that he loved them to be funny, yet denied any sexual interest in the male youth. He described that it was an act he would put on because he knew they would laugh. He explained that he felt negative attention was still better than nothing. He recalled that his parents would get informed by the school when another youth had been bullying him repeatedly, and the school's response was to keep him separated from the individual bullying him. Okay, so, I mean, here's a guy who's being taunted and laughed at because of who he is, because of his issues, all the social problems, probably the tics and all the weird behaviors he did because of his phobias. And this was a way of controlling that, I guess. If I can choose what they're going to laugh at. They're not going to laugh at all these other things I'm ashamed of. They're going to laugh at something I'm doing deliberately. So there's an element of control there. But I mean, at the end of the day, they're still laughing at him. And this part here, he explained that he felt negative attention was better than nothing. Again, the judge really seized on that. Like, this is some guy who just wants attention and doesn't care what it is. And so we can kind of see this. He felt this way when he was a kid. I'd rather have negative attention than nothing. And then ultimately, when he does his attack, he has the same motivation. I want to get attention. I don't care if it's good or bad. It's better than nothing. So it's kind of sad because it goes to show, like, this is how he was in high school. And, here he was doing his attack 10 years later, and he still thought that way. He hadn't changed. Now his life is going to be forever defined by the fact that he was like that. He's going to be in jail probably for the rest of his life because of what he did. Very sad. He indicated that he started acting in a proper manner when he started college and was no longer speaking in a different style of voice when he was with his peers. He reported that he talked with 3 peers with whom he often did group assignments in between classes. He did not socialize with anyone after school hours. He described that throughout college he felt alone and spent much of his leisure time playing video games. Okay, so here's more about his fear of girls. He described an intense fear of being rejected by females that has dated back to middle school. He indicated that around grade 7 or 8, he started noticing that girls were talking differently and that in retrospect he thinks they were maybe being flirtatious. So he thinks maybe they were now, but he wasn't sure at the time. Social skills yet again. He described thinking that girls in his middle school were talking behind his back and making fun of him. He stated that he tried to talk to a female youth in middle school and that they laughed at him. He described this experience of being laughed at in middle school caused him to be intensely fearful of being judged by other female youth. Yeah, well, that's pretty... this is an experience I've heard a lot of incels talk about. You're in, middle school, you're first becoming aware of, sexuality and romance, and, you want to try out what everyone else is trying out, get those first experiences, and, so you work up the confidence, talk to a girl, and they laugh at you, and you're like, you got to be kidding me, and that's it. That's all you get, that sucks. It really does. And I can understand people, if that's their experience, just being like, screw that. Not that I'm, justifying misogyny or any of that kind of stuff, but it's hard, and like, if you have bad social skills and you don't know what to do and you don't have anyone to tell you what to do, it's not a fun position to be in. In high school, he apparently pretended to be afraid of female youth in order to avoid having any contact with them due to what he described as an intense fear of being rejected or made fun of by girls. He indicated that he would throw up his arms or quiver when a female youth approached him to demonstrate his fear of them. He recalled that he would pretend to cry if a female youth asked him a question. When asked about the response he typically received when he displayed this behavior, he responded that the female youth would walk away. Yeah, like, this is one of the most autistic things I've ever heard. So it's like, I don't want girls to talk to me. How can I make them think I'm someone they don't want to talk to? And the ways he came up with of doing this really weren't normal. They're bizarre, but, if you're autistic and you don't know how social interaction works, maybe this is something you could come up with. But yeah, they probably thought he was weird as hell. And it looks like he just kind of gave up at that point. Like, they're just going to reject me or make fun of me, so I'm just going to swear off girls. No girls for me. Anyway, Mr. Minassian described feeling attracted to females identified as heterosexual. He stated that there was only one occasion in his life where he approached a female for the purpose of trying to ask her to go on a date with him. He recalled that the female he approached was a stranger at the library with her head down. He indicated that this attempt was unsuccessful and that she politely declined to go out with him. He denied any history of sexual encounters. That's also autistic as hell, because, like, again, you have autism. You're not necessarily going to know when the right times to approach people or start a conversation or what's the right time to ask someone out? How do you know if someone's interested in you? That kind of stuff. Like, that's harder, right? And so here it's like, well, he sees a girl at the library with her head down, and he isn't able to realize that like that's not a good time to randomly approach somebody and ask him to go out with you. And indeed, it didn't work. So that speaks to his level of impairment. He didn't know that wasn't a good idea. Emotional development. There's a few noteworthy things here. Mr. Minassian was questioned regarding his experience of emotions and ability to observe others' emotional reactions. He stated that video games, riding his bicycle, and spending time outside made him feel happy. He struggled to explain how he feels in his body when he experiences happiness, other than to say he might smile. He stated that he feels anxious if he is not able to use the washroom. When he was asked how he feels inside when he is anxious, he responded that he senses he is going to screw up and lose everything. When he was asked what makes him feel angry, he responded, "Not much that does." He described when he feels angry he can't concentrate and that his head feels hot. He indicated that failing tests and getting fired from job made him feel sad. He described that when he is sad, he feels things are moving more slowly, that he is more focused and that the speed of his thoughts decreases. So I was kind of intrigued by this because, one issue that people with autism can have is that they're not really that good at being able to describe emotions. And another thing that can happen is the way that they feel emotions or recognize emotions might not be the same as those of other people. So when I was a kid, I was being, tested for similar things. I was asked questions like that. Where do you feel all your emotions? And so, when I felt emotions, I would hear music playing in my head or see all these images in my mind's eye that would kind of correspond to how I was feeling and what was going on in my subconscious. And so, that would kind of tell me how I was feeling. Essentially, it's like, feeling angry feels like, this song or, this picture or this thought or whatever. And it's like, I wasn't really able to describe how I felt in my body. And so when I was asked this question, it's like, well, I feel it all in my head. And they were just like, oh, what's wrong with you? Like they didn't know what to make of that. But yeah, that can happen. People with autism can, think and feel and process information in ways that are very different than other people do. And it wasn't that I didn't, feel emotions or have them or recognize them. It was just a bit different than everyone else's, I suppose. And yeah, it's a really weird thing to explain to normal people, I suppose. But I could recognize a few things like, can't concentrate or, things moving more slowly. So I don't know, kind of reminded me of, myself a bit when I was a kid. I thought that was worth pointing out. It's an interesting thing to think about. Mr. Minassian reported that overall he had a very difficult time reading others' emotions when he was a child. He said that he has learned to recognize people's tone of voice and facial expressions and combine this information to interpret their emotion. When asked about his perception of his parents' emotions since the index offense, he responded that his mother had a strained smile, that his father looked downcast and shocked. Okay. So he's not completely impaired. You can figure out a few things like that. Again, it's harder, but yeah, usually when people with autism grow up, they can get better at that. So okay, he wasn't, completely lost cause in that sense. So this goes more into his weird behaviors when he was a kid. He indicated that it was easier to be laughed at for talking in a goofy voice and using an act he put on than to be teased for who he really was. Right, so that's where I was driving at before. Stated that he felt very lonely due to a lack of friendships throughout his life. He indicated that starting around middle school, he would feel down when he felt ignored by peers. He also reported that the bullying he experienced in high school by male peers caused him to feel hopeless. He stated that the hopelessness was due to a realization that his life was destined to be one of loneliness and rejection from others. Yeah, so the idea that he was destined for that was probably what consumed him the most here. It's like things are never going to get better, so, screw it. I'm not taking that job. I'm going to go kill people. Okay. This is interesting. So I should mention that I've kind of skimmed this stuff, but I haven't really read most of it in detail. So I'm kind of coming up with insights as I go along. There's a lot of material, and so I apologize if it wasn't as well prepared if you would like. But anyway, he indicated in high school he started having a lot of anxiety prior to tests if he felt he hadn't studied enough. He stated that if he felt he had failed or was going to fail, he would experience brief thoughts of ending his life. He indicated the thought of ending his life was due to feeling he was going to be unsuccessful and denied feeling depressed. He stated he would sometimes fantasize about easy ways to end his life by suicide. Right. So, so initially it might seem silly, I failed my math test, I'm going to kill myself. But, the reason that got him so much, as it says here, is that he was catastrophizing. Like, I failed this test, that means I'm going to fail everything. It's all over. I forget what the exact psychological word for this is, but there are kind of, maladaptive coping mechanisms or kind of patterns of thought that can impair your ability to function in life. And, so if you do something like, cognitive behavioral therapy, they'll try to break you out of those. And one of them is catastrophizing. Like you fail one small thing and it's like, oh, I failed another thing. I'm a failure. I'm always going to be a failure. So even though it's not a big deal, it brings back all these thoughts of, how bad everything is and how bad everything always will be because you've had all these issues. So even then he was kind of having this thought of, oh, I failed, it's not going to go well, or, oh, I might fail, I should kill myself. And he, again, it's like, 10 years later, he's still kind of thinking the same way. Mr. Minassian reported that the index offense occurred the day after his final assignment was submitted and that he would have received his final marks for the semester on April 28, 2018. He reported that he felt his last semester was his final chance and that if he failed, it would be the end of the world. He described that he had good marks that semester, yet was feeling overwhelmed by the idea of failing his courses and being unsuccessful in his job that he was to start on April 30th, 2018. So again, it's the catastrophizing. And another way autism can play into this is black and white thinking. People with autism are often very logical, very rote, and it's either going to be one thing or the other. And shades of gray can be harder for people with autism to grasp. And we kind of saw this with Elliot Rodger too. If you've seen any of my videos about that or read his manifesto or diary, he would often say, "Oh, if I can't do this thing by this time, then it's over. If I can't do this by this time, then it's over. If I'm still a virgin at this age, it's over. It's just like this is this." Either I succeed or I don't. There's no in between. There's no compromise. And so we can kind of see that here. It's like, if I fail this semester, it's going to be the end of the world. I mean, you took 6 years to do a 4-year degree. You can take more. You could do it. You could do other things, but again, it's that catastrophizing and that black and white thinking. If I don't succeed at this, it's over. And so here he is thinking, if I don't succeed at this job, it's over. I'm not going to succeed at this job. It's over. Time to rent a van. It's looking like that might have been the way that this went. So here's a guy who could have benefited from more nuanced help with his autism, maybe some cognitive behavioral therapy. But we haven't seen any indication that he received any kind of normal psychotherapy or anything related to that. It was like a bit of help in school for his autism, drugs for Tourette's, but like no long-standing therapy for CBT or kind of more general issues he had. So that could have been an area where he could have been helped, assuming that is indeed true and there isn't anything we don't know about yet. All right, so this is the stuff about his job, events leading up to index offense. Okay, so this is more about how he found Elliot Rodger. Okay, account of events leading up to index offense. Mr. Minassian indicated that he stumbled across Elliot Rodger's manifesto entitled My Twisted World in 2016 when looking up other spree killers. So that kind of shows that he wasn't as interested in spree killers as he could be. Because, Elliot Rodger's attack was in 2014. His manifesto and videos were all over the internet at that time. If he was someone who was constantly looking up this stuff, he would have found it before that. But Elliot Rodger was just one killer he found looking up other killers. So it's not like this was someone who was, on the ball and who found it immediately. It took him a while. He indicated that this was during his second term of his third year of college and he was skipping classes often to attend work. He described that he underestimated the difficulty of the term and ended up failing all 3 of his courses. He was supposed to have graduated that year, and he indicated that he was attending work rather than school due to his feeling that he needed to secure employment as he was expecting to complete college at the end of that term. So trying to juggle too many things at once, it seems. He indicated that after learning about Elliot Rodger's, he read his manifesto and watched his video. He recalled that he immediately identified with Elliot Rodger's due to the manifesto speaking of Elliot Rodger's difficulties socializing with peers and getting a girlfriend. He stated that he found himself identifying with mass murderers. He indicated that he started thinking about what it would be like to be Elliot Rodger's. He described that he saw parallels between himself and Elliot Rodger's and how they were both diagnosed with autism, struggled in relationships with females, and experienced loneliness. Right, so this is something I've been trying to figure out ever since I first heard about incels, why Elliot Rodger is relatable for so many people. I remember when I first read his manifesto, I also had autism. I also had difficulty socializing with peers and getting a girlfriend, but the similarities kind of ended there because he was just such a fucking knob, like super narcissistic. He had this Hollywood rich kid mentality of the world owes me something. I deserve to be rich and famous and better than everybody else just because I'm me. And a lot of weird sexist and racist stuff. It was very petty, very vindictive. Overall, not a very pleasant person at all. looked down on poor people and minorities, and really wasn't reflective about that kind of stuff. He was just like, oh, I'm better than them, and didn't really give those things any more thought. So, yeah, I mean, so I can understand people looking at that part. Like, yeah, he was a guy who had trouble socializing with peers and getting a girlfriend and had autism and that stuff. And I think that kind of speaks to a void in our culture of, people whose stories you hear that are like that. Like where have you seen on TV or movies or books or anything like that, someone who had that kind of life and which actually portrays it honestly. I mean, you can watch Big Bang Theory or Young Sheldon or something like that, but that's supposed to be funny, and it's done in a very cartoonish kind of way, and it's just like there's nothing that's really really relatable. If you've had those kinds of issues, there's no public figure who had the same things and who spoke about it as candidly and in a way that it was as well written as Elliot Rodgers' manifesto. So I mean, I look at incels and it's like, why are so many of them reading this manifesto, identifying with it? And it's like, well, I mean, what else do they have? What other honest accounts do they have of someone who's lived that kind of life and whose problems they can relate to? I mean, for me, it was impossible to overlook all the bad stuff. And, some of his things he said and did were just so utterly preposterous. I remember reading his manifesto for the first time, and I laughed my ass off. I couldn't believe someone like that could actually exist, but he did. Yeah. And so that I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about that. I'd be interested in hearing about that. Like, how do people get past, how horrible he was and ultimately look at that as, I can relate to this. Wondering that about Minassian too, of course. Okay. So this is more about him looking at mass shootings. He stated that in college he was able to see more of a future for himself and that the frequency of his searches on Wikipedia regarding mass shootings he had decreased to every 6 months from every 3 months. So, his hopelessness is a trigger for wanting to look at it. Oh, I might not have a future. Well, maybe I can go on a mass shooting. Oh, maybe not. So he kind of waffled, I suppose. He stated that when he looked on Wikipedia, he had a ritual of first looking at lists of primary school shootings, then post-secondary school shootings, then lists of general mass shootings. So very autistic, very formulaic. It's like, well, have dead kids for an appetizer and dead teenagers for my main course, and just more general mass shootings for dessert. That's a good mass shooting meal for me tonight. Yeah, kind of fucked up, but also very autistic, so it makes sense. Mr. Minassian briefly joined the military after the second term of his third year of college when he had failed the 3 courses. He indicated that he thought the military would be an easy way to get a job. So. Possibly a way of avoiding his anxiety. He described that starting in December 2017, he was thinking daily about Elliot Rodgers and the parallels to his life. He stated that he could not see any significant differences between his life and that of Elliot Rodgers. Well, I mean, there kind of were, but okay. He described that after December 2017, he had become obsessed about Elliot Rodgers and that it was constantly in his mind. In his final term at college, he recalled that he would see all the students talking to each other in the classrooms and that he felt isolated. He stated that he was nervous about starting work because he didn't think he could be successful socially. Right. So as things are getting more hopeless, he's becoming more obsessed, more isolated, more angry. So we see a progression here, right? That's the important part. Mr. Minassian reported that during his final term of college from January 2018 to April 2018, he was constantly thinking about Elliot Rodgers and rereading his manifesto. He stated that his lack of a girlfriend was always in his mind and that he started fantasizing about shooting people as Elliot Rodgers had done. He recalled that there would be shock value because he thought people would never expect him to complete this type of act due to his low self-confidence. He stated that in his preparation for his act of violence, he was thinking that people who thought he was nothing would think, oh, Alek Minassian has managed to kill a lot of people. Well, now you're less than nothing. I don't really see much of an improvement myself, but yeah, no surprises there. He indicated that his anxiety about the job and the influences of the manifesto and other school shootings, as well as wanting to get attention, were the reasons he decided to act out violently. When asked the reason he bothered to finish his coursework if he was planning to carry out a mass murder, he responded that he thought he should finish. Got to do everything by the book. Got to finish all the schoolwork before you commit mass murder. Okay, so we're getting into the mechanics of the attack now. He indicated that his intention was to kill people by driving the van into them and then to die by a gunshot wound from police. He stated that he was very certain the police would kill him if he acted out violently, yet knew there was a risk he would not die. He recalled that when he drove into the crowd, he realized he was hitting random people, yet in his mind he was wishing for more female victims. He reported that he was hoping that there would be more young, attractive females hurt in particular. He said his hope was to die just to avoid prison. When asked if he ever reconsidered or had doubts regarding his plan, he responded that he really wanted to do it and that he didn't consider what would happen after because he thought he would die. So these are some interesting insights into his state of mind. So we knew there was a possibility, okay, I might not be killed. And he's also indicating that he was in at least somewhat of a rational state of mind when he was doing his van attack. Because he's driving his van, he's running people over, and at the same time he's thinking, oh man, I should be running over more women. Oh, I'd really like to run over some young, attractive ones too. Let's see if I can find any, like that's what he's thinking. And dying just to avoid prison, like people have kind of theorized that before, he was just a pussy and that's why he wanted to do that. And now we can't avoid prison. Seemed pretty sure he would die though. The thing where he was, trying to make a gun movement with the police officer. I was super autistic too, him thinking that would work. He was asked how he feels now that he has completed this violent act and is still alive. He's answered that he's sure that if people Google his name, it will come up, and that this makes him feel that he has managed to get attention. He also reported that he feels happy and that it was worth it. He indicated that he tried to end his life in prison by swallowing liquid soap, as it had always been his plan to die after completing his act of violence. He indicated that his suicide attempt was unsuccessful and that he does not think he can successfully end his life in prison. He stated that he might as well try to behave while he is in prison. He was clear that if a way to end his life successfully by suicide presented itself, he would take it without a hesitation. Yeah, so he's going to be in a cell by himself without anything he can use to kill himself. Just going to make it a lot less fun, I imagine. So he wants to die, he just feels like he can't. That's too bad. Okay, so family history. Let's see if there's any cool stuff in here. Not really. Okay, head on the wall. Very shy around females. His brother indicated that he is a man of few words and that left to his own devices he would isolate himself and play video games or watch movies. His family indicated that as he got older he was more able to keep up on conversations that involved topics he was familiar with, yet he would quickly become uncomfortable and leave if the topic was on something he didn't know or care about. Yeah, so that's kind of going more to the special interest. You really want to talk about the things you're interested in, but everything else is just kind of blah. This little side note here, there's a show I watched recently called Love on the Spectrum, which is people with autism learning how to date, and they often date other people with autism, of course. So it's kind of interesting exploration of people with autism trying to get into dating when they don't necessarily know much about it. So if you're on the spectrum or you're curious about the kinds of challenges they could have, you could watch that. But like the reason I bring it up is because I'm reminded of this one girl who was on it, whose special interest was animation, and it was literally her whole life all she would ever talk about. And so you see her going on these dates, and like all she talks about is animation, and it's like, please kill me, like I have autism, and I'm still thinking, please kill me, like, yeah, it's something people need to learn how to work on. And yeah, being uncomfortable and leave, like maybe he didn't know that was rude or didn't care. I don't know. Pervasive development disorder not otherwise specified at Markham Stouffville Hospital, according to his parents. I don't know anymore. Okay, kind of the same stuff we had before. His mother reported he did not adjust well to school and needed someone to guide him regarding expectations. Right. With regard to the use of language as mentioned above, he was reported to have started using single words at the age of 3. That's actually quite a bit more delayed than I would expect even for someone with autism, which suggests that he may have been more low functioning in some ways. Speech was intelligible to strangers by the age of 5. They indicated that he showed little interest in communication with others and had to be prompted to use his language skills. They described him as being content to play quietly alone and that he showed no interest in shared attention with caregivers. His mother would set up a castle to play with him, yet she recalled that he was the one leading the pretend play. He was described as lacking imaginative play and would line up his trains repeatedly rather than build tracks with them. Right, so, yeah, if you ever see, 2-year-olds playing, for example, they're all kind of off in their own little world doing their own thing. They don't really interact with each other because they don't really have the sophistication and the social skills to know how. And then it's not until they get to kindergarten age that they're able to really play games with other people and interact with other people and, come to an agreement on what the rules are and how to do things and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but if you have autism and you're delayed, that could potentially last longer. Yeah. So if you're 4 and you still have the same way of conducting yourself as a 2-year-old, then yeah, it's going to cause you some problems. Yeah. Lacking imaginative play too. Like some people who are autistic have like super detailed imaginative worlds, and they're really really imaginative, more so than most people, and they're very creative. And other people, they're really not imaginative. They're more formulaic, facts and logic, and not really much of an imagination. And so it's from what I've seen so far, it's looking like that's the category he falls into. And of course, he's lining his trains up repeatedly rather than building tracks for them. Yeah, I forget what it was I lined up when I was a kid, but I remember when I would play with toys at a young age, I didn't play with them in the way you were supposed to play with them. It was always something weird. Often pretty creative. It wasn't just lining stuff up, but yeah, that's one of the ways, if your kid has autism, they're obsessed with order and lining things up. Although not necessarily, you don't want to freak out if they happen to do that. But yeah, that does happen. Okay. Mm-hmm. There was a year he would look in the mirror and say, "Hey there, Mr. Alek boy," repeatedly. Okay. As family members indicated that even at home with them, he does not often initiate conversation spontaneously. They described his tone of voice as monotone and with less intonation. Mr. Minassian's brother indicated that he has a history of asking inappropriate questions, such as, "Would you like to trade kneecaps?" in childhood and middle school years. Man, I'm not sure what to think about that. The monotone voice, yeah, so like you can't really learn how to have a proper tone of voice if you don't actually understand how tone of voice changes meaning, or what the differences in tone of voice are, which we saw he had issues with in that test, right? Like, so yeah, if you don't understand how it works in other people, you're not going to be able to make it work yourself. And yeah, I was super monotone when I was a kid, and eventually I figured out I sounded like Spock from Star Trek, and people didn't like that. So I got a bit better, Mr. Minassian's parents indicated that he had always avoided eye contact. He would not smile with strangers, yet does smile socially with members of his immediate family. Yeah, so eye contact, again, is a social skill. And yeah, people with autism often have to be taught how to have eye contact. Like, I had no eye contact when I was a kid, or very little. And I had to have a therapist who taught me how to have eye contact, like how to look at people when you're talking. And you don't want to stare too intently at them because that freaks you out. So you have to kind of look away a bit, or not look directly at them, that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, I actually had to be taught this stuff because, I didn't know. Whereas, for most people, it's automatic. It's looking like maybe that didn't happen with him. They indicated that he does not seem to become overly excited about anything, and that he rarely seeks to show enjoyment with others. Yeah, I'm still like that. I mean, I guess I could have learned to fake it, I suppose, but I always felt like, pretending to, well, not necessarily pretending, but just, showing displays of emotion when you don't really feel like it is not something I'm into. So yeah, people often say that about me now. It's like, you never seem excited about anything. Like I can be really excited, and I just won't look like I'm excited. I'll just look completely neutral. A common autism thing. Yeah, and people often interpret that as you just not being excited or interested in things, but that's not necessarily the case. You can have a person with autism with a totally neutral face, and they're sad or angry or excited, and just not showing it. Mr. Minassian's brother indicated that he can be quite oblivious to others' distress and discomfort, but that once he is made aware that someone is hurt, he will ask questions to convey concern if it is someone within his immediate family. Right. So that goes to cognitive empathy versus affective empathy. I talked about this in my last video about Minassian, but yeah, basically affective empathy is, feeling a certain way when other people feel that way. And cognitive empathy is understanding what other people were feeling. And so you kind of need to know what other people were feeling and to have it register in your brain in order to be able to, empathize and feel what they're feeling. So you kind of need cognitive empathy for affective empathy. And people with autism often have issues with cognitive empathy. Like they often have a hard time telling what people are feeling, but once they figure it out, they are often quite empathetic in the sense of affective empathy. And so it's, looking like that was an issue for him. He had a hard time understanding whether people were hurt or in discomfort, but he doesn't seem to care if it's outside his family. So Man had priorities, I suppose. They described him as having struggles to read others' emotions and having a very limited range of emotions that he expresses. Mr. Minassian's brother indicated that he was highly gullible and easily manipulated, and that there were times when he did things that were considered disgusting, such as licking a dirty table, due to peers telling him that he was supposed to do it. Yeah, that's kind of sad. It's interesting how the way they got him to do it was be like, oh, you're supposed to do it. There's a rule you're supposed to do it. It's okay, it's a rule. I'll do that. It's a rule to lick the dirty table. Wow. Okay, again, same stuff as before. Okay, so he responded with very brief responses that involved little descriptive terms. He offered no spontaneous information at any point during the assessment, including during attempts at creating small talk through reciprocal conversation. Yes, that's another way autism messes you up. You're not going to necessarily know what the rules of conversation are. You don't intuitively pick them up in the way other people do. So you might not know that you're supposed to volunteer information. You might not know how small talk works or even how you're supposed to do it. And it looks like he didn't understand that. Here's someone who's trying to make overtures to him and he doesn't know what he's supposed to do. He showed no effective changes indicating interest when discussing outer space or places that would be fun to vacation. He approached tasks in a formal way and seemed to take it very seriously. He provided a lot of information regarding what he saw on the pages of the books Tuesday and Freezefall by David Weissner, yet showed no interest or amusement when reading the books. Well, I'm curious about what these books are and whether or not they are going to provide you with interest or amusement, so I'm gonna sidetrack you for a bit and look them up. Okay, so it appears that Tuesday is a children's picture book. Here's a reviewer who has fond memories of reading it in kindergarten. Turns out it's almost all pictures and very few words, but the pictures are kind of funny. Here are a bunch of flying frogs. The book is apparently about frogs that randomly start flying. Okay, more flying frogs. It is kind of funny. Okay, some guy eating a sandwich. Flying frogs getting tangled in bed sheets. Flying frogs sitting in some chick's house. More flying frogs. Flying frogs chasing a dog. And I guess the frogs are going back into the water. And okay, well, I'm glad they had fun flying. And then it turns out Freefall is also a children's book about a little boy who has a dream where he goes on a heroic adventure. Seems to be aimed at preschool, kindergarten age kids. Yeah, so it could be that this test they're giving him was designed for younger children, or it could just be they picked something very simple that would provoke an emotion in most people, regardless of age. Like, oh, hey, flying frogs, that's pretty cool, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. That is an issue that often comes up with these tests for disabilities, is they have tests for kids and they sort of tweak them a bit for adults, but they don't necessarily change some things that maybe they should. Okay. When Mr. Minassian was observed in his room, aka cell, he was seen talking to himself, exercising in a ritualized fashion, and lining up his books repeatedly. There was no evidence of disorganized behavior. So it looks like a continuation of what he was doing before, or maybe he went a little loopy. Wonder what he was saying to himself. He demonstrated evidence of an adequate vocabulary suggestive of average intellectual functioning, yet communicated using very brief and overly formal statements that lack descriptive terms. Mr. Minassian had very superficial insight into his diagnosis of pervasive development disorder, yet seemed to lack an appreciation of the type of deficits that are core to this disorder. He demonstrated poor appreciation for the experiences of others and little ability to consider the perspectives of others. His judgment is limited by his rigid thought process and deficits in considering alternative responses and consequences in social interactions. So this was quite striking to me. Here's a guy who's been getting help for autism since he was in grade 1, and so you'd think they would have explained to him in depth what kind of problems he's going to have because he has autism, all the things that are going to be hard for him to understand, all the issues that he's going to have in, body language and tone of voice and understanding what all the social rules are, and that there would be some sort of tailored help for him in those areas. But here's a guy who's, got help for this throughout his entire childhood all the way up to high school and lacks an appreciation of the types of deficits it causes. So I'm thinking, what happened there? Like, did nobody explain that to him? And yeah, poor appreciation for others' experiences. like I was told, like, yeah, it's going to be harder for you to understand what other people are thinking and feeling. Here's how to do that. Oh, this happened in this situation. Well, that's what that means. That's what this means. And part of getting help for autism is just saying, well, like you have a therapist and you say, well, like this social situation happened. I don't understand why this happened or why that happened or what this means. And, they explain it to you. Right. And so like, did that not happen either? I just, it's got me thinking that somebody must have failed this guy somewhere down the line, and it's something worth thinking about, I suppose. Okay. So this is some background on what autism is. Okay, PDD-NOS no longer exists as it involved a category of diagnoses that involved autism, Asperger's syndrome, rest disorder, and childhood disintegrative disorder. Yeah, so basically it's like, well, it could be all these things. We're not really sure, so we're just going to give you this as a label. Yeah, but they did seem to have identified it as autism, though. Okay, yeah, so they merged into the DSM-5. That's what I was talking about earlier. In reviewing the descriptions of Mr. Minassian's clinical presentation at the age of 5, he did not fall clearly into the category of either autism or Asperger's disorder, and this is likely the reason he was given the diagnosis of PDD-NOS. Right, so they couldn't decide on his level of impairment, so if it was severe enough, it would be autism. If it was less severe, it would be Asperger's, and they're like, well, he's kind of in the middle, we're not sure, so that's why he got the label. Okay. Okay, going over the same stuff as before, and the autism diagnosis tool that was used. Okay, part of the history of tics that started in his adolescent years, so it didn't manifest until then. Looking the same as before. He provided highly superficial descriptions of his experience of emotions and showed no change in his affect during the assessment. When asked about his understanding of his parents' emotions, he provided a superficial description of what his mother's face and tone of voice was during his last visit with her. He struggled to describe others' emotional experiences in a coherent fashion and seemed to have difficulties appreciating others' thoughts and how this may relate to their emotional state. Mr. Minassian's deficits in understanding others' emotions and his rudimentary description of his own emotional state was assessed as a significant weakness in contrast to his average intellectual capacity. Mr. Minassian's eye contact during the assessment was also impaired as he tended to avoid eye contact or engage in an intense stare with decreased eye blink. Right, so he probably knew that eye contact meant staring at a person, but he didn't know how to modulate it. His development of a story lacked imagination and was the description of a dog who was born, lived his life, got sick, and died. There was a lack of characters, descriptive terms, and no climax or variation to his story. Yes, that's one thing they do in these kinds of assessments sometimes. Is they'll have you, they'll give you like a story prompt. It can be like a bunch of words or a picture, like, write a story about this, or, oh, here's a picture, what's happening in the picture? And then you'll tell a story, and it's to kind of assess your level of sophistication in that area, and if there are any kind of thought disturbances going on, or it can also be a way of figuring out deeper things about you too, kind of like Freud's Rorschach test, except they actually work. So if you see a picture of a mom and a baby in your story as well, the dad left, and the mom drinks heavily and beats the baby every day, and it's like, why is he coming up with that story? So it can be a way of figuring out stuff like that. When describing the story's Free Fall on Tuesday, he provided an abundance of information regarding what he saw happening on the page, yet struggled to relay this information in a coherent fashion. Okay, so they're trying to get him to describe stuff. That's why it's a picture book. Yeah, so it's the synthesizing thing again, like he sees a picture, but it's like, what's your interpretation of this picture? What's going on? And he has trouble with that. Interesting. Okay. Clearly meets the criteria for autism spectrum disorder. No kidding. His pattern of symptoms is more consistent with high-functioning autism rather than Asperger's syndrome using DSM-4 TR criteria. Oh, right, I forgot about that. So, yeah, so DSM-4, there was autism, there was high-functioning autism, and Asperger's syndrome. And if I remember correctly, like high-functioning autism was kind of in the middle of the two, since they would often have people kind of between those two things, and they wouldn't know where to put them. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think that's what it was. They're saying he's actually impaired to the point where, Chauhan is saying he's actually impaired to the point where it would have been high-functioning autism rather than Asperger's in the DSM-4. Mr. Minassian presented as flat in his affect and showed no emotional change in conversation despite engaging in conversations involving serious topics such as the charges he is facing. Yeah, I don't know what it is that makes autistic people monotone about everything like that, or not very emotionally expressive. That's something about me that often used to freak people out, when I was talking about serious things or messed up things. I'd just be like completely flat, and they'd be like, whoa. And then, people can look at that and think that you're psycho or something. But I mean, it's not that you don't have emotions. You just don't express them in the way other people do. But yeah, that was one of the most striking things about his police interview I found. He's talking about he's killed all these people and he's going to be in jail for the rest of his life. And he's just totally flat, totally cold. Yeah, going to jail for the rest of your life would kind of be a big deal for most people. But I mean, if you think your life's hopeless and that it's never going to improve and all you can really do is make yourself infamous, then maybe not so much. At that point, he'd been in for a few months, so he had a while to get acclimatized and get over the initial trauma of, oh shit, I'm going to be here forever. Okay, Mr. Minassian describes significant deficits in his capacity for appreciating others' thoughts and emotional experiences and how his behaviors may impact others. This lends him to have significant impairments in his moral reasoning. In his description of events leading up to the index offense, there is evidence that he had become hyper-focused on the manifesto by Elliot Rodgers, unable to appreciate any differences between his own life and Elliot Rodgers. His description of rereading the manifesto multiple times, thinking about it daily, and feeling obsessed about mass murders in Elliot Rodgers is suggestive of him having become hyper-focused and indoctrinated by the writings of Elliot Rodgers in his manifesto. So I was hoping she'd say more about the moral reasoning part, but maybe we'll get to that. Again, it started that implication that, the hyperfixation was an autism thing. Indoctrinated is an interesting way of putting it, because if you read Elliot Rodgers' manifesto, he doesn't really have an ideology that he's trying to persuade people of. It's more like, this is what happened to me and what I think about it, and this is what I think girls are like. But overall, I would say it's more descriptive than prescriptive, right? Like, he's not saying you should do this or you should think this. It's not a communist manifesto type thing where you're trying to inspire people to think a certain way or do a certain thing. So indoctrinated is kind of a weird word choice, given that there's not really much of a coherent ideology there, so much as just a disconnected series of complaints and musings about what he thinks about female nature. Mr. Minassian's underlying diagnosis of autism would have caused him to be vulnerable to this hyperfixation and facilitated his indoctrination into the beliefs and writings of Elliot Rodgers. As Mr. Minassian is very rigid in his thought process, has gross impairments in moral reasoning, and lacks an appreciation of how his behavior impacts others emotionally. So there are a few researchers that have gotten interested in this, because if you look at like the pantheon of mass shooters, if you will, there's a disproportionately high number of them that have autism, and people have started wondering why that is. That's kind of what got me interested in this, especially since, Minassian tried to use autism as a legal defense. And so now there are people looking at people like Adam Lanza and him and being like, hey, maybe there's something about having autism that makes you want to kill people. Or maybe if you have autism, you don't actually know it's wrong to do all this stuff. And it's like, well, not so much. But one thing that researchers are saying about this, which I'm inclined to agree with, is that it can make you more gullible and more, vulnerable to being indoctrinated by negative ideologies, like, far right stuff, or, incel stuff, or this kind of thing. Because you have people who are isolated. They don't really have that many people grounding them in reality to say, hey, this isn't a normal thing to believe, or this isn't an okay thing to believe, or, so they might not have as good a handle on, how abnormal it is to think this way or believe these things. And, there might also be people who, really want a community to be part of and don't have that. And, they find a white supremacist for them or something like that. That's another thing that can happen. So I am inclined to agree with that. And another thing that can mess you up there, too, is, you see these people writing all these horrible things about black people. And, if you're someone who's more socially competent and has more real world experience, I'd be like, well, hey, I know black people and they're not like that. Or, hey, I know women and they're not like that. But like, if you don't have that, like all you know is what you've seen on, TV or the news or on the internet, then, you're more vulnerable to thinking, hey, that's actually how that works, because you don't know any better, And that was one thing that really struck me reading Elliot Rodger's manifesto. He's going on all these tangents about, the female nature. And it's like, he never went out with a woman in his life. He never really had any female friends. He didn't really know any women other than, his mom and his family. So like who are you to be making pronouncements on that when you know so little? So that's an issue. And it's not, all that stuff isn't necessarily an autism thing. It can also be an isolation thing. You're just isolated. His impairments in thinking creatively led him to approach his environment rigidly and impair his ability to think of multiple responses or outcomes to a situation. This lack of ability to see alternative courses of action is reflected in Mr. Minassian's hyperfixation on the steps of planning, execution of a violent act, and followed by his own death. Mr. Minassian lacked an appreciation of why others would find it odd that he bothered to complete his courses, given his plan was to act out violently and then die. This is another example of his rigid thought process and need to follow plans from beginning to end, as he followed through with completing his courses because it was something he had started and thought he should finish. Yeah, so that's the black and white thing again that I was mentioning earlier. And yeah, I still have issues with that. If I start something, I feel a need to finish it, even if it isn't necessarily the best use of my time. Like, I've gotten better at that over the years, but every now and then it's still sink too much time into things that maybe I shouldn't. Yes, these issues on lack of ability to see alternative courses of action, I think that was something that really got Elliot Rodger too. Because he spends a year planning to attack this sorority house in California. So his plan was to knock on the door, they let him in the door, and he shoots everybody. So he goes there, he knocks on the door, they don't let him in, and that completely ruined his plan. He had no idea what to do after that. It never occurred to him to think, well, I need a backup plan in case they don't open the door. It was just like, this is how it's going to go. Knock on door, open door, shoot, kill, done. But no, his whole plan that he spent a year planning to attack the sorority house got ruined by a locked door. And so, people have laughed at that, but I do think that it was probably an autism thing, that rigid thinking, inability to see alternative courses of action. I thought you might find that interesting. Diagnoses, DSM-5 criteria: autism spectrum disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, possible history of tic disorder. So he doesn't have visible tics now, so I guess they can't say that he has Tourette's at this point. He would benefit from ongoing opportunities for enhancement of his social skills and capacity to problem solve and consider situations from multiple perspectives. You kind of need other people for that, and if you're in a jail cell by yourself for the rest of your life, not really that easy to do that. Like, I don't even know why she's bothering, quite frankly, but I guess she has to do this. So treatment for the core defects in social functioning and communication are most effective in the early developmental period. As a result, treatment of associated symptoms and comorbid disorders is the best approach to improve functioning in adults with ASD. Right, so they're reiterating what I was saying before. You really want to catch autism early, and they're a lot better about that than they used to be, and there's more help than there once was. It's harder as an adult. It's harder to get treatment. It's harder to find social programs, that kind of thing. There's a high rate of comorbid psychiatric disorders in individuals with ASD, particularly mood and anxiety disorders. I've often wondered if that's a factor of being isolated and rejected your whole life, or if there's a more physical reason for that. OCD and Tourette's are often common comorbid things too. I don't know why. There's evidence for the effectiveness of cognitive behavioral therapy for anxiety disorders in individuals with high-functioning ASD. Yeah, that would have helped the catastrophization. Okay, high risk for attempting to end his life by suicide or causing another individual to hurt him in an effort to die. Mr. Minassian's detachment and lack of affect actually put him at a higher risk for trying to end his life, as he does not experience anxiety related to dying that is typical of an individual considering suicide. Yeah, so here's a guy who's probably spent enough time at rock bottom that he just doesn't care anymore, and he's certainly there now. So anyway, that's the end of Chauhan's report, or Chauhan. I don't know how you say that. Again, apologies if I got your name wrong, and we're moving back to Bradford now. Okay, so we've finished Chauhan's report, back to Bradford. We're getting to the end of that, and there's a few of the Crown's experts after that in the Thomas Horn report. Mr. Minassian's course in hospital was relatively unremarkable in that he was not a management problem. So no acting out while he's in the hole, I guess. Continuous observation for suicide risk. Repetitive behaviors and talk to himself, which is what John noticed. He entertained himself mostly by reading material brought in by his parents. He also completed and worked on various puzzles. His responses were generally brief in interviewing him, and he would often say, "I did not think of that." Okay, so this gets into his understanding of morality, which was kind of at the heart of whether he should be NCR or not, because his lawyer's whole defense was, well, he's not criminally responsible because his autism prevents him from understanding how other people feel and how they'll react to things, and consequently morality itself. And so that it gets into this sort of complicated legal definition of what it means to understand morality and how salient empathy is. And that I was going to add a section on that to my last video, but it would have just been so effing long and I would have gotten really into the weeds about that. So I'll go into a bit when he's talking about it, but not too much. Okay. When I followed up with him at the Toronto South Detention Centre on October 28, 2019, I pushed him with direct questioning on this issue and whether he understood morality. Okay, this could be a redacted part where he mentions the issue in question. Yeah, I'm not seeing above what that could be, so I guess they redacted whatever they were talking about. I pressured him to think about the question and to give an answer. His responses were emotionally flat and more cognitive than flowing from emotions. His response to the question of the definition of morality was, regardless of everything, there are written rules you are supposed to go about. He also acknowledged that to kill is extremely immoral. Again, with direct questioning and pushing for an answer, he said his actions would be seen as morally terrible by anybody in the community. When asking him to define what infamous means, he described it as, you're well known for it, but no praise from the general public. When questioning him at this time about how he felt about his actions, he reported that he feels good about it. These answers to direct questions go to his ability to understand moral reasoning. Despite suffering from autism spectrum disorder, he may have an understanding of moral reasoning subject to legal interpretation. Yeah, so, Bradford wasn't really sure about that issue or about whether he'd be NCR on that basis. He seemed kind of inclined to think that he wasn't, but he left it up to the legal system. So again, he's seeing morality here in terms of rules that you're supposed to go about, and there's no description of personal feelings or personal moralities. Like, he understands that to kill is extremely immoral. He understands that it would be seen as morally terrible by anybody in society, and he knows what infamy is. So, he knew that society thought that what he did was wrong and that it was against the rules. But I guess the ultimate question there is whether there was anything more nuanced in his understanding of morality, and indeed whether there had to be for him to be found NCR. That was a central issue. But there was one thing I did want to bring up here to help kind of explain this level of moral reasoning. Okay, so here we go. So there's a framework of understanding moral development that comes from a man named Lawrence Kohlberg that has been in use for some time. It has its flaws, but it kind of helps explain the development of morality in children. And there was this scenario he used to try and elicit responses about whether what happened in this situation is moral. So the first stage is pre-conventional morality, where the way children behave is shaped by the standards of adults and the punishments and rewards they receive. So, good is doing what the adults want, and, bad is not doing what the adults want. And so good is seen as, what makes me feel good, and bad is what's seen as makes me feel bad. And so they're motivated to do good and bad based on the incentives that adults create. And so, people are supposed to be out of this stage by, early childhood, but there are adults who still think this way, who kind of are stuck in this stage, and all they really care about is what makes them feel good, makes them feel bad, and they kind of make their life decisions on that basis. And so the next stage that he describes is conventional morality, where you accept and internalize society's rules about what's moral. And so so the first stage in that is just being good or bad in order to maintain your reputation in society or whatever your social circle is. Kids care more about that as they get older. And then the idea is the next stage after that is they're aware of, society's wider rules, like, laws, and the idea that there's kind of a general sense of what's right and what's wrong, and that, you should follow the law and not go against that. And then there's post-conventional. Yes, this describes kind of a more advanced and more personal level of moral development, where you gain a greater understanding of, why the rules exist, and, maybe there are times when it's moral to break them, and you develop your own sense of personal morality about what's right and wrong that might not necessarily align with what society wants. And so that's kind of how Kohlberg thought morality developed. And so, this section talks about, issues with his, his theory, like, can you really break it down into these discrete stages? And, it kind of assumes certain axioms that people might not necessarily have. So it has its flaws, but it's kind of useful in getting a sense of where people might kind of be stuck. So, Minassian kind of understood morality in the sense that there are these rules of what you should do and what you shouldn't do, but not so much a sense of personal morality that you can really discern there. Like, it's not like he said, well, I think it's moral to kill all of these people because that's the only way that, incels will be able to have what they want, not be shunned and treated badly. It's a worthwhile sacrifice, that kind of thing. Like if you look at other mass shooters, they often have some kind of version of that where, I think what I'm doing is okay because of X, Y, and Z. I'm, defending the white race by, killing all these people, So there is some of that often. But you don't really see that with Alek Minassian. It's just, I wanted to do this, and so I did it. So that kind of suggests that he's kind of more at like this level of sophistication. Like, yeah, there are rules. I just decided to feel like breaking them, and that's kind of it. There isn't really that much of a reflection on whether it's moral. It was just kind of a description of what other people would feel. Other people will be sad. Other people will be angry. Other people will feel this way. So it's consequences, but he hasn't done any of the sort of wider abstract thought about this. Like, am I a bad person? What kind of person are people going to think I am? Have I, helped incels in any way by doing this, or any of that sort of, higher level stuff that you would expect a normal adult to have? He just doesn't have that. So there could be an argument here for he's not at the level of moral sophistication that he should be. And so the question there really is like, should he be NCR because of that? And I'll go over this more later, but my perspective is that I don't think so. There are plenty of people in jail that are like, right around here that have no disabilities at all. They're just, they're just dicks, or they're, impaired in a certain kind of way, but, too bad. This is how we do business. But there is a sense, if you look at NCR defenses, one of the groups of people they apply to is people who are very severely disabled, who are have Down syndrome, and who are at the level of like a 5-year-old, and it's like, well, we shouldn't put those people in jail because they're at the level of a 5-year-old. You wouldn't put a 5-year-old in jail for that reason, And so the question is, well, if you're at the level of someone who's under the age of criminal responsibility, 12, in some ways, should you be NCR? And if so, what specific ways? What are the criteria for that? That's a hard thing to decide, right? So anyway, gone off on a bit of a tangent here. I didn't mean to talk about that so long, but so that's kind of why that's important. I'm hoping these reports go more to the heart of that question later. Bradford and the other shrinks didn't spend as much time talking about that as I would like so far. Remarks made related to feeling guilt or remorse about his father. He reported that his father would be disappointed by what I did. On August 15th, 2018, again focusing on empathy about the victims, his response was, I would think I would feel a little bit guilty. A little bit. You murdered 10 people for no reason, injured a whole bunch of other people. A little bit guilty, I'd feel a little bit guilty if I stole a chocolate bar, but different strokes for different folks, I suppose. This shows a significant lack of empathy. He did not present with any formal thought disorder, concrete and rigid. Okay, same stuff as before. His insight related to his lack of empathy was extremely poor. So not only does he have a lack of empathy, he doesn't really know he has a lack of empathy. He doesn't know he's not normal in that sense. His insight related to his autism is also poor. Again, I'm quite surprised that this was missed. Like, getting help for autism, like from the age of 5 to 18. Like, did nobody see that? I don't know. Okay, background information on autism. Of note, autism spectrum disorders were not diagnosed in forensic psychiatry historically, as they were not part of the diagnostic system until 1994. Right. Although the criteria for diagnosing autism spectrum disorder have mostly been based on behavioral criteria, research is ongoing to understand the cognitive and affective differences between persons without a pervasive developmental disorder, neurotypical persons, and persons on the autism spectrum. This includes models of cognitive functioning and autism that impact on the development of moral responsibility. Right. So this is one of the things that kind of screwed them here, is that So the way they diagnose autism is, does this person not make eye contact? Does this person have repetitive behaviors? Does this person, do this or that or not do this or that? But there's comparatively less understanding about how the way autistic people think is different than the way normal people think. So what they were trying to do in this case is come up with an NCR defense for something they don't really understand. So it's new territory, right? Persons in the autism spectrum have significant challenges in the theory of mind and moral responsibility as they require appropriate experience of reactive attitudes. Right, so I'm guessing that means they need to know the right way to react to something, the right attitude to have. It has to be taught if they don't understand intuitively. Okay, so some stuff. So theory of mind refers to the ability of the person to attribute mental states to others. Tests of the theory of mind ask someone to identify the thoughts or feelings of others. The ability to attribute false beliefs to others is particularly important. Autism involves typically low tendencies to apply theory of mind in general. Autism is characterized by theory of mind impairments. So I talked about this a lot in my last video. There are a lot of misconceptions that people with autism don't have theory of mind at all and can't understand what other people think and feel. And it depends on your level of impairment, but broadly speaking, that's false. And it is something that you can learn to understand, learn to get better at. Disclaimer worth making, I suppose. Okay, so here's where he gets into whether it should be NCR or not. Mr. Minassian does not fit the usual forensic psychiatric profile of a person coming within the terms of Section 16 of the Criminal Code of Canada. There was no evidence that he was psychotic prior to the alleged offenses, during the alleged offenses, or after the alleged offenses. Most commonly in forensic psychiatric criminal responsibility evaluations, persons who are regarded as eligible to come within the terms of Section 16 have to have a mental disorder that involves a psychosis, meaning the most severe of psychiatric disorders. Yeah, so this is the NCR section, and most NCR cases that succeed are ones where the person is psychotic, and they're just, there's a misconception that, being crazy means you're NCR, and it actually doesn't in and of itself. You not only have to be crazy, you have to be crazy in a very specific way that prevents you from understanding that what you did was morally wrong. So, an example would be, a paranoid schizophrenic person who's like, Satan told me he'd destroy the world unless I beat this person up. So he has a delusion that's making him think that that's moral, even though it's not. So that would be an example. Less common would be an example like the Down syndrome example I mentioned, someone who's at the level of a 5-year-old and just isn't able to understand right and wrong because they don't have the mental capacity for it. That's less common, though. NCR defenses are mostly people with psychotic disorders, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, major depression with psychosis, and so on. Okay. Acknowledging the interpretation of Section 16 is for legal experts from a forensic psychiatric standpoint. The first branch relates to the inability to appreciate the nature and quality of an act and omission. From a forensic psychiatric standpoint, this refers to the accused's ability to perceive the impact and consequences of a physical act. The second branch of the test refers to whether the accused, as a result of a mental disorder or mental disorders, is incapable of knowing that the act or omission is wrong. From a forensic psychiatric standpoint and review of the case law, wrong is not limited to the knowledge and understanding of the act being legally wrong, but rather it includes moral wrongfulness. From a forensic psychiatric standpoint, an accused who has the capacity to know that society regards his actions as morally wrong, even if he has a mental disorder, and then proceeds to commit an act or acts, would not come within the terms of the second branch of Section 16 and would not be eligible for a defense of not criminally responsible on account of a mental disorder. Okay, so there are two prongs to this. Like, did you know what you were doing? And if you did you know that it was wrong? So there's no doubt that Minassian knew what he was doing. That's been well established. The second question is, well, did he know that it was wrong? And that's not just a matter of knowing if it's illegal, but also knowing if it's immoral, right? Because that paranoid schizophrenic person, he might know that it's illegal to beat the guy up because he thinks, Satan's going to destroy the world if he doesn't beat him up, but he thinks it's moral. So there's that. But there is a lot of confusion about this. What does it actually mean to know moral wrongfulness? That's not as well defined as it should be, and it caused a lot of havoc in this case. And so Minassian's defense is that he didn't know it was morally wrong because his autism was just so severe. Okay. So he's saying he doesn't have any psychotic disorders. Furthermore, I'm not aware of any individual suffering from autism spectrum disorder having been found not criminally responsible on the basis of mental disorder unless there was a comorbid major psychiatric illness. Right, so this has never happened before. Therefore, based on this accepted practice, and in my opinion, Mr. Minassian would not be eligible for a defense of not criminally responsible in terms of Section 16.1 from a forensic psychiatric perspective. So this is Bradford's kind of interpretation of what moral wrong is. This could be summarized in legal terms as an accused who, on account of mental disorder, lacks the capacity to assess the wrongfulness of his conduct against societal norms, or lacks the capacity to know that these actions were wrong and would be entitled to the defense of mental disorder. So the first part of that, unable to understand that society says it's wrong. I mean, Minassian clearly didn't have that issue because he knew society thought it would be wrong. That was the point. So he's going to go more into detail about how autism conceivably could cause that problem, although he doesn't think it's true for Minassian. Okay. You can pause and read this if you want to. Some very detailed stuff about autism that mostly I don't see worth going into. Some of this stuff... An example may be from Mr. Minassian identifying with Elliot Rodger in his manifesto on narrow or hyper-focused areas of similarity, but failing to see the big picture of the trauma created by killing other people in the name of the involuntary celibate movement. It's a movement, guys. The combination of an inherent deficit in empathy and moral reasoning and theory of mind difficulties can impact on an individual with autism and affect their ability to perceive moral wrongfulness. A person without autism, a neurotypical person, has an emotional response towards a hypothetical action that can influence judgments of its moral acceptability. Some individuals with autism spectrum disorder show atypical emotional processing disorder and defects in moral judgment. Yeah, I went over this in my video about Dr. Westphal, whose report we'll be looking at later. But usually when you see people with autism who arguably could be entitled to a defense like this, they have absolutely no idea that what they did was wrong by any standards. And so you could make an argument for that. But the issue complicating this is that Minassian did know it was wrong by society standards. That was the point. And so the question is whether that deficit in empathy and ability to perceive the trauma and the moral reasoning was makes that irrelevant. But it's a more complicated issue. Like there are other cases of where that conceivably could be used that are much more clear cut. It's like, here's a person with learning disability. He had no idea that what he did was wrong. Like, should we jail that person? I mean, is that useful? Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing for society? Is that going to rehabilitate that person? Yeah. So there's an ethical question to be answered there, but he's going into the weeds here. I could try to explain some of this, but it would take a long time, and it's going to be long as it is. So a lot of this relates to not understanding other people's states of mind, and that could lead to you committing crimes because you don't understand that they're wrong. But okay, precedents. Moral reasoning has been defined as the individual's ability to discern whether an action is worthy of praise or blame. Well, Minassian literally said that he knew it wouldn't get praise. It's the definition of infamy: no praise from the general public. So, if we're going to define moral reasoning in that sense, then he has it, and he chose to do something he knew was bad. Individuals with autism spectrum disorder show moral reasoning which is more concrete in categories of right or wrong, and social rules are applied without flexibility. This is usually based on the social norms and rules taught to them by therapists and guardians, which they interpret in a concrete way. That's kind of an interesting point there, because this is something that often leads people with autism to actually be more moral, because they're like, okay, this is right. I'm going to do this. This is wrong. I can't do that. And so in situations where a normal person might be tempted to break the rules and be like, oh, well, that's not really a big deal, or, oh, that thing I should do, it's not really a big deal if I do it. And a person with autism will be like, nope, got to do the right thing. Can't do the wrong thing. So this is something that can also actually work in reverse, in the sense that it'll make people less likely to commit crimes and less likely to harm others, because they've internalized this idea of this is right, this is wrong, this is just, and this is unjust. And that was something that I had when I was a kid, and to a certain extent still do. not one to compromise my principles. As an adult living in society, you have to up to a certain point, and that was hard for me to adapt to. But so he's looking at this in terms of a deficit, something that's likely to make you less moral, but it can also do the opposite and make you more moral. And that's something that more people are noticing and talking about now. And you could also use that against Minassian too. Like, you knew this was wrong. Why'd you do it? Right? Okay. All right. So this is his Facebook post, text of his Facebook post. So there was this number here, and that turned out to be his actual recruit number, the military associated with him. Of course, he wasn't a private recruit anymore because he got discharged. So you can see he's written this to be as sensationalist as possible. I've also been informed that shortly after arriving at the police station and before the interview with Detective Thomas, he was asked if he was suffering from any illnesses. His answer was, "Yes, I'm a murdering piece of shit." At the time I saw that video, his trial was underway, and it's trying to say that, I didn't know what I did was wrong. Well, that's not really lending you any credibility there, sir. Described early in the interview in response to Detective Thomas asking him how he was doing, he responds, "Well, I am a little shaken, to be honest," and follows this up by saying, "It's not like it's my usual day, obviously. Rather blasé for having just committed mass murder." These comments are made without any emotional expression, as is the majority of the interview. These comments also show a lack of understanding of the enormity of what he has done. Or he doesn't care. You could interpret it that way, I suppose. When questioned by Detective Thomas as to his understanding of first-degree murder, his response is lacking in empathy, with his blunt response, premeditated murder and completely intentional and considered to be what's known as in cold blood. Sounds like it could come from a badly written law textbook. I had an issue talking like that when I was a kid. I would just say things in the perfect formal way, and then people were like, "You're a fucking knob." So I stopped doing that. It took me a while because I had to really get over the fact that I had to not say things in the perfectly correct way in order to be able to communicate effectively with other people. And so again, that's something you could have gotten help for, if you'd had a good autism therapist, they could have been like, well, or even just, supportive family and friends, they could have been like, Alek, normal people don't talk that way, You're not going to be able to communicate your point effectively if you're overly pedantic or you have all these weird idiosyncratic ways of saying things. So that's an area that could have been worked on. When questioned about his motivations for joining the military, he answers it was in order to use the weapons, and specifically large guns. That's another story I heard from the people in the military. You get these recruits who are like, "I want to be in the military because I want to kill people." They don't say that to the recruiters, obviously, but that's how they think. And, it is kind of the only way to legally do that. Although you could get killed yourself, which isn't so great. So this is mostly going over his police interview. I don't think I'm going to go over this whole thing again. There's a few side notes Bradford makes. I'm just going to skim over this and see if there's anything interesting there. Lack of emotion. The thing about him contacting Roger and Harper Mercer, he doesn't think that happened. Is topic in the various chat rooms as frustrations that an inability to lose one's virginity, specifically for young males. Again, very textbook. This is in reference to the philosophy behind the incel movement. That's their philosophy, I guess. I can't lose my virginity. That's a philosophy, guys. Not being able to lose your virginity is a philosophy and a movement, in fact. Red pill truths about why women choose to date obnoxious men. Interestingly, when I was first learning about incels, I, was familiar with, pickup artists and, the manosphere and the red pill, but incels don't really talk about the red pill much. They talk about the black pill, which is that. So the red pill is more like, female nature is fucked up, society's fucked up, and here are all these ways that you can kind of exploit that and trick people to get what you want. And the black pill is more like there's nothing you can do. If you're a certain type of person, you're just fucked. So there's a difference. And, when I was first learning about the incel movement, I didn't understand that difference. And I was talking about the red pill and, it's, and so I bring this up because the reason, a lot of his knowledge of incels seems to be very superficial. And so this is kind of the thing I would expect someone to say if they, maybe skimmed a few chat rooms or websites, but ultimately didn't really know that much about incels or how they think or indeed what their philosophy is, if you want to call it that. He continued in terms of the philosophy of the incel movement by describing Chads and Stacy's. That's philosophy too, apparently. That was one of the things that made me find incels hilarious at first. It's like, it's just so juvenile, it's like high school stuff. I mean, I guess a lot of them still are in high school, so that kind of makes sense. But Chad is pretty much always a white guy. They have descriptive epithets for non-white Chads. Stacy's are just Stacy's everywhere, and they have all sorts of fun derogatory terms they call women too, like foids or holes, or my favorite one is toilet. They'll literally call women toilets, and it's like, okay, so you're mad you can't have sex with a toilet? Is your mom a toilet? I don't know. This stuff is asinine. It's hard to take seriously, but I have mixed feelings about it. Okay, he told Detective Thomas where the computer at Seneca College was, as well as the location of the computers at his home. Oh, gee, I wonder why he wanted to know that. He states how Elliot Rodger changed the life status of certain individuals to death status. Yeah, that particular line messed a lot of people up, like what the hell's wrong with this person? But I can actually understand that a little bit. Like, again, when I was a kid, I didn't know any better. I had these very formal ways of talking, and because didn't have many friends, I spent a lot of time, playing video games and watching movies and reading books. And since I didn't have a lot of other input in terms of like how to talk, because normally you learn how to talk from other people, but if you're learning more of how to talk from, movies and video games and stuff like that, you don't really understand context, then you might just end up repeating certain, things you hear in media like movies and video games without knowing that's like not the correct thing to say. So I remember when I was a kid, I saw Star Wars, and I would say things that were from Star Wars, and my parents would be like, stop talking like you're from Star Wars, like that's not how people talk. And so this life status of certain individuals to death status, like that sounds like a video game thing or something that he heard and that he's probably just copying, and maybe he doesn't really know that it's not a normal way to talk, or maybe he just wants to sound clinical or scary or something, but also doesn't know how to do that. So I think that speaks to his level of impairment, certainly, and again, something he should have gotten help for. Okay, again, recounting this stuff. The vehicle collided with several pedestrians, some of whom are no longer alive as a result. That sounded more to me like compartmentalization. Like you don't want to confront the reality of what you did, so you're just describing it in these clinical terms instead of saying, I killed people. It's like, well, the van just collided with them, and some of them are no longer alive. Fancy that. Which would kind of suggest that maybe he does have some sort of moral reasoning or some sort of guilt because he has to hide this from himself. That's one interpretation of this you could have. The statement clearly showed a profound lack of empathy, but at the same time clearly showed that he knew exactly what he was doing and what the intended outcome was of his action. Minassian would have been so much better off from an NCR perspective if he didn't talk to the cops. Like he screwed himself so badly by doing all of this, because if he hadn't said anything, right, he could have just come up with any story he wanted. Oh, the aliens told me to do it, like, I mean, not that stupid, but you know what I mean, right? He could have made any excuse, and if he'd had an unscrupulous lawyer, he might have gone along with it. But good thing he did. I am very glad that mass murderers talk to the police. Talk to the police as much as possible. Tell them everything. We'll be very happy that you did. Okay, so he's going over the interview transcript. So full cognitive awareness of what he was doing. So it's a part of his assessment about moral blameworthiness. Like, did you know what you were doing? Yeah, it's pretty clear he did. Not really any ambiguity there. So here we're talking about his story of what his motivation was. Subsequently, in my interviews with Mr. Minassian, he continued to maintain the same motivation he gave to Detective Thomas. Other than correcting his direct contact with Rodger and Harper Mercer prior to the deaths, so I guess he told him that didn't happen, he did maintain the influence of the incel movement. He clearly was strongly influenced by the Elliot Rodger Manifesto. He also continued to show a lack of empathy for the victims and victims' families, and even for his own parents' distress related to his behavior. He also clearly knew that what he was doing was against the law, and that his reasoning for suicide by cop was to avoid the consequences of going to prison. The suicide attempt was thought out and planned, not as a result of any mental illness such as major depression, but rather cognitively thought out as part of the overall plan. Mr. Minassian continued to believe that his actions were justified and continued to believe in the incel movement. In fact, he's added to his statement to Detective Thomas that he was seeking notoriety and infamy. The only possibility that Mr. Minassian could come within terms of Section 16.1 of the Criminal Code of Canada, and specifically the second branch of the test, is to focus on the deficits in empathy and moral reasoning as seen in autism spectrum disorder. Okay, in particular, as described above, deficits in appropriate cognitive empathy is a direct result of autism spectrum disorder and could be considered a factor. Further, the deficits in empathy and moral reasoning, which are specifically part of the condition, would have to be considered in terms of its impact on his state of mind prior to the offenses, during the offenses, and after the offenses. There is no doubt that Mr. Minassian knew that his actions were against the law. He knew that if he did not commit suicide, he would be arrested and imprisoned. It was much harder to get him to respond to the morality of his actions, and to open-ended questions, his response would typically be, "I did not think of that." Despite suffering from autism spectrum disorder, he may possibly have an understanding of moral reasoning subject to legal interpretation. Mr. Minassian's radicalization may be a product of hyperfocus, which is seen in Asperger's syndrome as intense absorption in certain subjects, and appears to be directly related to theory of mind deficits and deficits in central coherence. It is possible that this led to the intense absorption in the Elliott-Rogers Manifesto initially, which then, as a result of empathy deficits and deficits in moral reasoning, led to his actions on April 23rd, 2018. Yeah, so again, I kind of thought this was bullshit. Like, you can have an intense absorption in, all sorts of unsavory things. Like, you could have an intense absorption in incels or mass murder. That's not going to make you do it, right? I've developed an intense absorption of those things over the past, I don't even know how long I've been doing this now. Probably too long. I'm hoping to move on to other things. But, I spent a lot of time researching mass murders and looking up incel stuff. And I don't want to kill people because I'm not a dick. So, again, it's kind of suggesting that, this symptom of autism made him do it. And no, I don't think it did. Yeah, maybe it made him obsessed with it in the first place to some degree. But he ultimately chose, hey, this is something I identify with. This is something I want to do, And even before, he was researching this stuff as a coping mechanism because he hated his life. So, he was mad at all the bullies and stuff like that. So it's really not looking like that's what that is. I mean, he's saying it could be, but I don't agree with that. There appears to be an association in scientific terms between autism spectrum disorder and extreme violence, in particular mass murder and serial murder. Clearly, more research needs to occur in this area as there are large deficits in the understanding of mass murder and in particular why there may be an association with autism. More commonly, the events terminate with the suicide of the perpetrator. Yeah, so there's a huge void in understanding in this area, which is why random autistic dudes in their basement who make YouTube videos are some of the people who are most extensively talking about this. You're welcome, I guess. In summary, Mr. Minassian clearly suffers from autism spectrum disorder. In my opinion, he does not meet the conventional forensic psychiatric opinion for a finding of not criminally responsible. Ultimately, whether or not Mr. Minassian should be found not criminally responsible due to mental disorder is a legal determination for the court to make. In my view, the only basis for this finding would be if Mr. Minassian was found to be unable to appreciate the moral wrongfulness of his conduct. As outlined above, in terms of autism spectrum disorder and the type and degree of deficits associated with it, there is a credible basis for this to be considered. So in the end he's saying, well, he doesn't seem like it, but at the end of the day, I don't really know. That's for someone else to figure out. But most avenues for ways in which Minassian could be NCR, he thinks they're closed off. It all comes down to appreciating the moral wrongfulness. And that's that. Okay, so next up is the Thomas Horn report, which wasn't included there. It's quite brief from what I remember. There wasn't much useful information in here, but we'll go over it briefly anyway. Circumstances, so same period of assessment. Interview with Minassian, his brother and his parents, written responses to questions, some of the health records we saw before. Okay, background history. Brown didn't give him the synopsis. Okay, that's the same stuff as before. Yeah, we've seen all this. RuneScape. Okay, yep. Yeah, okay. Substance use. Denied ever drinking, smoking, or using street drugs. Oh, hey. Maybe there was something cool there. I don't know. Family psychiatric history. Current support system is personal. Might have been his friends or family there. Okay, Mr. Minassian's family is very supportive, and they called several times per week and visited him weekly throughout most of his admission. Fortunately, he has no other social supports. Okay, so this is family. No criminal history or history of antisocial behavior. While Mr. Minassian has had many difficulties, his parents indicated that the index offense was a total shock to them. Okay, and that was it. So, yeah, not terribly interesting. Okay, so this is Dr. Westphal's report, the infamous Dr. Westphal and the last of the defense experts before we move on to the Crown experts. They seem to have wisely chosen to block out all of his personal information here. Okay, so that's Minassian's lawyer who requested the report. So one thing I should mention about this is that it's not uncommon for Crowns and defenses to essentially go shopping for experts that they think might support their conclusions, right? And that's something you have to be mindful of. Like, they're not supposed to do that overtly. Like, they're not going to go and say, okay, we want you to make this finding. But it isn't uncommon for them to, choose psychologists, psychiatrists, and so on that they think will produce reports that are favorable to their case. And so if you look at this case, the defense experts were kind of like, well, maybe he's NCR, or in the case of Westphal, he is NCR, and the Crowns were like, no, yeah, that's why. Something to remember here. Okay, so we had a few people working with him here. They don't have reports attached to this, or maybe they're in here somewhere. 27-year-old single white male. Oh, those damn white males. Okay, so what did he have? Okay, so the same stuff that Bradford had. It's looking like the report from Bradford too. Okay, they got his school records, military records, jail records. Okay, so we got lots of stuff in here. This is the most comprehensive one of them. He interviewed Minassian with his buddy Toro for 3 hours, 6 hours, and 1 hour, 10 hours. Interviewed Minassian himself for 5 hours, and his assistant did the psychometric tests for 3.5 hours. Okay, that's a lot of time. More comprehensive than the other ones, I think. Interviewed his parents. Okay, some other people related to him. Maybe there's his parents too. Okay. Oh yeah, there's much more redactions in this report, unfortunately. Okay, that's probably Mr. Minassian's job. Family described him as protective of Alek and stated that the brothers had a good relationship. They would often spend time playing video games or going to the movies. Mr. Minassian said that the brother was more social than Mr. Minassian, explaining he doesn't shy away from large social settings. Okay, not terribly interesting. Yeah, we've seen all this before. Okay. Oh, yes, there's an autistic, a test for autism. They'll actually give the parents for them to fill out what they've noticed about their behaviors and their level of impairment. I think it's more commonly done on kids. Because if you're an adult, you're just going to do your own thing. But yeah, so we did that. Okay. Needed help putting his clothes on in kindergarten, the washroom thing. OCD. Oh, okay. So 2 to 6 years old, he demonstrated poor problem solving by getting up and running out of the room when unexpected situations occurred. Okay. So it's an avoidance thing. It's like, I don't want to deal with that. Bye. I'm out of here. Okay. Surprised I didn't think of that before. Yeah, I was just curious. It's like, hey, what's going on there? They also thought I had ADHD, but turned out I didn't, I think. Okay. Always had difficulty with fine motor movement. Yeah, that can be an autism thing too. I did as well. Oh yeah, sorry about that. It was fucked up before. I apologize. Mr. Minassian demonstrated a number of signs of ASD in his use of language. The sound of Mr. Minassian's speech was described as monotonous. He does not put emotions in his speech unless he is extremely excited about an area of interest, such as a video game. Okay, so he only gets animated with its special interests. Okay, that often happens. Well, if it isn't Mr. Blank. What, did they redact Alek boy? Like, why? Well, maybe that's not a redaction, but yeah, I don't know. He hates small talk, does not seem to understand its function, and views it as one of the unnecessary functions humans perform, according to his father. Yeah, that's kind of what I first said when I was a kid, getting help for autism. I don't understand the point of this. you don't talk about anything. Like, why talk about the weather or whatever, and they had to explain to me, like, this is why people do it. This is why it's important. And, this is how it helps build relationships with other people. Because I just didn't understand that intuitively, and that is a common issue for people with autism. They just don't understand what the purpose of a lot of, the nuances of social interaction are. Like, why say this? Why say that? Why do this? Why do that? They just don't get it. And normal people just automatically understand it, right? And so an important part of therapy for people with autism is to have someone who can actually like explain to you in a very, useful way that, an autistic person can understand, like, this is why people do that. Not everybody needs the why. Some people just need to be told, do this thing or do that thing, and they'll do it. Other people, it's like, if they don't know the why of it, it'll drive them crazy, like, I'm not doing that if I don't know why. That was very much me. So it's good to know the why too, of course. As a young child, Mr. Minassian was taught to look at people because he lacked social use of eye gaze. Now he reminds himself to look at people from time to time, and when he does, he may stare too intently. Okay, so they tried to help him with this, but he didn't get it quite right. He did not smile socially in response to others, for instance, and was taught by his parents to expand upon his stock response of good when the neighbors asked how he was doing. I had that problem too. I didn't know I was supposed to say more than that, or start volunteering things, or any of those sorts of things. I'd just be like, "How you doing? Good." And then people assume that you don't want to talk to them, and I didn't understand that was what I was ultimately communicating, right? So, so they did help him with some things here. So we're seeing a pattern here of not initiating communication with others, not spontaneously showing things to others. So it's just someone who doesn't seem to be interested in drawing other people into his own world. His mother noted he had probably shown her 2 things in his entire life. Not possessive, but it does not occur to him to share things with others. This is an evidence of deficit in social cognition. When others are hurt, sick, or ill, he will not notice or understand when he needs to be concerned. So this is kind of looking more like, closer to the 2-year-old level of impairment, if this is accurate, just like off in your own little world and you don't really understand what's going on with other people. And that's kind of the age when you first started learning empathy, right? If someone's hurt or in distress, young children that are at that age will like instinctively try to help them often. So, Mr. Minassian's parents recalled on one occasion when redacted, Mr. Minassian's brother was ill and needed to be taken to the hospital. Despite the fact that the parents knew Mr. Minassian cares about and loves his older brother, they did not react to the family's concern about Haig's health and did not offer to help. They stated Alek never got up to see if he should do something. He felt like someone was on the job and there's nothing practical for him to do. Not necessarily unreasonable, but maybe a bit callous. They forgot to redact his name there. So, hey, we've gotten past the redactions. Now we all know what Alek Minassian's older brother's name is. Please don't harass him. Mr. Minassian has a history of difficulty inferring what to expect in situations along with poor problem-solving skills. His mother described a time in elementary school when he intentionally spelled each of his spelling words incorrectly on a test because he wanted to see what would happen. Okay, so we'll break the rules a little bit, Okay, so he memorized Mr. Bean when he was a kid and dance videos. Preoccupied with video games, Mr. Minassian's parents stated he often latches on to something, and that is his mission for the next couple of days. It's like he's out in space and he has a mission that must be completed at all costs. In his medical records, obsessions with video games and the Bible were described. So that's what it is to be autistic and to have special interests. I mean, people with autism may just have one that they always have, or they may jump from one to the other, and it's just intense fixations on things that are hard to draw yourself out of. The Bible, though, depending on what parts of it he read, that might have made him more or less likely to kill people. Mr. Minassian ate lunch at the same cafe each day and refused to try new places. People with autism are often they often like routine. They like doing the same things each time. That can be a symptom of autism. I'm perhaps kind of unusual in that I don't really have that. Quite like spontaneity, actually. It's not always like, everything has to be the same. Like in more extreme cases of autism, you have people who have to have their routine followed and they'll, freak out if something's different. That's something that's associated with more low functioning people with autism. The need for, routine, higher functioning is not going to be as extreme, and you can kind of get over it a bit. They also reported that even as an adult, Mr. Minassian was unable to speak with female waitresses and would have to resort to having his parents order food for him. Yeah, that's too old to be doing that. And, there's a lot of things in here that make him look really, really low functioning, like at the level of a child. So I can kind of get how Westphal was drawn in by that. And it's confusing because you can have people who are at the level of an adult in some ways, and the level of a child in others. So like, what do you do about that? Right? How do you decide what category to put them in? I mean, Down syndrome is easy. They're like 5 years old and everything. But yeah. Oh, yeah. So they got his giant steps record. He was described as having difficulties with social pragmatics, such as interacting with other peers. It was documented that while playing, he performed some aggressive acts with his toy figures. So in other words, he's a boy. Yeah, and I find this quite fascinating, because like they're going over his school records from when he was 6, and they're talking about he played aggressively with his toys. That's now evidence in a criminal case, like 20 years later. Like they literally will get everything they can. It's, aggressive acts with his toy figures. Oh, I don't know, man, Difficulty recalling events, often omitting contextual information that was not meaningful to him without recognizing it helped others understand what he was talking about. So there's the theory of mind. Continued to struggle with understanding the meaning of body language and implied meanings of expressions. Particularly confident in math class and was able to raise his hand to participate in class. Okay, so it's looking like they were on some of this stuff and kind of knew what was going on. It's just didn't translate into actually fixing his problems. Some improvement, though, it says. Eventually transitioned over to attend 16th Avenue Public School with decreased assistance from Giant Step staff. He began to display highly disruptive sexualized language and behavior and was referred to individual and family therapy. While in therapy, he explored themes of morality and fairness. He would also act out aggression during play therapy. Oh. I wonder what that disruptive sexualized language and behavior was. And like, how old was he at this point? There's a difference between like a 5-year-old doing that and a 12-year-old doing that, right? So they talked about morality and fairness in his therapy. So it did come up. I graduated from Giant Steps in 2002 when he was 10. All right. So yeah, maybe 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Grade 4, grade 5, grade 6. Yeah, it's at the right age for that. But autism social deficits can mess stuff like that up. Like you don't know when the right time to joke about stuff like that is and when the wrong time is. And so, okay. All right. So they actually tested him when he graduated from Giant Steps and still had some issues. Oh, behavior team referral form for a social skills class in 2005. He was quoted repeatedly saying, "I'm afraid of girls and don't hurt me," as he would walk by female students in school. It was noted that these fears did not appear to be genuine, but negative attention seeking. Okay. So he was saying before, it's like, oh, I don't want girls to pay attention to me, so I'm doing this. But, the behavior team, whoever they are, were like, no, he's just trying to get attention. So, I don't know. Different stories. I don't know. I mean, it would make sense, but also this is kind of the thing that, a school might just assume if a kid's doing something that's bad or weird. Oh, they just want attention, They just want attention, It's not because there's something deeper going on. I got his college transcript. Shows that his studies were interrupted after the fall 2015 semester. Continued in winter of 2016, but failed his courses. Re-enrolled for winter 2018 semester to complete the final 3 courses. I wonder what he was doing in that time. It's like a 2-year gap. Trying to join the army and working in that other job, perhaps. Okay, this is interesting. A component of the discovery information was a group of documents listed in Appendix 2 below. These included multiple essays he wrote during high school. Several of these were focused on criminal law topics. When asked about the school essays that address issues of legality and morality, Mr. Minassian explained that these were assignments he completed during a law course he took in the 11th grade. Mr. Minassian stated, "I wasn't doing homework on my own. A lot of the stuff I wrote wouldn't have been 100% my idea. The teacher would give me hints about what to write." He also added that he would often paraphrase what the textbook said when completing these assignments because he knew that would be the correct answer. Mr. Minassian explained that his parents and teachers would often help him complete his assignments in any subject other than math, given his difficulties. Marked differences can be observed in the writing, both in terms of content and structure, perhaps reflecting the help that Mr. Minassian received in writing his assignments. Okay, so they're noticing that the writing style and structure is different, which would substantiate that. So they got his high school assignments, man. Okay, maybe we can see Appendix 2 and see what he wrote, but actually, let me check. Hang on. Okay, so this is Appendix 2. not included in the document dump. I don't know if these are publicly available or not. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh, yeah, it's cut off some of it. Bullies are bad. A high school assignment. Oh, okay. Cheating is wrong. High school assignment. Looks a little too simple for what you would expect there. Probe anal. Oh dear. Okay, well, this is all you guys get. I don't know if anyone else has managed to find all this stuff out there in the ether somewhere. By all means, send it to me. But yeah, I'd be interested in seeing what this stuff is for sure. Yeah. So that was something that could potentially be salient here anyway. Like, if you had these assignments about legality and morality and he said things that indicated that in high school he clearly understood them, then, well, that could be used to say, oh, well, he does understand morality. But now he's saying, oh, well, other people helped me and I just copied what the textbook said. And, maybe that's true, but that would cause less weight to be put on this if that's the case. Oh, one of his tics was tongue thrusting. Oh, his vocal tics were grunting and throat clearing. Okay, so it wasn't fuck. It was just something more pedestrian. Spitting. Okay, in 2010, when Minassian was 18, it was documented that spitting had become a huge problem for him. Dr. Friedman described the tics as socially disabling. Yeah, so 18, he's still spitting on the floor because he's worried about getting sick. So the antipsychotic was tried. Shortly after being incarcerated, Mr. Minassian ingested soap at the Toronto South Detention Centre in an attempt to commit suicide. Not sure why he thought that would work, but hey, if you got nothing to lose, I guess. Okay, so the Too Good Financial Services job was from May through October 2016. Okay, there's still a bit of a gap there. His parents say that his brother had a history of Tourette's and ADHD. Okay, so maybe there's some inheritance there. His brother had a history of tics, and his father and grandmother had a history of OCD. Sexual history. Oh, this is going to be fun. Mr. Minassian stated that he had several romantic interests or crushes while in school, starting when he was in 7th grade. He stated that he was only interested in girls that were in his same classes. He explained that he developed an interest in a girl while he was in the 11th grade because she sat in the seat in front of him. Similarly, he became interested in another student because she was the only girl in his learning strategies class. Mr. Minassian explained that he did not approach the female students he was interested in, never told them how he felt, and often acted afraid of them in an exaggerated manner. Okay, redacted. Added, I did imagine things, but I knew realistically that nothing would happen. So we don't get to see Alek Minassian's sexual fantasies. Sorry, guys. Mr. Minassian stated that once he went to college, he did not have specific romantic interests, given that there were never more than 3 female students in class and they were older anyway. He added, my mind wasn't on a crush. Nevertheless, Mr. Minassian stated that at the time he was interested in having a girlfriend. He reported being interested in puppy love, not necessarily sex, and would envision himself holding hands with a potential girlfriend. When asked about his sexual interests, Mr. Minassian stated that he is exclusively interested in same-age adult women. And there's this big ol' redacted section here. And I think I have an idea of what might actually be in it. One of my viewers actually pointed this out to me. It was disclosed in court that he had a penchant for what he called pee porn. So I can show you the article, actually. Okay, here's the article. Toronto van attacker's porn fetish and other private moments in his psych report. Minassian also told psychiatrists that before his arrest, he masturbated every day to internet porn, searching for urination fetish images, which he called pee porn. Okay, there we go. So I'm guessing that's part of what they got rid of here. Too bad, Westphal. We know anyway. Yeah, so don't commit mass murder, kids, or the world will find out that you like to look at pee porn. He had a small world, his homework, video games. Other students bullied him and would mock him publicly. Mr. Minassian's teachers told his parents that even while being bullied, he would often comply with what he was being asked to do in a calm and gentle way. Okay, so here was someone who was scared of confrontation and just like internalized all this stuff for years. Okay, this is making sense. Mr. Minassian's parents also stated that Mr. Minassian's statement to the police were not based on his own life experiences. They did not believe their son could have been capable of attending a party and asking a woman out on a date. Mr. Minassian's parents also spoke about several issues that occurred after his arrest that they believe highlighted Mr. Minassian's deficits and inability to understand his current situation. During a conversation with their son while in prison, he asked his parents about his grades for the last semester and inquired about whether or not he had graduated. Similarly, he asked his parents about what he would have to do about his taxes given that he was incarcerated. Well, I mean, like, you don't really have anything else to think about, I'm going to be in jail for the rest of my life. Did I graduate? Might as well, at least you can be an educated criminal. They reported that when told about his trial date, Mr. Minassian was optimistic and stated, "Everybody will see that I didn't do anything wrong and I'll be able to go home soon." So that was kind of weird when I first saw that. So Westphal is seeing this as an example of his naivete. It could have also been kind of an inept attempt to try and make his parents feel better, or could be that compartmentalizing too. He's very anxious about what's going to happen to him, so he's just convincing himself this is true. And yeah, I mean, these are coping mechanisms that normal people, albeit fragile ones, will use. In addition, Mr. Minassian's parents spoke about how their son is easily influenced by others. They stated that another inmate mentioned to him that he was part of the Rosicrucian order, and consequently, Mr. Minassian became focused on this topic and asked his parents to research it for him. In addition, a chaplain offered him a Bible, and he has now begun memorizing Bible verses, reading different versions of the Bible, and looking for inconsistencies between them. Well, yeah, I mean, so it could be influenced. It could also be because he's in a box by himself and has literally nothing else to do. Might as well read the Bible. Might as well read about the Rosicrucian order. Actually, I forget what the Rosicrucian order is, come to think of it. I used to know this. Yeah, so I knew it was connected to esotericism, but yeah, it's one of those old orders. Esoteric truths of the ancient past, which provide insight into nature, the physical universe, and the spiritual realm. Oh yeah, so they were the precursors of the Order of the Golden Dawn, and yeah, okay. All right, well, that could be a huge rabbit hole. I'm not going down there, but yeah, that's cool, I guess. And I mean, like, these two ideologies are opposed to each other, right? Esotericism versus the Bible. Yeah, so is he easily influenced, or is he just like, I'm fucking bored, might as well do all this stuff? I don't know. Timing fit into his schedule. Well, it's always important to make time for a bit of mass murder, He recalled focusing on his objective, ignoring other thoughts that might dissuade him from going through with the plan. So that's kind of a damning sentence there. It's like he had doubts about whether he should do it, but he just really, really wanted to, so he ignored them. And so, if the argument you're trying to make is he didn't understand it was wrong, like, why did he have doubts then? I knew beforehand that the targets were random. I figured my best bet would be to go random. So he knew randomness would get him more infamy, And so there's a lot of mass shooters that nobody's ever heard of because they just kill their families, or, they go to work and kill their coworkers they don't like. And that's just not interesting to people because there's no sense that, it could happen to me, or, it could happen to someone I care about. And it doesn't really touch upon these wider topics of, school shootings or things that are more disturbing in the public imagination. Every now and then one of them blows up, like the Chris Watts case blew up, for example. Although Mr. Minassian stated he would go through with this plan, he also made other plans that were inconsistent with him carrying through with the attack. Approximately 1 week prior to the event, Mr. Minassian had conversations with his family about needing to buy a car once he started his new job. He discussed the possibility of expanding their driveway so that he would have space to park his car. Similarly, he made plans to go to dinner with his brother in order to celebrate his upcoming graduation and new job. Yeah, so like he's trying to weave this thread if he really didn't know what he was doing. But like when people are, going to kill themselves, for example, they'll often do the same ordinary things they always do right up until the end. They'll still get up in the morning and brush their teeth and read the paper and stuff like that, even though they've decided, okay, I'm going to go hang myself today. That's just what people do. And yeah, it doesn't really make sense, but it's pretty common. Another thing too is that if you're planning to kill people, you want to make it look like you're not doing that. Like, oh yeah, I've got all these great plans for the future. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. You're going to act normal and talk about normal stuff. You're not going to be like, okay, mom and dad, next week I'm going to go run a bunch of people over with a van and then get the cops to kill me. So Like Westphal seems to be certain that this indicates that, he didn't know what he was doing, but I mean, not necessarily. I mean, there are other ways of reading this. So building off of that, the morning of April 23rd, 2018, he woke up, had breakfast, and began working on his computer, completing some human resources requirements for his upcoming new job. He had booked the van for 1 p.m. and thought it would be productive to use his time completing the requirements for his new job. Mr. Minassian explained that he chose to complete these requirements in case his plans for the attack fell through. Right, so he's coming up with an alternative here. So we were reading earlier that, we can't conceive of alternatives. And it's like, well, okay, if I don't do the attack, I'm gonna finish doing paperwork for my new job. So he's planning of what he could do if he doesn't do it, right? It's not like I have to do it. It's all I can think of. It's like, well, maybe I won't. So, I'll fill out this HR stuff. Chose to rent the van for 24 or 48 hours. Be funny if he was honest about that, wouldn't it? I'd like to rent this van for 15 minutes. So, he knew not to say that. Mr. Minassian was not able to elaborate on why he was concerned about having the van for more than 1 day if he was not planning on returning it, but stated he wanted to make sure he had enough time. So, again, that gets to the planning, and that was one of the things that made the judge not believe him. Like, he meticulously planned this. He had contingency plans, like, and Westphal's trying to say, he's just this naive guy who didn't know what he was doing. I wanted it to be a busy sidewalk in Toronto. When he arrived at the intersection between Yonge and Finch, he saw many people walking and decided to go for it. He recalled having second thoughts when he initially reached the intersection and wondered if he could go through with this plan. He stated that immediately prior to the attack, he submitted a post on his Facebook account, the one we saw earlier. Okay, so he's having second thoughts right up until the end. He's wondering, can I do it? It kind of suggests there might be some more reasoning involved in that. He could not elaborate on his particular thoughts or emotions at the time, but stated that he was hyper-focused. We saw earlier that he was thinking about, I'd like to hit more women, particularly all the attractive ones, as he's driving his van. So I mean, so first he's saying, I was thinking about that. Now he's saying, I don't know what I was thinking about. So I guess maybe he realized here that wouldn't be a smart thing to say. So when the drink got splashed in his windshield, he said that at that moment he panicked and became concerned about losing control of the van and crashing, and denied being afraid of losing his own life. Why else would you care about that? I mean, yeah. And so I initially read the drink story. I thought, someone threw their drink at him and ruined his attack. Let's give that person a medal, But it turns out what happened was that he ran someone carrying a drink over, and the drink just splashed on the windshield, so it wasn't intentional. But a note for future van attacks, I guess. Throw drinks at them. You could ruin their attack, save lives. When asked, Mr. Minassian explained he did not bring a firearm due to fears of being detected. He explained that if he were to be searched at the rider location prior to his rental, he would have raised suspicions and feared that he would have been unable to continue with his plan. Mr. Minassian was unable to reflect on how unlikely it would have been for him to have been searched by a van rental company employee. He stated he wanted to get this done as quickly as possible. Yes, that's a weird thing to wonder about. One of my suspicions I had when I heard that was maybe he's just played too many video games, in a lot of video games, if you're going into a place where you're going to do something bad and like kill somebody or something, the guards search you and you have to find a way of hiding your weapons or something like that. So it could be that he was just, that was what he was used to dealing with when he was doing bad stuff in his video games, and he kind of instinctively went along with the same approach here. I don't know. This is a very bizarre thing for someone to think would happen. Another thing you could do is be like, oh yeah, sure, you can see that. You can see my pockets. Oh look, I have a gun. Bang. Didn't occur to him to do that either. Yeah, which is something that a more violent antisocial criminal type might do. But it speaks to him being more gentle and non-confrontational, that he didn't think of that or other things like that. Yeah, okay. So again, he's saying he wants to avoid being shot because he doesn't want to go to jail. When exploring this theme, Mr. Minassian was only able to give circular and repetitive arguments as to why he needed to die. He seemed to tie the success of this event on whether or not he had been killed, but stated this was not a suicide attempt. When asked, he was unable to explore themes of the consequences of his death, such as his potential afterlife, saying, I didn't think of that. So I'd be interested in knowing more about what he said there. Maybe it was in the live tweets or the news reports, but this doesn't really talk about it much. Okay, so the murdering piece of shit quote. When asked about his word choice, Mr. Minassian stated that he said it for dramatic purposes and believed he might have heard the phrase before, but could not recall where. Mr. Minassian said this was a spontaneous statement and that he had not planned on talking to the police given that he assumed he would die during the attack. He added, "I didn't care what I told the police. It was just a way to get media attention." Right, so... yeah, so here it is from the horse's mouth. Like, everything he said there was just a way of getting attention. You know, I'm a murdering piece of shit. All the stuff he said to the cops is designed to maximize that. When asked about the identity of his victims, Mr. Minassian stated, "I've avoided thinking about that. If I continue thinking about the same thing over and over again, it would stress me out." Well, it wasn't a problem when thinking about mass murder or video games or all that other stuff. So, yeah, so it's looking like the previous reports were onto something, and this was compartmentalization. Although he was not familiar with the names of all the victims who died, he was aware that 8 were female and 2 were male. He said that he had not intended to hurt more women than men, and again confirmed that his victims were random. Yeah, so again, that goes completely against what he said before. And my theory here is that he realized that saying he wanted to hurt women specifically would make him look bad. So it's just random, man. You know, I wasn't trying to do that. Oh, well, there were 8 women and 2 men. Oh, gee, how about that? Randomness is weird, eh? Mr. Minassian acknowledged thinking at the time of the interview that the victims who had survived and all of the victims' families would be upset about what had occurred, but stated, "I would be surprised if anyone would look for revenge." Yeah, so, I mean, that could be read as, like, he didn't understand people would want revenge there, or it could be read as no one's going to be able to get revenge on me because I'm protected in this concrete box, isolated from society. And, you know, he's not getting out. So, like, you know, I mean, maybe you could find a way to get revenge on him in there, but it wouldn't be easy. He focused on how the families of victims who were deceased would be upset given that their loved ones were no longer alive. So he knew that would be upsetting. Similarly, when asked about the effect on victims, Mr. Minassian stated, "I knew there were survivors. I was imagining if I was in the hospital with broken bones, I would be inconvenienced or uncomfortable." Did not make any comments about the effect of an individual losing their life. When asked about the effect of his actions on his own family, Mr. Minassian seemed somewhat surprised by the question. He then stated that emotionally his family would be affected 100% because of what he had done and the fact that he was no longer at home with them. He added that in terms of his family's daily life, they would be affected 5%. He stated that they can move on given that they have jobs and would not be financially affected by the situation. He cannot anticipate any other way in which his family's daily life might be affected by his actions. So again, it seems to go to that lack of insight he had, although... So you can understand they'd be affected emotionally, but he couldn't do the more complicated abstract reasoning of, like, what's that going to do to them on a day-to-day basis if they have those emotions, right? So he couldn't link the emotions to how it would actually affect their behavior. He's just looking at it in terms of money, right? When asked about the motivation to carry out this attack, he identified several themes. He had an interest in mass shootings, felt lonely, identified with Elliot Rodger, had a desire for notoriety, and was anxious about failing socially at his new job. So I was interpreting that before as failing performance-wise, you know, which is what he did at his other job in the Canadian Forces. But now he's saying it's socially, so he's worried that he's not going to fit in, and it's not so much performance. I'm not sure what to think about that. Mr. Minassian said he first became interested in mass shootings and websites such as 4chan when he was in high school. Yeah, a lot of mass shooters seem to have had their beginnings on that site. I have mixed feelings about it. He identified with many of the shooters, particularly since he shared a history of isolation from peers. At first, I didn't think of killing, but I could identify with them because they were rejected. Mr. Minassian said that during his high school years, he sometimes fantasized about becoming a mass shooter and on occasion had thoughts of suicide. He reported having very few friends while growing up and stated that he often felt isolated. He also recalled episodes of verbal bullying where other students would ask him to say certain words repeatedly in order to mock him. He reported feeling hurt during these occasions but denied ever feeling angry. He stated that he never felt motivated to seek revenge. When asked about why he did not target individuals who had bullied or rejected him, Mr. Minassian said he was trying to be stealthy and did not think he would have the ability to conduct such a deliberate attack. So that tells you he thought about doing that, but didn't think he could. And so he's saying, I didn't ever feel angry, but I thought about being a mass shooter and killing myself regularly. It doesn't really line up with that. Could be a lack of insight, could be him trying to be deceptive and not doing a good job of it. That was one of the things the judge seized upon. Like, he lied his ass off in the interrogation. He said contradictory things to the different doctors. Like, who knows how much of what this guy said was true. So that is something to bear in mind throughout the report. And what he said above is that, he identified with the mass shooters because they were rejected and they went and did something about it, right? So So he could identify with their reason for wanting to do it, and he wanted to do it himself for the same reason. He mostly kept to himself and would only speak to a few people who would approach him first. During his college years, he reported having one friend who he had met years before. They would usually spend time together playing video games and would occasionally go out to see a movie. Mr. Minassian was interested in women and was upset he wasn't in a relationship. Overall, he continued to feel lonely and was not optimistic about the prospect of starting a new job with new social challenges. So that was one thing I wondered reading Elliot Rodger's manifesto. He was like, I need a girlfriend, I need a girlfriend, I need a girlfriend. It's like, well, what did he think that would be like? Why did he want that so badly? And for him, it came down to this very primal need, it seemed, for, acceptance and, physical touch and sex. And also as a status symbol, if you have a girl, you felt that if you didn't have a girlfriend, you were a loser. But so he kind of in his writings and videos gave some insight into why he thought that was so important. But Mr. Minassian, but Alek Minassian, not so much. Like he's, I want a girlfriend, I want to be in a relationship. And it's like, well, what were you expecting? What did you want from that? Like he said a few kind of very basic things about puppy love and holding hands, but he hasn't really gone into that much detail about that yet. In 2016, when he was in college, he became more familiar with online fringe groups such as the incels, or involuntary celibates. Found out about Elliot Rodger and became fixated on his manifesto. He explained that he identified with some of the themes Mr. Rodger wrote about in his manifesto. He clarified that he did not identify as an incel himself, but also felt rejection and loneliness. He recalled feeling a sense of excitement when reading the manifesto because he knew that Elliot Rodger had been able to carry out his mission. Mr. Minassian stated that he particularly enjoyed the way individuals in websites such as 4chan and Reddit communicate, given that they are blunt and express their beliefs clearly. He clarified that he did not particularly identify with much of their belief system and explained how his political views differ from many in these online groups. So that's at odds with the interrogation. It's looking like, again, like this is something that he attached himself to because he knew it would make him more infamous, and he actually didn't agree with a lot of their stuff. Mr. Minassian reported using Elliot Rodger as a way to increase the sensationalist value of his own mass killing. He added, I specifically copied him because I felt like nobody would know me. Okay, so again, it's that thing mass shooters often do, where they'll piggyback off of somebody else who's more well-known and successful. So you'll have all these guys imitating the Columbine kids or Brent and Tarrant, and they'll just name drop them in a lot of the things they said because they know it's going to get more attention, and people are going to think, oh, hey, it's part of this huge wave of these kinds of attacks. Not an inaccurate thing to think, and it goes to show that he is capable of some of this kind of abstract reasoning about how other people think. Like he knew that was what would happen. So these are some ways in which he actually seems reasonably sophisticated, Okay, so he's admitting to copying Elliot Rodger. Wanted to be more sensationalist, wanted to gain notoriety among the different fringe websites and online communities that he was interested in. He explained that websites such as Encyclopedia Dramatica rank mass killers according to their kill count. He was aware of how he ranked among other notorious mass killers such as Elliot Rodger, Chris Harper Mercer, the Columbine shooters, and the Virginia Tech shooter. That's not something you really want to aspire to. I want to have a page on Encyclopedia Dramatica. Generally, that's bad. But they have these alternative ways of measuring value and importance, and like all the people who are interested in mass shooters, they look at all this stuff and want to emulate them and want to get the next high score. In this sense, he's looking more conventional. Mr. Minassian said he wished for notoriety, for attention that would overshadow everything else I've done. He reported having failed at several things throughout his life, academic and social. At the time, I didn't have much to live for. He added that he believed he could never truly be successful in having normal relationships or a normal life, and desired to gain notoriety for doing something that he knew he could accomplish. Okay, so that's a salient point there. He's thinking, I'm never going to be normal, I'm never going to be successful, and I don't know if I can do it. And that uncertainty is terrifying. I might fail. I might fail at my job. But here's something that he knows he can do. He knows what the effect is going to be, and he goes and does it. It's like him making the goofy noises when he was a kid. I don't want to be known for failing at trying to be normal. I want to deliberately not be normal and get attention for it. So again, you see it as a continuation of previous behavior. Mr. Minassian explained that he believed that anticipatory anxiety about his new job precipitated the violence. He feared being rejected and embarrassed due to his poor social skills at work. He anticipated not being able to relate effectively to his coworkers. It would have been very embarrassing failing socially. I would have had to see them every day. When asked about why this fear of potential embarrassment would affect him so much, he replied, "Maybe most people don't care about it because they haven't failed repeatedly. I knew I would have challenges." Mr. Minassian was aware of how his autism spectrum disorder related to his social difficulties. He said, I know people with autism think differently. I know being on the autism spectrum makes social interactions more difficult, so that correlates with loneliness, lack of social interactions, and the nervousness about the job." Right. So that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, for most people, failing at a job wouldn't be the end of the world. Doing something stupid in a social situation wouldn't be the end of the world. But if that's been your whole life for as long as you remember, just this constant cascade of, failure and embarrassment, often not knowing why or being able to fix it with few or maybe no successes, like that's hard. It makes every new thing a lot more painful, because it's the continuation of how everything has gone for you, and it can be hard to see how things could be different if that's all you've known. So, and he had seemed to have some insight into that here, as well as the fact that most people don't understand why that would be a big deal to someone who's lived that life. Okay. Mr. Minassian recognized feeling a sense of readiness and happiness when he rented the van, and a sense of nervousness when he was driving. Nervous about what? He was not able to associate any particular feelings associated with the killings of his victims. Yeah, so that was something I noticed in his interrogation video when he's talking about how people were being hit by the van and rolling over the top and all those kinds of things. He got a lot more animated. He started moving a lot more quickly. He was talking a lot more quickly. You get the sense from him talking that he was actually excited as he was describing it. He's reliving him killing his victims, and he was excited about it. He was excited to talk about it. So I don't think this is true. I think he's either not thinking about it at this time or again trying to hide it. When asked to reflect on the morality of his actions, Mr. Minassian said, "I certainly have committed the act of murder, and there isn't any moral justification for it. So, for the public eye, it would be extremely upsetting and immoral." So, I don't understand this Westphal guy. Westphal was the only person who supported the NCR verdict, and it was based on this idea that he didn't understand that what he was doing was wrong. And here he's openly saying there isn't any moral justification for it. It would be extremely upsetting and immoral to people. Like, he's literally laying it out for him, and he disregarded it. It leaves aside the question of what Minassian thought morality was, but whatever he thinks it is, he knows that wasn't it. Arguably, that's enough. When addressing whether his history of ASD could have played a role in his actions, Mr. Minassian stated that he believed it could have contributed in various ways. He acknowledged that his autism had a significant impact on his social skills and social isolation from peers. He reported believing that he would have been happier if he would have had the capacity to engage with others in a successful way. In addition, he stated that he believed his anticipatory anxiety about his upcoming job was heightened because of his fear of continued social rejection. He was unable to show any flexibility when asked about different solutions to his problems. I don't know what that means. Mr. Minassian was ambivalent about whether or not he would modify his actions if given the opportunity. He expressed some regret that he was now incarcerated and missed certain aspects of his freedom, playing video games, using his computer, spending time with his friend, and being able to take out food from the fridge. This man had a very small world. He expressed feelings of satisfaction regarding his actions. He said he believed they had yielded him notoriety. He explained that the notoriety was among incels and other betas, people who were socially marginalized. He was unable to explain how he knew this, given that he has no access to the internet. Ultimately, he said that he didn't know this for sure, but assumed it was the case because there was extensive news coverage of his attack. When asked why it was so important for him to be notorious with this group, especially given that he didn't know any of them, and furthermore that he doesn't even identify as an incel, he does not have an answer. Of note, correctional records show that Mr. Minassian received 2 requests from local media in order to interview him shortly after the offense, and that he rejected both of them. I seem to recall Westphal tried to use this as an argument that he didn't actually want notoriety or something like that. But I mean, there could have been a range of reasons why he did that. He seemed to have been quite beside himself. He was incarcerated after the attack, so I don't know. I don't remember if that's what happened. But okay, so we had the tongue thing a little bit in his tests. Yes, we're going to get into his psychometrics here, and more stuff about his mental history. Okay, so this is Westphal's infamous quote. His autistic way of thinking was severely distorted in a way similar to psychosis. Okay, so let's go over this whole paragraph and we'll kind of dissect that a bit. Mr. Minassian's affect or observed emotion was neutral but appropriate for the situation. He denied symptoms consistent with psychotic illness, including auditory and visual hallucinations, thought insertion, ideas of reference, paranoia, etc. However, his thought process was very concrete and inflexible. He answered questions in a very concrete way, often requiring the interviewer to rephrase questions several times in order for him to answer. At times, Mr. Minassian would appear baffled and was unable to provide answers despite being encouraged to take his time and consider the question. And many of his answers were off the mark with extraneous detail or missing the point. Overall, it was our impression that despite the fact that he was not psychotic, his autistic way of thinking was severely distorted in a way similar to psychosis. There is support in literature that autistic ways of thinking may distort reality as substantially as psychotic ways of thinking. So it's not clear to me where he's getting that from all of this. Okay. All right, so here's his example of a case where that could happen. Defendant was preoccupied with fantasies concerning the victim that were so strong that later developed into disturbances in perceptions and the internal representation of reality. This in turn resulted in severe mental impairment, very much like a psychosis. So I haven't read this paper, but I mean, psychosis and ASD aren't mutually exclusive. And I mean, here they're openly saying there are disturbances in perception and the internal representation of reality. But what are you claiming those are for Alek Minassian? You know, how is his sense of reality disturbed? How is his perception disturbed? Because all of his ideas about how the van attack would be perceived and the effects it would have were kind of accurate, weren't they? He wanted to achieve infamy by saying certain things. Those things got him infamy. He wanted to kill people, and so he came up with the plan and he did it. Like, I mean, if you've ever known any psychotic people, they're often pretty disorganized, you know, like they often can't take care of themselves, and, you know, they might not eat or sleep, or, you know, they'll be in, you know, like psychosis impacts a lot of parts of a person's functioning. But here was someone who was, you know, very calculated about what he did. He had a plan that he planned for some time. He executed it. He executed it successfully. He had a setback, not being killed by the police, and he adapted to it by going into the interview and saying things that he thought would make him infamous. So the fact that he was that coherent and organized kind of suggests that, you know, he doesn't have that kind of disturbance to him. But yeah, I don't know. Let's move on a bit here. Other abnormalities of thinking related to ASD were also apparent. By virtue of the severity of his social cognitive deficits, he was not constrained by any understanding of the impact that his actions would have on his victims, their families, and his own family. But we've just said earlier that he had a bit of understanding about how they would be affected emotionally. He understood that people would be shocked, horrified, that he would get his infamy. He was able to understand some of the effects it would have on victims and their families. So this actually contradicts what he was saying earlier. Like, you could argue that, you know, his understanding of the effects it would have were impaired or not as significant as those of a normal person would be, but he still had them, and he talked about it earlier. So this is kind of an odd thing for Westphal to say. So the only time in our interviews when he seemed shocked and dismayed was when he was asked whether he thought people would think of him as a bully. This aspect of his act, while obvious to others, did not occur to Mr. Minassian. This question caught him completely off guard, and he loudly answered, "I'm not a bully. I hate bullies. How could anyone think that?" Similarly, he failed to understand how others would be concerned about his future risk of violence. Okay, so this could suggest that he hasn't able to relate the concept of being a bully to what he did, because he has this fixed idea of what a bully is. Maybe, you know, a bully is someone in school who does mean things to you, and maybe he didn't understand kind of the general concept of, you know, what a bully is and what a bully does, and how that's kind of what he did in a way. Not being concerned about his future risk of violence. Like, here's a guy openly saying, well, you know, I'm not sure if I'd do it again, you know. I kind of miss not having, you know, video games and fridges full of food. But other than that, you know, no regrets, really. Why would anybody be concerned about me? So I don't know. As with always, there's the concern of truthfulness here. He drank shower soap. Okay. Montreal Cognitive Assessment, MOCA, was completed. He scored 28 out of 30, which didn't indicate any immediate issues. I'm guessing these are more intelligence tests. Did a trail-making test, copied a cube, drew a clock face following specific instructions. And if he was Donald Trump, he would say he was very, very smart for having done all of that. Naming animals. Yeah, okay. So all this stuff is going to catch people who are like severely psychotic or severely disabled or who have some sort of degenerative brain disease of some kind. The overarching purpose of psychological and psychiatric testing was to corroborate his long-standing diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder and to get a sense for the way in which he thinks, processes information, and otherwise interacts with the world. Okay, here's the criteria. Yeah, you can pause it if you want to know what these all are. Yeah, so again, it's kind of a lot to do with what you actually do, and not so much how you think, right? Okay. The diagnosis has become more widely recognized and understood in the last 20 years. Generally present from infancy and has a strong genetic basis. One of the things I think causes that is how old your mom is, and so we've got more women having kids in their 30s and even 40s, and your risk for genetic disorders, including autism, goes up if that's the case. And so, one theory behind why there's this explosion of kids with autism that we didn't see before is because that's happening. Okay, a bunch of autism stuff. Oh, Beck anxiety and depression inventory, cognitive functioning test, ADHD. Executive functioning, empathy quotient, psychopathy test, Vineland adaptive behavior scales. This is for people with disabilities, I think. Okay, so that was already done earlier. Okay. All right, these are some more of the things that we saw before. Good at verbal comprehension, perceptual reasoning. Not so good at some things. Working memory. Oh, good for memory. Good for arithmetic. Digit span. I don't know what that is. Processing speed's a bit slow. Okay. All right. Full scale IQ score of 107 was in the average range of intellectual function. So executive functioning is an area where people with autism often have trouble. Like they have a hard time, switching between different tasks and planning things, which is one of the reasons why they get absorbed in things and can't stop themselves, because normal people, that part of their brain works better. So it's like, okay, I need to do this. I'm going to stop doing this thing. But, if you have autism, that part of your mind is impaired. And so you start doing one thing and it's like, I got to do this one thing. And it's hard to tear yourself away. These seem to be other areas of executive functioning unrelated to planning or attention. But I guess if it's bad enough, it would harm these quite a bit, but above average in some of them. Vineland 3 is a standardized measure of adaptive behavior. Okay. Yeah, so this is for, people with disabilities who have a hard time taking care of themselves. I remember this one, and so this is kind of whether you can perform most basic daily activities, and the disabled person's parents do it because it's assumed they're too low functioning to be able to do it themselves, I suppose. Okay. Communication, daily living skills, and socialization. Yeah, so the mean score is 100, standard deviation of 15. That's for these general sections. Subsections, mean score of 15, standard deviation of 3. Okay, so it's saying communication skills, written, he's 18 but he has the verbal communication skills of a 6 or 8-year-old, apparently. I remember that, Westphal caught a lot of flack in the trial for trying to say that. Like, you listen to him talk in the police interview. Does he sound like someone who's 6 or 8? Not particularly. Daily living skills, personal, domestic, community. So it could be these scores are lower because he's always lived at home and his parents do a lot of stuff for him, and you never really learned a lot of the basic adult things, perhaps. So there might not necessarily be anything wrong there. Might not speak to impaired functioning, but this I'm interested in. We'll see if there's more about that, and I'll probably go over what Westphal said later because I forget what happened with that. Socialization, interpersonal relationships, play and leisure, coping skills. So he was at the level of a 2-year-old when it came to interpersonal relationships and play and leisure. But was somehow able to have friends in elementary school and a friend in high school that he maintained contact with throughout college. And so the fact that he was able to do that, and the fact that he, did have a job at some point and was able to do group projects with people, and the way he talks in his interview, like how can anyone look at him and say, he was at the level of a 2-year-old? But it's not him filling out these answers; it's his parents, and so. So there's an issue of whether they were biased there. They're just going off of what they saw, and maybe they haven't really seen much of him since he was a kid, or maybe there are lots of explanations for that. But this is like, I don't really know how this test. I don't really know what the internals of this test are, but this strikes me as being quite suspicious. Like if he really was at that level, like he wouldn't have been able to do a lot of the things he did. Mr. Minassian's interpersonal skills and leisure skills were rated extremely low at the level of a very young child. I must admit I don't know what a leisure skill is. Like, he played video games, he went to movies, he went to cafes, he went around with his bike. Like, I mean, plenty of adults do those things. And as an adult, he did do those things. So how do you play and have leisure in the way that a 2-year-old does unless you're, playing with blocks or something? Like, I don't understand this. Okay, so I did some research on the Vineland test, and I found a few interesting things about it from different sources. So I did find some stuff from Pearson, the company that sells it. And so it stresses that it's a measure of adaptive behavior, not capacity. So it's not like, do you have the mental capacity to do these things? It's, do you actually do them? It's an important distinction there. And so the way they score the test is, it's 0 to 2, 2 if you usually do it, 1 if you sometimes do it, 0 if you never do it. And it's all these questions of basically, does your kid do this, right? And it has some kind of examples of the types of questions it asks. So the receptive part of the communication skills, follows instructions with one action and one object, identifies at least 3 body parts on the self. So presumably the questions get more sophisticated at some point, but like all the examples I've seen so far are things that are kind of at this level. So I had a hard time finding examples of the actual test's questions. And I ended up finding a YouTube video by a bunch of Malaysians who were going over the test and showing how to fill it out. So thanks, Malaysians. So this is the receptive domain in which Alek Minassian scored at the level of a child, identify at least 3 body parts, follow instructions with 2 related actions. For example, pick up these toys and put them away. Respond to questions that use why. For example, why are you crying? And they answer, my toy broke. So stuff like that. The expressive skills, which he also scored low on. It's, uses phrases with a noun and a verb. For example, mommy stay or give ball. Say your own first name. Ask questions beginning with who. For example, who's that? Or who went to the store? So like they only showed you questions at the beginning of the test, and there's like hundreds of them. So, I'm not quite sure what to make of that. The ones I was most interested in, I didn't find too much about that. I did find an example of again from Pearson about what some of the play skills are they're looking at. Functional play, using a toy for intended purpose, driving a car, talking on a phone, building with blocks. Then there's symbolic and imaginary play, where children learn how to use objects for what they're not intended for. So you can use your block as a phone, or use miniature figurines as agents, mommy feeding the baby. Alek Minassian for play skills scored at the level of a 2-year-old. And if that was true, then, this would kind of be the limit of his abilities there. Kids don't get into cooperative play, being able to play games with other kids until they're like 3 or 4. And, what that is, oh, hey, let's play mommy and daddy. I'll be the mommy and you be the daddy. Or let's have a tea party. Okay, I'll get the teapot, And so if Alek Minassian's score on this truly was what his parents said it was, he wouldn't have been able to do any of that. And like, does that seem plausible given what we've seen of him? I don't think so. So you'll remember that his parents filled out the test for him, and I actually looked at the manual for the test. And so what's supposed to happen is the clinician is supposed to interview you and decide, where you are on this test. And they also give, the parents and maybe the teacher a version of this test, and that kind of supplements it. So one thing that can happen, which appears to have happened here, is that his parents filled it out, and that was it. And the manual actually recommends not doing that because the test loses a lot of its validity if you do that. It's like because parents can be biased and don't necessarily know what to look for. And so one other thought I had here was that maybe his parents were biased, and that's what happened. And another thought I've had too, as I've started getting into the Crown's reports, is maybe they were either consciously or unconsciously trying to make him look more impaired than he was because they wanted him to be in a mental hospital. There's a Crown social worker that interviews them, and they seem very curiously guarded and evasive in some cases, and seem to be kind of encouraging that viewpoint. So that's kind of the sense I've gotten. They were, so they may very well have been, biased, consciously or otherwise. in a way that would make them want to make him look more impaired than he was. Because again, like this, at the level of a 2-year-old and being able to play with other kids, like he wouldn't have been able to have friends in school if that was possible, or just anywhere really. This profile of adaptive skills that are markedly lower than expectations based on intellectual ability and age is commonly seen in ASD. Yes, this is one of the things that made me hate this guy. It's like, it's common for people with autism to be at the level of a 2-year-old in their interpersonal relationships. It's like unless you're like as low functioning as you can get, that's not going to happen. Yeah. So like this is something where I think he should have clued in and realized, okay, wait a minute, like there's something wrong with this. There's a disconnect between what these scores are saying and what he's like and what his history is. That was one of the things Westphal got ripped into for. He was being biased and kind of ignored contradictory information in his own reports and the reports that were provided to him that he relied on in part. I think we're kind of seeing that here, like this really doesn't seem to line up with what else we know about his life. Okay, ADHD. T-scores with a mean of 50. Okay. All right. So he appears to have been normal there. No ADHD. Problems with self-concept in the very much above average range, while he rated his degree of impulsivity as falling well below the average range. The brief. Okay. So this seems to get more into the executive functioning issues that I was mentioning earlier. Starting tasks, shifting from things. So the percentiles here are kind of reversed in a sense in that, the higher your score is, the more difficulty you have. So you want to be in a low percentile and not a high one. So for inhibit, I guess, is inhibiting emotions or things you don't want in your head, shifting from one task to another, emotional control. So, his parents rated him as being higher in all of these things, substantially in some cases. So we can see that, his parents rated him as being, a 50th percentile. He was 15th in emotional control. He rated himself 37th overall. His parents rated him as 63. And if we look at metacognition, which is, so metacognition, if you don't know what that is, has to do with your awareness of how you think and your ability to change it. So again, his parents wrote that he was much more impaired in this area than he did. It's twice as high for initiating things. It's a bit lower for working memory because he's good at math and stuff. Especially higher for planning and organizing. Organization of materials, he rated himself as 7th percentile, and his parents rated him as 72nd percentile. So overall, is that what you can see here is that his parents think he's way more impaired than he thinks he is. So, you could look at that and say, well, he's trying to make himself look better than he is. It goes back to that image management thing from the Paulus deception scale. But, I'm inclined to think that it is his parents having a distorted perspective. Parents of children with disabilities are often very protective of them and often see them as more impaired than they necessarily are because they have to see them go through all these challenges as a kid and, all their difficulties with school and socializing. And, it's hard to watch that. And you're only going to have, a limited window into what that's like. You'll hear them talking about how awful it is. You'll see them spending lots of time by themselves, all that kind of stuff. So that is something that often happens with parents of children with disabilities, often autism. And that's something that can actually be limiting for a lot of people because you have these people with disabilities and their parents think, oh, you have this disability, so I have to protect you. I have to keep you safe from all these horrible things out there in the world. And that can actually stunt a kid's development. If the parents are too overprotective, oh, he has autism, I don't want him going out and getting hurt and, doing this thing or doing that thing. So maybe that was what went on here. I don't know. But there does seem to be a pattern of his parents thinking he's more impaired than he actually is, both in terms of what he is objectively done and the way he views himself. So that's one reason to kind of put less weight on the Vineland test, I think. Okay, so we did the Beck anxiety inventory and the Beck depression inventory. Does he have anxiety or depression? So mild anxiety, moderately depressed. I would be if I was him. I can understand him not being anxious too. You're in a protected little concrete cocoon by yourself. What's going to happen? Probably not much. Okay. Autism diagnostic interview, where they interview your parents. ask them about your autism. We got T-scores here. You want less than 59. Okay, so what this seems to be about is your own, both the patient and the parent's rating of how concerned they are about different areas of their functioning. Scaling's a bit different. You want below 59, 60 to 65 is mild, 66 to 75 moderate, 76 above are severe. Okay, so the parents gave higher scores. Social awareness, mildly concerned versus not concerned. Moderate concerns for social cognition. Severe concerns as opposed to moderate for social communication. Okay. Should I be explaining what any of this is? Okay. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory what all this stuff is. Social awareness, your ability to think about social situations, your ability to communicate, how motivated you are to socialize, restricted interests and repetitive behaviors. Valid thing to be concerned about in his case. One of the things I'm wondering about this is that Alek Minassian seems to have spent a huge amount of time by himself. And so the question there as well, if he was just in his room all day and, as his parents said, he didn't really talk to them unless prompted and didn't really share much with his parents, how much did they really know about him, right? He seems to have largely kept to himself, didn't share or volunteer things. So a lot of their ideas of who he is were probably informed by, his experience with clinicians and his, support programs in school. So that could be an issue here. All right, this is an interesting little test here. What kind of relationship do you want? Indicated some interest in social relationships, but little interest in several activities that are crucial to friendship, such as sharing significant news, supporting each other, and staying in touch. Mr. Minassian endorsed preferring activity and interest-related activities with friends rather than conversation and less structured get-togethers. Okay, so he seems to be someone who wants to do things and, play video games and whatever, and isn't really interested in the whole support aspect of it, which is an area in which men and women tend to be different. Men tend to be more in the shared activities and less in conversation and that kind of emotional support. And one of the things with autism is that when babies are in the womb, they're actually flooded with an excess of male hormones, and so loosely speaking, what ends up happening is their brain ends up being overly male, and so maybe that's related to these particular issues. I don't know. I figured I'd just throw this out there. It's an interesting thing to think about. The Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule. Okay, so again, we're seeing the same issues you had before: formal speech, not inquiring about the evaluator or building on her comments, tended to speak at excessive length about certain topics and was not responsive to direct nonverbal cues that the listener was not interested. Okay, so they're using body language to see if you can pick up that they're not interested, and you stop talking about whatever it is you're talking about. It's an annoying thing with autistic people who have special interests. In addition to being really interested about things like World War II airplanes, they also often can't tell when you're bored or annoyed, so they just keep talking about them. So okay, it's kind of what you would expect here. So they did a little test on him here too. He was asked to complete a puzzle, but was given an inadequate number of pieces to do so, and the evaluator explicitly stated that he should let her know if he needs more. When he used up his pieces and required more, Mr. Minassian said it's missing pieces. The evaluator paused to give him an opportunity to request more. He neither looked at her nor made a request. This is significant as it shows the absence of very basic social communication skills despite very sophisticated use of language in other contexts. I seem to recall this being brought up at trial, and it's like, he didn't ask her for more pieces when he was told to. He has some serious social issues. Maybe, but another theory is that he didn't really give a fuck. Here's a guy who's in jail 24 hours a day in a cell by himself and, is doing these assessments, kind of depressed, kind of miserable, kind of wants to kill himself. It's missing pieces. Person doesn't say anything. Okay, whatever. Fuck you. I could see that easily. So I think this is kind of an overreaching conclusion they're coming to. Didn't look at her or make a request. It was just it's also what you do if you don't care. Or you're just tired and burnt out and miserable, and I don't know. I don't have the emotional energy for this. I've done all these questionnaires and tests. I don't want to do any more right now. In terms of nonverbal communication, Mr. Minassian used some gestures for descriptive and emphatic purposes. His gestures tended to be rather awkward and exaggerated. Yeah, so that's one of the problems when you have to be taught social skills. So if you don't intuitively know, you have to make certain gestures to express yourself. And, there's some therapist that's, explaining, okay, here's how to make this gesture. Or, you're watching instructional videos that are like, this is what this gesture means. This is what that gesture means. It's often going to be in a very exaggerated way to show you what it's like. And so the way you'll learn it will be exaggerated, and you might not know that it's exaggerated. Yeah. Also, one thing I would often have trouble with, at least, was, if I saw a gesture, it was hard for me to kind of remember how it worked and how to map those movements to how my body moved. And so if I was, trying it out, it would be awkward and exaggerated because it's like it was unfamiliar. I don't know how to do it, right? So, so people who, learn social skills from other people with autism who do that, they can often have exaggerated body language or expressions, or just kind of ones that sort of look like what they're supposed to be, but not quite, because, someone else has taught it to them, but they didn't really learn it quite right. I find that interesting, but that could be a symptom of that. I mean, he did get help when he was a kid, so that could be why that is. Challenges with emotional insight. His description of his physiological sensation of different emotions was largely limited to hot and cold. He did not describe other bodily emotions. He did not describe other bodily sensations, only the temperatures he associates with the emotion. And yet he had largely adequate responses to questions about social insight. So, again, this could be an issue of just the way that he feels his emotions, or, kind of sees them in his mind, is different. Like, when I was a kid, I never had issues identifying when I felt a certain way. I knew, but the way that I knew was different than the way normal people knew. And in all honesty, the physical sensations of different emotions, like, I'd probably know it if it was happening, but I couldn't describe to you off the top of my head what this is like in any great detail. And I'd have to sit down and think about it to be able to tell you right now. I'm sure I could come up with some things, but yeah, I mean, people with autism often experience and feel and recognize emotions differently. And so he's interpreting this as he can't recognize it, but, well, maybe he can. It's just not the way that normal people can, right? Okay, so they did another thing where they tricked him and they gave him a problem he couldn't solve. And, a typically developing person of Mr. Minassian's intelligence would make a statement or ask a question to indicate he was stuck. He did not do this, however. He sat quietly without saying anything. Another thing that just occurred to me is what kind of medication was he on at this time? Because if they gave him a big pile of antipsychotics or, antidepressants or something like that, that would also do this, or maybe he somehow thought that they were supposed to tell him, or he forgot that they weren't supposed to tell him. Okay, so here we're on to the empathy quotient, which is a measure of how much cognitive and effective empathy you have, or emotional empathy. Yeah. Some of these tools are used on only forensic populations, and some are also used on normal people. And this is used on normal people too, as you can see. So 22, normal is above 30. So it's not like 0 or something, dramatically low. It's below average. So again, he's trying to say he's at the level of a young child, but if he is getting a score like this, I would question that. He answered as a few examples, he answered questions like, I can tell if someone is masking their true emotion. I tend to get emotionally involved with a friend's problems, would strongly disagree. And if someone asked me if I liked their haircut, I would reply truthfully, even if I didn't like it. And I usually stay emotionally detached when watching a film, with strongly agree. So these are all basic autism things. And the if anyone asks me if I like their haircut, that's a problem people with autism often have. They don't know they're supposed to tell little white lies to make people feel better, or they have some sort of opposition to that because it's against the rules, or they don't like lying. So, does this just make me look fat? Yep. Oh, hey, why are you mad? I used to have that issue. People with autism often do, and they don't understand why they get mad, because it's like, hey, they asked me a question, I answered it, and, why are they mad at me for doing that? And that is something that, people often have to be told. So the way they'll look at empathy deficits is that, well, either they have autism, or they're antisocial, or they have sociopathy or psychopathy. And so they think it's because of autism. It's worth noting that autism and sociopathy aren't mutually exclusive. You can have both, and then it's going to be hard for them to tell what's causing what. Okay, and that's where we get into the psychopathy checklist. This test has been around for a while. It's been refined many times over the past few decades, and I forget what its exact reliability is, but from what I remember, it was pretty good. Yeah, so the cutoff threshold for it, for what I remember, is about 30. So that's where they decide you're a sociopath. It's out of 40 something, I think. And yeah, so 13 is a very low score. Below 10, I believe, is the cutoff for normal people. Or sorry, below 10 is the threshold for normal people. So 13, it's a bit elevated, but not much. Okay, so let's see. They don't seem to tell us what the actual scores were for it. He has various traits, including a shallow affect and a lack of remorse, that are consistent with psychopathy. But he also lacked other characteristics of psychopathy, for example, superficial charm and cunning, or conning, I guess, manipulative behavior. In addition, some of his positive scores in the test could equally well be explained by ASD. There is research literature which describes elevated PCLR scores in the population with ASD based on overlap of certain characteristics of the disorders. So I think I'll actually go over the PCLR sections, if you'll permit me. Yeah, so these are all the traits that are tested on the PCLR. Okay, so it looks like it's out of 40. So the way they score it is you get 0, 1, or 2. 0 is if you don't have it. 1 is if maybe you have it, and 2 is if you do have it. So yeah, you'll notice that a lot of these categories are kind of tailored towards what the more stereotypical psychopath you might think of. Someone like Patrick Bateman, who has a very high opinion of himself and who's superficially charming and manipulates people, and criminal versatility, so he can commit a lot of different kinds of crimes. So it isn't really a measure of whether you're, a bad person or an evil person. It's, do you have this specific set of traits associated with a specific type of evil person, if you will. A lot of people kind of naively interpret that as it being a measure of evil. So if you're, an evil person's going to get a high score on this and, a good person won't. Not necessarily the case, right? Karla Homolka, for example, got, I think, like 6 out of 40 on this test. And, obviously she might have manipulated the test, but maybe not as much as we think. So impulsivity and risk-taking is a big part of that. Irresponsibility. Many short-term marital relationships. Not much of an issue for an incel. Juvenile delinquency. That's breaching your conditions if you're on probation or bail and you get released from jail. So these wouldn't even apply to someone like Alek Minassian, first-time offender. He only committed one crime, so you're not going to know if he's criminally versatile or not. And there's a bit of interpretation involved, like parasitic lifestyle, like. So you might look at someone who's 25 and living with their parents and be like, oh, you're just leeching off of them. You should be on your own. Or you could just say, well, the economy's terrible and, you just graduated college, don't have a job yet, have a disability. It makes sense you're living with your parents. So like different people can interpret some of these categories in different ways. And, the 1 versus 2 distinction, there's a judgment call involved in that. So, yeah. So one of the things Westphal was talking about was how a normal autistic person is going to have a slightly elevated score. And that would make sense to me, shallow affect, you're not going to have much of an emotional range if you have autism and you're impaired enough. Lack of empathy, maybe. Early behavioral problems, you don't know what all the rules are, that kind of thing. But one thing I would like to see is, if you're an if you're an autistic psychopath or just, a bad autistic person, how high is your score going to be on this? Because I would imagine the autism is going to nullify some of these categories. Like, you're going to be less likely to be superficially charming, less likely to be grandiose, less likely to have a need for stimulation or promiscuous sexual behavior. You're probably more likely to be just, cold and clinical about what you're doing, less I'm going to steal a car and go on a joyride, and more I'm going to rob this bank for thousands of dollars in this very sneaky way. So that's kind of what I would expect. And I don't know how much research there is on that, but I would be interested in finding out more about that. It's something that I would imagine would, lower the PCLR score of a bad person, where if that bad person was in, a neurotypical person's mind, they might do more of these things and have a higher score. Malingering. Okay. So that's the test if you're inventing symptoms of a psychiatric illness in order to avoid responsibility for your actions. Yes, they thought of that. Yeah, so he's probably not lying about having autism. It's not a test of whether you're lying about other things. Okay, so conclusion. Okay, this is more background. Okay, diagnosed when he was 5. His parents pursued many interventions and support for him. Okay, however, it is important to point out that he has never received individual psychotherapy. That is something that I think would have helped this guy a lot. All the catastrophizing, all the ruminating, all the obsessing about past failures, that's more in the domain of individual psychotherapy rather than, help for autism specifically. Help for autism is about more, tends to be about more concrete problems with a disorder, learning social skills or learning body language or learning how to talk to other people or read other people's emotions, and less on, the more secondary effects that, having autism is going to have on your mental health, or that, that having autism and being rejected for having autism is going to have on your mental health. So, if he had gotten that, maybe he wouldn't have done his attack. Maybe he wouldn't have wound up in this space psychologically of, I can't stand the idea that I'm going to fail at my job and fail at another thing, so I'm going to go do a van attack, right? I wonder what his parents' reason was for not getting him involved in that. I kind of got the sense they were reasonably well off, and he went to a good enough school to be able to get all this support. So, yeah. I don't know. I think this is a good thing for people with autism to have, particularly if, their experience of socializing and being rejected has been hard for them. Okay, specific therapy. Okay, so he's even saying this, specific therapy models such as cognitive behavioral therapy have demonstrated effectiveness in ASD and may have benefited him. There is also no evidence that Mr. Minassian received targeted social cognitive interventions. Indeed, this is an area of recent progress in the ASD field, and most social cognitive interventions that are now used were not available when he was in school. It is likely, given his intelligence and ability to retain information, that he would have benefited and developed a more substantial social cognition that includes empathy and perspective taking if he had received such interventions. So they've gotten better at helping kids understand, how to be socially aware and how to understand other people's perspectives than they once were. It's better for people with autism now, but I would stress the CBT stuff and individual therapy quite significantly. Throughout different developmental stages, his behavior and focus centered around specific themes such as math, Mr. Bean, exercise videos, video games, and fringe online groups. Pity about the last one. And again, not necessarily a bad thing. I like reading about fringe online groups. It doesn't mean I'm going to do anything other than being like, hey, that's interesting. That's weird. Okay. I'm going to go back to not being a murderer now. Coupled with the social deficits inherent in autism, this profile results in someone who has difficulty appreciating his listeners' needs and tends to speak at great length without recognizing what information is most relevant. He does not have the social cognitive skills to appreciate what his listener needs to hear. Additionally, he is not able to filter what he says, something which depends on understanding others' internal experiences and in turn the way in which what he says could be perceived. This was very evident in the candor with which he spoke about his violent actions and his attitude towards them now. So, an important thing to recognize about this is that all of their judgments about how he operates socially, at least in this capacity, are in a clinical setting. Him talking one-on-one with a doctor or a bunch of doctors and about his crime. It's all about his crime and things that led up to his crime. And that's an artificial environment. It's not how socializing works in the real world. And although I'm very much a fan of individual therapy can't replicate how socializing actually works, so you can have a therapist. So you can have a therapist who says, okay, this is the right thing to do here. This is the right thing to do there. But at the end of the day, it's just, you and the therapist, right? Like they can't actually show you how to interact with a group of kids at your school, right? And so one other form of therapy there is group therapy, where you get, people with autism, together, and they interact with each other, and they kind of, are able to get more of that. But one of the issues that can cause is they all kind of have the same problem, the same lack of awareness of social cues. And so, okay, you can get kind of a bit more of a group dynamic there. And, a bit more of experience interacting with other kids. But it's not a substitute for the real world. And so you look at Alek Minassian, and he spent most of his life he spent his school experience in these special education classes with other people who had similar problems and learned to socialize with them and made friends there. And so, okay, that's great, but maybe that didn't really prepare him for the real world. You get out of the world of special education friends where everybody's understanding about what's going on with you and has the same problems, and you're out into the real world where no one knows what's going on and no one really cares, if I'm being honest, and where ordinary people don't have those same blind spots. So yeah, I mean, I've gone off on a bit of a tangent here, but I guess the point is that the help for people with autism has gotten a lot better, but it's still limited, and the setting that they're assessing him in is artificial, so it's doesn't appreciate what his listener needs to hear, when they're interviewing him about all these puzzles they're tricking him into doing, or the specific things they want to know about his crime. Like, failing to do that may not necessarily translate to a failure to be able to do normal things with normal people, and vice versa. So, yeah, a little uncertainty about how much they're reading into this. In Mr. Minassian's case, he can function at or above normal level in many intellectual tasks. At the same time, his communication in everyday settings is more like that of a child, and his skills in social relationships are even lower. The difference between his intellect, which is often described as one's potential for achievement, and his actual functioning is vast. Mr. Minassian was aware that he experienced repeated failures in work and social contexts, but had little insight into the underlying skills deficits which were responsible for his poor achievement. To him, this distance between what he knew he was capable of and what he actually achieved seems insurmountable and caused significant distress. That was a big issue for me, and is often an issue for people with autism who are reasonably intelligent, because you grow up being told, oh, hey, you're smart, you're going to do all this great stuff, and then your inability to socialize just kind of ruins it all. And it's like, well, that's not what I was expecting. I wasn't prepared for that. And it can be crushing, because you have all these expectations for what you can do. Other people who are just as smart as you go on to do all these things, and are given all these opportunities, and you're not given any of that because your social skills suck. Like, that's quite a blow to people, and it's not something that, and it's not something that a lot of people really know how to deal with. So it seemed insurmountable and caused significant distress. Yeah, I can relate to that 100%. I've heard a lot of people say that. Other characteristics of Mr. Minassian's behavior support the diagnosis of ASD and are also relevant to his actions on April 23rd, 2018. Okay, he has difficulty understanding and taking the perspectives of other people, which can play out in the sort of empathy deficit identified during our interviews. This type of deficit in the cognitive or intellectual aspect of empathy is known as theory of mind deficit. A central theory in autism is that theory of mind deficits or mind blindness is the root of social difficulties. This means that people with ASD have difficulty understanding that others have internal states that differ from one's own, and have difficulty attributing mental states, beliefs, desires, and intentions to others. The extent of the theory of mind deficit varies by individual with ASD, but the testing indicates that it is very marked in Mr. Minassian's case. Okay, so this is something that I brought up in quite a bit of detail in my previous videos about the Minassian case. So theory of mind is often viewed by people in kind of a black and white way, as either you have it or you don't. But unless you're like really low functioning, like truly at the level of a small child, you're going to know that other people have mental states, have beliefs, desires, and intentions. It's just going to be harder for you to figure them out than a normal person. And you may not be able to figure them out, or you may think, okay, this person thinks or believes this, but you're actually completely wrong. And the level of impairment there varies. And one thing that will often happen is if, another person's mind is truly incomprehensible, is that you'll just assume they think the same way you do because you don't know how else to think. There's one famous test that's done on small children called the Sally Ann task, which I talked about in my last video, where that's what happens. Okay, so we're going to look more at what specifically he thought was wrong. Throughout his police interrogation, which mirrors his Facebook post immediately before the attack, Mr. Minassian highlights how the intent of his actions was to ignite an incel rebellion to overthrow all the Chads and Stacys. This explanation has multiple problems. For example, Mr. Minassian had never indicated any animosity towards Chads or Stacys before the Index event. He had never told anyone that he was upset about feeling left out of relationships, and did not have failed attempts to initiate relationships. In addition, aspects of both his story to the police and the specific words and specific phrases and word choices he used were lifted from Elliot Rodger, the self-identified incel who killed 6 people in Isla Vista. When asked about this, Mr. Minassian acknowledged that he had used Elliot Rodger's explanation to spice it up because he thought people wouldn't be interested in or know him otherwise. So I have a few issues with this. Never indicated animosity. Like, he spent years fantasizing about killing them and looking up cases about other people who killed them and thought, hey, it might be cool if I did that. Kind of seems like animosity to me. Did not have failed attempts to initiate relationships. Well, I mean, there was Library Girl. I wonder if she remembers that. And he never told anyone that he was upset about feeling left out of relationships, but he said that he was frequently for years. Yeah, and so, I mean, there's not really any dispute on this part here. Okay, no doubt Mr. Minassian's plan was conceived in the context of his saturation with provocative, hate-filled material on the internet. ASD made him less able to appreciate the theatrical, exaggerated nature and extremeness of the material or the dark humor behind some of it. He took it very literally. And clearly, Mr. Minassian copied multiple aspects of Elliot Rodger's attack. One of the diagnostic characteristics of ASD, restricted and repetitive patterns of behavior, can express itself in mimicry, something Mr. Minassian has a history of doing. For example, reenacting dance videos. However, given the fact that the overarching rationale seemed to be plagiarized, and without precedent in his life, juxtaposed against the act's extreme nature, the incel account falls short as a complete explanation. Yeah, there are a lot of things wrong with this too. So the analysis he's making here seems to be that, Alek Minassian didn't understand that these people were just, mad and, saying hateful things to, entertain each other. He thought, oh, this is actually a reasonable way of thinking. And, because he had autism, he just mimicked it, like he mimicked dance videos when he was a kid. He didn't know any better. And, he never did anything like this before. So it doesn't really seem to be an explanation now, does it? Like one issue here is that he seemed to know enough about how wrong all this stuff was to hide it from people. I mean, it's not like he, went to his parents and were like, oh, hey, mom and dad, I read about mass murder on the internet. I think mass murder is really cool. It'd be fun to be a mass murderer one day, which is, it seems stupid, but, if you really had no idea that all that stuff was wrong, then, why wouldn't you tell other people? Why wouldn't you tell normal people about it? Why wouldn't you repeat all the hateful things you see on incel forums or whatever? Why wouldn't it be something that you mention publicly to other people if you don't know that it's wrong and extreme, right? So that's one of the issues I have with that. He didn't share things with people generally, but, you'd think it would have come out in some way at some point. He did have friends that he talked to, and so, so this is one of the reasons why this guy pissed off so many autistic people, Oh, autism made him mimic Elliot Rodger, like he seems to be suggesting that, like, it was because he had autism and didn't understand other people's states of mind, he just kind of copied what he saw on the internet and just didn't know any better. Okay. One hypothetical motive for the attack, which we do not accept, is that Mr. Minassian was seeking revenge for something in his past. Among other things, Mr. Minassian was bullied in school and felt socially rejected. He had a number of reasons to be angry and disaffected, and he had limited emotional experience and almost no insight into his own emotional states. He did not have the skills to identify and communicate how he was feeling, and even now cannot make connections between his behavior and his emotional experiences. However, in this explanation, you would expect Mr. Minassian to have previously expressed anger in some form. His family all deny that he ever said anything that suggested he was harboring anger towards anyone, and he has no history of previous angry outbursts other than as a young child or violence. In addition, in this explanation, you would expect his target to have been more specific, somehow related to his source of anger. For example, he could have chosen to attack one of the schools he attended, but did not. So this is quite naive, I think. So why didn't he express anger before? Well, okay, so one possible explanation is that he was a coward, right? He admitted to as much. He was cowardly in many aspects of his life. And he was someone who thought about committing mass murder regularly, and often wanted to do it when other people rejected him. So what that tells you is that his anger wasn't just at the bullies, it was at everyone, all of society. And if your anger is towards all of society and not just specific people, that makes sense. Killing random people makes sense. If everybody is horrible and everyone is awful and society is awful, then it makes perfect sense for your anger to be expressed in that way. But this guy's saying, oh, he was mad at the bullies. Why didn't he attack one of his schools that he attended? Well, lots of mass shooters are bullied and are mad at the bullies and end up killing random people because all the negative experiences they have ultimately leads to hating everybody and not just bullies, right? So I think the issue here is that this guy is an expert on autism, but not an expert on mass murderers, and doesn't really understand the concept of being angry at everybody, which he kind of said that he was. Yeah, so ultimately this is quite overreaching, you know. He couldn't have been angry because he never expressed anger before. And it's something that autism could have also played a role in too. You know, he was someone who thought he had to follow all the rules and was very rule bound. And, you know, if someone bullies you and you punch them in the head, you're breaking the rules. People are going to get mad at you, you know? So you'd think he would have clued into that a bit, given that he's an autism expert, but I guess not. So ultimately I find this to be very naive and overreaching as a piece of analysis. A related hypothetical motive, which we also reject, is that Mr. Minassian was taking revenge on the military for something that happened during his brief enlistment and discharge, or for the fact that his military aspirations failed. This is suggested by the military references in his Facebook post and by the proximity of his attack to the recruitment office where he enlisted in the army. However, according to the military documentation, Mr. Minassian initiated his separation from the military and received an honorable discharge, and there is no record that he subsequently expressed a grievance against the military. Furthermore, he drove past the building which houses the recruitment office without driving on the sidewalk and did not appear to target anyone in the immediate area surrounding the building. In our interviews, he denied this as a motive. That leaves the question of what motivated the attack. Minassian has identified several factors. Chief among these were two reasons: his concern about failing socially at his new job, which he had not started, his desire for notoriety measured by achieving a high kill count on Encyclopedia Dramatica. These seem like particularly insubstantial reasons to inflict such an enormous amount of pain and to either end his own life or at least guarantee that he spent the rest of it incarcerated. Furthermore, Mr. Minassian had significant difficulty identifying what he was specifically anxious about regarding failing socially at work. He was not able to explain how these instances would be different from his previous social interactions or why they presented such a threat to him. With regards to his claims of conducting these violent acts for the purpose of notoriety, it is important to note that, when given the opportunity to speak with reporters, Mr. Minassian refused their invitations. So again, I think this shows that Westphal had a limited amount of insight into what it's like to be an autistic person and what it's like to be rejected constantly and what it's like to have, all these things build up on you for years to the point where every little thing is just another reminder of, oh, hey, that's the person you are. That's the person you've always been. Maybe that's the person you'll always be. And if you think of it that way, it's a lot easier to imagine something like this being the straw that broke the camel's back, right? He's concerned about failing at his new job. I can't take this anymore. I don't want to deal with this anymore. Like that makes sense, right? And mass shootings are not infrequently triggered by things like that. Some guy gets fired from his job or, something bad happens to them and it's like, okay, that's it. I've had enough. I'm getting my gun. And as for not being able to articulate what failing socially at work meant, that's often how it goes, you know you're going to do something wrong. You don't know what it is, right? Because, you don't know what you don't know, right? So, you just, and so going into social situations can be very stressful if you have autism, because, if you know that you're impaired and you know that you often don't understand things and you know that often causes problems, when you get into a new situation, you might end up thinking, okay, I'm going to mess something up. It's going to be horrible and I don't know what it is. And that makes anxiety worse. It's easier to deal with anxiety if you know what the threat you're going to face is than if you don't. If you know what the bad thing is that's going to happen to you, as opposed to not knowing what it is or when it's going to happen or how it's going to happen, that makes it worse. And if that's your whole life, that's hard, So it seems like he wasn't able to articulate, what he was worried about. And that could be the reason why, because it's just a general feeling. Something bad is going to happen. And so I'm not saying that my analysis of this is necessarily correct. Only that it's a very probable alternative that I would have expected someone like Westphal to have thought of, and which seems to me at least to be more probable. And yeah, again, refusing the reporters, he just gotten into jail, he's getting settled, he knows he's going to be there for the rest of his life. He wants to die. Like, are you going to want to talk to a reporter when you want to kill yourself or maybe even actively trying to kill yourself? Probably not. So there are all these other possibilities he could have looked at. And it's just, he has this perspective and he's cherry picking things that seem to support that. All of these inconsistencies raise the question of whether Mr. Minassian was capable of understanding the impact and consequences of what he was doing. He knew that from a legal standpoint, what he was planning was wrong and that he would be held accountable. He certainly understands the wrongfulness of his actions on an intellectual level. This understanding may, to some degree, reflect the education he received about the legal system in high school. On the other hand, there are several things that suggest that Mr. Minassian did not appreciate the moral wrongfulness of his actions. When asked about the impact that his actions had on the lives of his victims, their families, and his own family members, he demonstrated a complete lack of insight. Well, he had some, and he knew it would make him infamous. He knew all the right things to say to make that happen. So, again, you look up in the report, there's not a huge amount of insight, but it's not a complete lack. He described his actions as converting the life status to death status of his victims in a manner that suggests he was describing a video game, again suggesting a complete emotional detachment from his actions. Again, I looked at alternatives there that might have been what happened, but I don't necessarily agree with the idea that this meant that he didn't understand what he was doing or that he thought he was just in a video game. He did not describe any substantial emotional experience during the rampage and was described by a witness as looking straight ahead during the attack. Afterwards, he did not exhibit any emotion during the police interview. But he described being excited during the attack, and he was excited during the police interview when he was talking about it. He simultaneously planned for the future in very prosaic ways while also planning the attack. He filled out onboarding paperwork for his new job the day of the attack. He petitioned his father to widen their driveway so it could accommodate another car, which he hoped to buy the week before the attack. He made plans with his brother to go bowling and get sushi a few days after he graduated, and he openly said that was his backup plan in case he didn't do it. And again, there was what I said about that before. When incarcerated and speaking with his family, Mr. Minassian was optimistic about the prospect of going home after trial, given that he believed others would be able to see that he didn't do anything wrong. I went over that too. So again, it's important to remember that all the stuff I've shown you up to this point, all the stuff in Bradford's report, all the stuff we've just read, he had all of that. He was able to see all of the points where Alek Minassian actually explained a lot of this and contradicted some of these things, in fact. So he's ignoring information that he has in his own assessment and the assessments of others in order to draw all these conclusions. And that was kind of the conclusion that was come to in court about what he was doing. This guy had a bias, a conclusion he wanted to reach, and he kind of made the evidence fit that and disregarded things that didn't support that, disregarded alternative explanations to what was going on. Kind of a little bit like what Minassian was accused of doing, ironically. Mr. Minassian explained that he continued to do ordinary, future-oriented things in case the attack didn't work out. This suggests that he was weighing the attack and his subsequent suicide as an ordinary event balanced against other ordinary events in his life. This supports the theory that he did not truly understand the impact or consequences of his actions. Perhaps these were also strategies to cover up his plans, but the idiosyncratic nature of them suggests more that he was simultaneously planning the attack and expecting on some level for life to continue as normal. So, he's even acknowledging the things I was talking about and just weaves them into this theory. I don't think he was making contingency plans. I don't think he had any doubts about whether he should do it or not. It was just, hey, I think if I do my van attack, I'll be able to go have sushi the next day. I don't understand how we got to that point. That's weird, man. And idiosyncratic nature of them, what does that mean? Filled out stuff for work, did his college assignment, was going to have a celebration dinner with his family because he graduated, and do stuff about his car. That's all the kind of stuff you would do if you decided not to kill people and just be a normal person. So I don't understand what he means by this. For him to simultaneously expect that he would carry out the attack and that life would continue as normal suggests that his thinking was distorted in the same way that someone's thinking can be distorted in the context of psychotic delusions. As discussed in the mental status examination section of this report, there is support in the literature for the idea that autistic ways of thinking may distort reality as substantially as psychotic ways of thinking. Okay, so he goes off in this paper again. So if Alek Minassian actually thought that if he did his van attack and life would just carry on as normal, like truly thought that, then he would literally be insane. And I might be more inclined to agree with Westphal, but his basis for saying that his autism was similar to psychosis is that Alek Minassian thought that. And I don't think what he's seen so far supports that conclusion at all. And one of the reasons for that is that he said he wanted to die, suicide by cop, so he wouldn't have to go to jail. Yeah, so that kind of suggests that he knew it wouldn't continue as normal. He knew he'd go to jail. He knew it would be over. He knew that would be horrible. So instead, he decided he wanted to have a police officer kill him. So, like, how do you get that conclusion from that? That's so weird. By virtue of the severity of his social cognitive deficits, he was not constrained by any understanding of the impact his actions would have on his victims, their families, and his own family. So again, he's talking in absolutes when what he has doesn't support that. The only time in our interview... Okay, so it's the bullying thing. Okay. All right, so they're using the fact that he got a low PCLR score as evidence that this was all driven by autism. And this is a problem that mental health professionals often have. They see everything through the prism of their disorders, and so it's like, well, he has, he did this bad thing. Did he do it because he has autism, or did he do it because he was a psychopath? Oh, he wasn't a psychopath. Well, he must have done it because he had autism, right? Like that's a flawed way of thinking, a very autistic way of thinking, ironically. You can be a horrible person and not be a psychopath at all. Like, it's not hard to realize why that's the case. So. Okay, so we're seeing here that he actually did get the grandiose sense of self-worth. So lack of empathy and thought very highly of himself. That could be enough. Did not score high on glibness, superficial charm, conning, manipulative. I find it hilarious that he didn't score high on conning, manipulative, because he spent his entire interview with the police doing exactly that. His Facebook post was designed to do exactly that. He manipulated the rider, van employee. Oh yeah, I'm just going to move furniture. Only want it for a couple days. He manipulated everybody, and he didn't give him points for this. Like, he openly admitted he manipulated everybody. It's not like there's any doubt about that. Nope, didn't score him for conning, manipulative. Like, seriously, like, are you on crack? Like, was this guy on crack? Like, I should stop asking that or being surprised by this stuff. Criminal versatility. If you let him out and he had a chance to commit another crime, maybe he would. He'll have spent God knows how many decades among criminals. Okay, no history of psychopathy. No history of violence, callousness, or manipulation. Not helping out when your brother is sick, maybe callousness, maybe that kind of stuff. Manipulation, so again, he's presenting it as this binary between being a sociopath and being autistic. And, you can be both. You can also be a horrible person who's autistic who's not a sociopath. So, this guy seems to be just stuck in this straitjacket of all of his disorders and their criteria. And, there isn't really kind of a nuanced understanding of human nature he's allowing to come up and inform his judgment here, which, I think he should. It is our opinion that without ASD, Mr. Minassian would not have perpetrated this offense. ASD undermined his social, academic, and occupational development, creating loneliness and a conviction that he would fail at anything he tried. This was reinforced by his experiences, in particular his failure in the military and its successful social relationships. Most importantly, Mr. Minassian's actions reflect that he did not and does not have any understanding of the actual real-life impact of his actions on his victims' family and friends, and his own family, a direct consequence of ASD. Okay, so I think he was getting at things a little bit at the beginning here. We conclude that although Mr. Minassian understood the wrongfulness of his actions from an intellectual standpoint, he did not understand the wrongness of his actions from a moral standpoint. How can someone with his intellectual ability and the planning capacity not understand moral consequences of their actions? Moral consequences are those that correspond to the effect on people and the values and meanings of events. These are the very areas that ASD impairs. His attack on the people did not represent his intense feeling of rage or any desire for revenge. Rather, it was an act similar to playing a video game with a certainty of at least some success and the tangible metric of a final score tallied on Encyclopedia Dramatica. So again, if you're looking at moral consequences as the effect on people and the meaning of events, you seem to understand that quite well. You seem to understand that it would go against society's values, and that was the point, which he openly said repeatedly. Did not represent an intense feeling of rage or any desire for revenge. Okay, we've gone over that. Yeah, I'm tired of repeating myself with this stuff. No insight into the terrible impact that his act would have on other beings, and did not think about the pain he was bound to cause, nor understood it even slightly now. Understanding this fragmentation of mind or distortion of thinking that is necessary for him to both understand his actions from an intellectual standpoint, but not from a moral one, is almost impossible for a typical person with an unfragmented mind. It is related to, but more difficult in understanding what it must be like to be blind or deaf for sighted persons and those who hear. And the deficit in ASD is as profound. It involves the failure of the intricate integration of thought, mind, and emotion that is present from our earliest development and is so woven into the being of a typical person that they are not even aware it is there. In Mr. Minassian's case, this system and its associated capacities were completely broken. Alexander Westphal. Okay, so yeah, I have ASD, and I can quite strongly relate to this, actually. And in my honest, unprofessional opinion, Dr. Westphal is a fucking idiot. I think I've spent enough time explaining why at this point, so I don't feel a need to go any more into it. But my God. Anyway, so if you'll forgive that little burst of unprofessionalism on my part, we'll move on to the Crown's experts. That'll be a subject for the next video. I was hoping to have everything done in this video, but it ended up being over 4 hours long, and I feel like that's already too long, so we'll take a bit of a break. When I finish making the next video, I'll put a link for it in the description. So that's all for now. Let me know what you think in the comments. And again, remember that I'm not a qualified expert of any kind. I'm just an autistic dude with weird interests, so I'm not claiming to have any kind of expertise in this area, and everything I've told you should be taken with a grain of salt. I hope you liked it, though. See you next time.